yourself or your equipment, Sebring is the place to test it.
76 years ago, on an old Army airfield in Florida, endurance racing found its proving ground. Sebring.
And a record crowd is amassing.
Most forgotten airport has echoed to the fury of cars at speed.
This 190-mile-an-hour, 12-hour battle for supremacy.
This place has crowned legends. Names like Andretti, Hill, Haywood, Christensen. Eras of dominance forged not by speed alone, but by survival.
This was an impossible dream.
In this run, in this race, we conquered the Sebring. We conquered the 12 hours on this fantastic circuit.
Sebring doesn't forgive. Concrete runways, relentless bumps. A track that punishes the body, shakes the car apart, and demands one thing above all else: respect the bumps.
And Miller will get it! The Ferrari wins!
4 classes, 1 battlefield, 12 hours of history, 12 hours of heartbreak and glory, 12 hours where legends are made or broken. Welcome to Sebring.
It's time to bring the action here in Sebring. If that does not get your heart pumping a little bit quicker, as we've just heard some of the historic moments, which are legion here at this 3.75-mile circuit at Sebring, then I'm afraid you've got a swinging brick and not a heart. Hello, everybody. I'm John Hindhaugh in the Ford Racing Global Broadcast Centre here for the next 12+ hours. The names of the corners: Fangio, Gurney, Collier, Bishop, Jean de Bihan, Le Mans. It is a who's who, a lexicon of endurance racing, as it should be for the place where endurance racing at this level started, here in the United States of America. The concrete runways take no prisoners, and we're rolling already for round 2 of the WeatherTech Sports Car Championship, round 2 of the Michelin Endurance Cup as well, here in the centre of Sebring. Around the world on RS2, part of the Radio Show network of channels, also broadcasting at the track on 88.7 FM, and of course here in Highlands region on Highlands ESPN 106.3 FM, Sirius XM 206. Plenty of ways for you to join us. Peter Mackay alongside me. I'll come to Peter in a moment, but I want to check in with our 2 pit lane reporters. First of all, with the stories from the GTD categories, 2 of them. Here's Arjuna Kankapati. What you would be looking for here today.
Let's start with GTD Pro, John, where, yes, a lot of people will be focused on the debut of the Lamborghini Temerario, a race debut, but it's the venerable Lexus RCF. Jack Hawksworth making his 100th IMSA start in that car that broke his qualifying track record from a couple of years ago and will lead the field to green. Pressure will be put on, though, by the likes of the Paul Miller Racing BMW that won at Daytona, as well as the Manthey Porsche. Let's go to the prototype stories, though. Ryan Marine, talk us through them.
Well, in LMP2, unfortunately, the story is a grid of 12 that's now been reduced to 11. JDC Miller Motorsports has been forced to withdraw their entry, citing personal reasons for one of their drivers, Jerry Kraut. Jerry, hope to see you on the grid in a future race very, very soon. But on the flip side, in GTP, their Porsche 963 was one of the stars of qualifying. Youngster Kevin Frederick qualified that car 7th, just a fraction off of Felipe Nasser in the factory car. Really good effort from that JDC team. They're hoping to score their best result in some time with Mustang sampling back on the car. It's been renumbered to 5 from 85 in lieu of that new connection or renewed connection to Mustang sampling.
Those are the guys who'll be our eyes and ears in the pit lane over the next 12 hours. Brembo brake facts for the Mobil 1 12 Hours of Sebring. It's a 5 out of 5 difficulty rating. Incredible. Had Mike Messina from Brembo on Midweek Motorsport on Wednesday, and you might have heard us replaying that little segment during the week. Turn 7, you come down, you shed 120 miles an hour on the bumps into turn 7, just in front of the hotel. round about 2,800 to 3,000 times you are pushing the brake pedal as hard as you can, and that in the GTP cars equates at the hardest point of 2.7 G deceleration. It's still 2.3 in GTD, and 1,600 Fahrenheit the peak brake temperature. Those are your Brembo brake facts. It's all about good braking and good feel here. Stand by for 12 hours of racing. I'm just going to take a quick breath here. It might be the only time that I do. 12 hours on the clock, and straight away Jack Aitken from pole position in the red and white number 31 Cadillac takes to the lead. Down the inside, here comes the Cadillac of Wayne Taylor Racing, but he couldn't get past Tom Blomqvist. So the Acura with the white front and the yellow and the orange and black rather. Now the GTD Pro and GTD cars come to the line, led by Jack Hawksworth for Lexus, and he's got the jump as well on the rest of the field as Neil Verhagen drops in behind him in the multicoloured BMW. Round the outside, the McLaren having a look. There is Dean McDonald, who was brilliant in qualifying. He's in third now. He's got the equally bright Grello Porsche, the number 911 of Manthey right there. We're going to be able to spot those even in the darkness of the night. It looks like we've got through the first half a lap without any contretemps. And breathe. Peter Mackay, sharp starts from everybody, but respectful, just as we were hoping. That was what they were saying in the drivers' meeting. And as I say that, of course, I've cursed it as we've got some hip and shoulder going on. BMW versus the Acura of Renger van der Zande, and it's Sheldon van der Linde in the number 24 car who's just lost a position.
I think that was 3 or 4 different pieces of contact there, going through Cunningham Corner, past all the fans at Green Park, and yeah, 12-hour race. I don't think you want to be getting into that amount of contact early on, but they both carry on through Le Mans Curve. A little bit of a twitch on the Whelen Engineering Cadillac. We've seen the drivers struggle on the outlap. We have had 2 pace laps, of course, but on the outlaps on new tyres, the cars have been a little bit twitchy and hard to handle until the temperature and pressure builds. But it's Jack Aitken who leads from Blomqvist. Then it's the Cadillac of Philippe Albuquerque for Wayne Taylor Racing, and Kevin Estre in the first of the works Porsches, the number 6 car, in 4th.
Coming to turn 17 on the safety, the pace car starting lap, there was quite a bit of locking up there. Porsche number 7 coming down the inside, Felipe Nasser trying to make up a position, and again there's contact at turn 1 through to turn 2. They touch again, they touch a third time, and that may be one time too many for the car on the outside, which is Renger van der Zande. He's managed to pull the car in through Christensen Corner and holds on to that hard fought for 6th position.
Just what we've seen here in the Ford Racing Global Broadcast Centre. I count 7 pieces of contact from Renger van der Zande to other cars in the opening lap. That's very, very aggressive at this stage of the race. It's a long, long race here. He does make the move though, does van der Zande, so he's quickly making moves forward, but certainly in an aggressive fashion. As Nasser's trying to fight back, but no. Van der Zande covers the line going into Cunningham.
Through turn 10 at Cunningham Corner, then huge crowd on the fence lines. And this, hang on, what time is it? It's 10:15 a.m. 10:15 a.m., not p.m. This is not the last lap of the race, guys. Calm down. They had their Wheaties this morning, didn't they?
What did Renger van der Zande have for breakfast? But he has gone there determined to make moves forward at almost any cost, and starting to pull a car length or 2 from Felipe Nasser. So the Acura is actually looking pretty strong early on. They've not had the easiest race week. Blomqvist had to dig very deep to qualify 2nd, but the cars look nervous over the bumps in the high-speed stuff. But van der Zande in the sister car to Blomqvist, making his presence well and truly known on the opening lap.
Just checking 1 or 2 of the cars to see if there's any damage there. Sheldon van der Linde in the number 24 felt the carbon fibre of that number 93 bring the gore, it says, on the tail fin of that Acura in the Honda colours, the HRC colours, and that now up to 6th position. 7th for the number 7, Felipe Nasser. At the front of the field, by the way, there's still nobody getting away. Jack Aitken and Tom Blomqvist locked together by 6/10, I say, around about that. And Misha Goikberg's converted his pole position converted into the lead in that 52. Already a problem, and that is John Field in the Intersport number 37 LMP2 car. Early part of the lap, he's been off. I won't necessarily say there's been contact. I can see that one of the right-hand dive planes that are so essential for the aerodynamic performance of these cars is flapping a little bit. That might have been as he bounced across the grass. More likely, though, in fairness, that there was some side-to-side contact, and indeed there was with the number 18 Naveen Rao driven LMP2 car of Era Motorsports. Untidy.
But very untidy at this particularly low percentage move at this stage of the race. Now, the pace at this stage after we're now onto the third lap, we're about 3 seconds at least off the pace in GTP. It shows you that the tyres, it's taken a little bit of time to come into its absolutely optimum window. We'll watch on the times as they come round Sunset now, the final corner, and up towards the start-finish line. Is Jack Aitken only by a couple of car lengths then from Tom Blomqvist, then is Albuquerque, then Estra, but still in the 151s. The only drivers to drop into the 150s so far are Estra, and Louis Delatraz now holds the fastest lap of the race, but still very early days and the pace not quite there from practice.
And straight away, race control have some video to watch, and they're not sneaking a look at Max Verstappen jumping in to his windward Mercedes AMG at the Nürburgring. They're looking at that contact between John Field and Naveen Rao at turn 3, Christensen corner, just a moment or two ago. We'll let you know what happens there. If you want to follow along, of course, we have the Alcamel live timing. If you just look up IMSA live timing, you'll get that, and you'll have all of the same information that we do here in the Ford Racing Global Broadcast Centre. So settling in a little bit. You were standing at turn 1 for one of the early sessions, Peter, and we gave you the keys to the IMSA Regio golf cart, and off you went. That corner looks incredible when we see it on the TV. In person, its time's about 1,000.
It's pretty remarkable, yeah. I mean, in a GTP car, you're just tipping in at 175 miles an hour, apexing at 115. But when you exit at 130 miles an hour, that's where it's at its bumpiest. And through that particular corner, the Cadillacs looked like they were just so smooth through there compared to the rest of the field. And they were riding, well, like a Cadillac.
Smooth and silky. Yeah, absolutely. At IMSA Radio, if you want to get in touch with us wherever you are around the world. Cape Town, South Africa, checking in with Ray Lithern. Era Motorsport are following us on the radio as well. Frank Plasman's in the Netherlands. Good to know that you're with us. Joseph Dungy, Valley of the Sun, Arizona. And huge interest for this race this year. And the penalty for incident responsibility in that clash between John Field and Naveen Rao has been assessed on the Era car. Not all blue this weekend, blue and green, with the new Lightspeed sponsorship on that car, and Naveen already coming in to answer that call. Drive-through penalty. And we said in our Porsche keys to the race, penalties are bad. You can easily, with a couple of penalties, drop off the lead lap. You don't want to do that. You're going to have to be good at the end of the race. Be good. Do your best work in the dark. Traffic giveth, traffic taketh away. And here, probably more than any other circuit for the IMSA schedule. And the tyres. Who's got tyres left for the sprint to the checkered flag from around about 8 o'clock tonight when it gets dark? Those are Porsche keys to the race. We'll check in with those throughout the race. Steady stuff at the front of the field. No lappery as yet. We've probably got maybe 1.5 more laps before the GTP cars come onto the end of the GTD field.
And I would say the pace is being very much managed by Jack Aitken at the front of the race here. We've talked so much about tyre management, and we're going to drive it home all day long. For the qualifying and the race, the GTP teams only have 11 sets of tyres. 12 hours of racing, that's more than 12 stints. So they have to double stint the tyres through this warm part of the day. So they're kind of all aboard the struggle bus together, and the idea being that you keep your new tyres in reserve for later on in the race when it matters. So right now they are way off the pace we saw in practice. We're 3 seconds at least off the GTP pace. So it's tyres, but it could also be fuel as well. Trying to hit a fuel number as well and not be too heavy on the gas.
These early laps, I try not to get too excited when we see people banging side panels, because ultimately, unless somebody retires, it's unlikely to affect the race. 11 hours and 49 seconds and 45, 44, 43 seconds to go. But you just can't help it. And the drivers can't help it either. They can't help themselves. They will have had it banged into them at all of the meetings last night and again this morning and at the driver briefing. Be sensible. You cannot win this race, never mind in the first lap. You can't win this race in the first half of this race. You have to have a car underneath you with probably 3 pit stops to go, therefore 2 hours to go. Then you absolutely have to have a car underneath you that can compete. We've just had some pit stops. 96 BMW is the Turner car, and that is Robbie Foley. Also Scott Noble dropping down the field in the number 48 as well.
Quick stop for Turner Motorsport with their 96 BMW. I wonder if it's a puncture.
Let's go down to Ryan Marine. He might be able to give us a little bit more from this pit lane report.
Well, I will check on the Turner situation in just a second. I checked in with the Intersport team. John Field, of course, involved in that incident with Naveed Rao. Team said the car is pretty much okay. They did break a dive plane. They're going to have to just deal with that, though, until the next pit stop, and then they'll replace the appropriate bodywork and try and get that car back into its original specification.
Yeah, very odd pit stop there then for Robbie Foley in that blue and yellow Turner Motorsport car.
It was in the pits for 52 seconds, and there's quite a long transit here, so that just, I think, my guess is going to be a puncture. The fact they changed one wheel, that if that is the case, that's terrible luck. But one of the, I guess, is an alternative Porsche key to the race, isn't it? If you're going to have a problem, as long as it's not too big one, just have it early, because then you can fight your way back across the day.
They will have put some more VP Racing fuel in that car. Also, that will extend his stint length. That might turn into an advantage in 45, 50 minutes time if he's still out there and a safety car comes out. Ryan Marine has already been down to see Will Turner and the team. They'll be hoping for tacos tomorrow. That is the traditional Turner Motorsport meal after a win. What was the problem, Ryan?
To my eye, there must have been some contact on track because the wheel itself is damaged. It was the right front quarter that they replaced on that car. Quick pit stop, like you said, just replace that corner, but and fueled the car up and send it back out. But definitely wheel damage on the right front for Robbie Foley.
Well, as I say, they'll take the opportunity to top it right back off again and try and make some kind of advantage out of it. CrowdStrike APR 04 car on the back straight, going under the brand new Michelin tyre rack warp over bridge, which has been an absolute boon. Brilliant stuff, part of the infrastructure investments here ongoing at Sebring International Raceway. And brand new free car parking over that side of things as well, which was already filling up at 7 this morning when I came in. Thank you very much, by the way, to all of the volunteers. We always thank our track marshals, flaggers, the AMG safety crew, track services and medical. But let's not forget those who have been helping us park our cars, make sure that we're getting to the right place. On the car park that we've been talking, and it was a young man called Dan this week who has been there at the crack of dawn every day. In fact, before the crack of dawn. He was threatening to bring his Mazda Miata NB today, but it wasn't quite finished. So we'll have to wait another year before we see Dan in his Mazda Miata. Let's pick up some more news from the pit lane as we've had almost 15 minutes. Here's our Junior Kankapati.
A couple of things, John. I've been listening to the radios in that GTP fight between the 93 and the 7. Both drivers getting a bit heated and did need to be reminded it's a long race, kind of like what you were alluding to. I did also stop off at the Windward Racing area, and quick update from them. Remember, this is an interesting driver lineup, John, where it's a GTD Pro entry, but they have a bronze driver starting the race for them, so they're going to get the drive time done, and then the two slightly stronger drivers will push to the checkered flag.
Hello to Brody, who's listening in the UK in the sunshine of Lincolnshire. Also in the UK, random WEC memes as the traffic now is beginning to play a part. Billy Mann, never been able to watch Sebring outside before, but he is, and he's got a cocktail going as well. What time is it? Oh yeah, 2:30 nearly in the UK. Closer to us here, Jam is on site, keeping up with us on the FM frequency here. West Yorkshire tuned in, Max UK 2000, nice and bright there. Cam Knopf with us as well. Les and Krista watching from Toronto, Ontario. And a couple of questions here, and this is a good one actually. Victoria, Australia, that's 1 o'clock in the morning when we started there. John Leslie, presumably not that one, at turn 16, lots of close racing early. And question about the tyres. So Ryan Parkin says, if the GTP have limited tyres, everybody have limited tyres, Ryan, they get a puncture like we just saw on the Turner car, do they get an extra tyre, or do they just have to live with it?
No, that's a great question. No, you don't, unfortunately. That's Ryan Parkin's multiple Porsche Club of Great Britain sim racing champion, also known as the King Hippo. Hello, Ryan. Good to hear that you're tuned in. And one other multiple champion, Kevin Estra, is moved up to 3rd place. He's got past Philippe Albuquerque, and now he's, well, he was all over the back of Tom Blomqvist, but they're cutting their way now through the GTD traffic. And this is where prototype racing can be so exciting when you've got drivers like Aitken, Blomqvist, Estra, the real superstars of the class, Albuquerque as well, throw them all in the mix, and they're trying to carve their way through the GT traffic. Spare a thought for the GT traffic, because it's a little bit like driving down the motorway and the red arrows all flying past you all at once.
We've got a warning early on. Now we'll get to that in a moment, because I just want to see the leaders through this traffic as they're coming through the first corner. Estra dives down the inside of the Multimatic Ford GT3 Mustang, the first of them. They're coming through the middle of the GTD Pro field here, and he's holding off that Acura.
He's moved to second.
Him.
That was it's almost as if he's raced a lot at the Nordschleife. Cut his way through past Blomqvist, going through turn 1, just picked the right line, and Blomqvist got boxed in and had to give best, unfortunately.
Now, just had a warning for Valentin Haas-Klo and the Van der Steur Racing Aston Martin. He hasn't run into anybody, he hasn't done track limits. Failure to adhere to the control powertrain parameters. What the heck does that mean, you might be thinking? All of the cars in GTP and GTD as well, they have what's called torque sensors on the drive shafts at the back of the car. In the old days, when we were trying to balance performance on cars, we looked at what was going into the cars, not what was coming out. So things like fuel flow, air restrictors, so the cars couldn't breathe quite as well. If they can't get as much air into the cylinders, they can't make as much power. They still do that, but what they are watching in real time in the IMSA technical trailer is how much power, how much torque and power is coming out at the wheels. So that has just flashed up on a screen somewhere in IMSA Technical. They've been told about it. They do take into account the bumps here, and therefore they will be looking at that and where it was on the circuit. But it would be probable then that Valentin Haas-Klo will be being told by his team that he might just need to turn the engine map down 1. It's a warning for the moment. It's just wonderful to see these GTPs coming through the field as they do. It is really like a video game.
And what those torque sensors do as in terms of benefit for fans, and indeed for us here in the Ford Racing Global Broadcast Centre, is two things. One, it gives us really even racing where lots of brands have an opportunity to win, but also the data from that is publicly available. If you go onto IMSA.com/telemetry, or just type in your search engine in IMSA telemetry, you can not only look at all of the GTP cars, but also the GTD cars, and see how much energy they have remaining, what speed they're doing, what gear they're in, are they regenerating energy, all of that. And when we get to later on in the race, it's such a valuable resource to know who's got the energy to make it to the finish and who maybe doesn't. So that is something that's available. We have it here in the Ford Racing Global Broadcast Centre, but also to those enjoying the coverage at home.
At IMSA Radio, if you want to get in touch. Let's knuckle down now and see what is going on through the classes. We'll give you an update at around about half an hour into the race, 30 minutes into the race. Our VP in race updates coming throughout the 74th running of the Mobil 1 12 Hours of Sebring here at Sebring International Raceway. I said that temperatures would only rise. The air temperatures remaining reasonably consistent at around about 20 degrees Celsius. That's 70 Fahrenheit. Track temperature already, Peter, up to 30 degrees C. That's 86 Fahrenheit. One of the things that Mike Messina from Brembo was talking about that is equally important to Michelin tyres as well as Brembo brakes is the number of different surfaces there are around this circuit. There are at least 4 distinct surface types that the brakes and the tyres have to deal with. 3 different tarmac types, and of course the venerable concrete, long may it remain. And that is a real problem because they don't all heat up and cool down at the same time. Neither do they all give a consistent amount of grip.
It's really tough. I mean, you also think of the calibration, particularly for the GTP cars where they have a brake-by-wire system. You got to get that to work with the actual physical brakes themselves. It's very, very tricky to calibrate. And now that what are we now into their 4th season of GTP racing? Sorry, 23, 24. Yeah, 4th season of GTP racing. Now the teams are really getting on top of it, and the lap times have shown through practice week. But one car that's very much in the latter stages of its life and towards the end of its development cycle, the Lexus RCF, they've had a great week, and Jack Hawksworth leads away by 1.5 seconds in GTD Pro from Ricardo Feller. But what a story. Dean McDonald made his IMSA debut in, not unfamiliar at all to the McLaren, but made his IMSA debut at Daytona, first time here at Sebring, and he's moved from 5th on the grid to 3rd, and he's really putting Ricardo Feller in the Manthey Porsche under pressure. You've got to think RLL and McLaren have got to be delighted with this pace. They had good pace in Daytona. Unfortunately, a sensor issue took them out of contention, but Dean McDonald showing that he absolutely deserves to be here, and hopefully this is only just the beginning of what will be an illustrious IMSA career.
Peter Mackay, John Hindhaugh in the Ford Racing Global Broadcast Centre. And the race at the moment going to plan for most people. Just being told by producer Jason up in Concord at NASCAR Productions, their Global Broadcast Centre, that 1 or 2 drivers have been told to calm down a little bit on the radio from voices. Jason's phenomenally. Aaron is our producer today. Sorry, Aaron. He described it as a voice in one of the teams, I'm not going to say who it was, that was considerably higher placed than just a spotter. That was the calm down, there's 12 hours to go.
Well, the pace is just starting to ratchet up a fraction, not nowhere near the full potential of the cars yet, but they're just starting to ratchet up. Felipe Albuquerque just put in the best lap of the race at 150.4. That's nearly a second quicker than Kevin Estra ahead of him, who it was only a 10th off Jack Aitken, who just put in his personal best lap. Renger van der Zande, he had a 151.4, but Albuquerque on the move, as is Tom Blomqvist. So at the front end of the field, it's the pace is ratcheting up. But Aitken hanging on to it. It was an amazing qualifying lap yesterday. Really, really impressive. He was pulling a couple of tens in just the first corner alone, which is what they're going through now. Hugely quick, but the Cadillac riding the bumps beautifully through that section. But there can't be many things more unsettling than looking in your mirror and seeing Kevin Estre looming large.
Manny Franco's just been off the circuit in the Conquest Racing Ferrari 296. The number 34 sits 10th in GTD. Couple of 3 seconds lost there, and Salih Yolic, the Turkish driver in the DXDD Corvette, the green and blue car, has closed right in behind him, under a second. That little battle that's going on there. There'll be battles throughout the field here, and that's the other thing. We're talking about team principals, team owners talking to their drivers. There are battles going on all around the circuit at the moment, and trying to calm these racing drivers down is really difficult. If they've got a performance advantage, Peter, they will want to use it, and they will store that information that they've got right now in the memory banks for later on in the race.
Well, one driver who's making great moves forward again on his Sebring debut, made his IMSA debut at Daytona, is young Harry King in Roxy the Porsche for AO Racing. Started 8th on the grid in GTD Pro, is already up to 5th and making moves forward. So both of the Porsches in GTD Pro, the AO machine of Harry King and the Manti machine of Ricardo Feller, seem to be going well in the heat of the day. Can they transfer that pace later on in the dark? We'll only find out then. But for Harry King, when I saw the announcement that he was going to be in a full season with AO Racing and IMSA, I just thought, Harry King, he's got such an exciting, attacking driving style, and that is exactly what IMSA's all about, I personally think. And I think it's a match made in heaven. And then you combine the huge experience and CV of Nick Tandy. It's quite a combination for AO Racing. And then last year's winner, of course, in GTD Pro with AO Racing, Alessio Piccarello, in for the Enduros.
Marvellous from Harry King yesterday when he was trying to wring an extra lap out of the Porsches, dropping the left-hand front Michelins over the curbs of the Jean de Bihan bends into Le Mans. He was, I think, basically he was trying to get time off the car, out of the car that just wasn't there. And it was great to watch for us in the qualifying show yesterday. Don't forget, throughout the whole season, whether you're here in the US or farther afield, all of the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship qualifying sessions are live and free in sound and vision. And you can pick those up on IMSARadio.com and our video player there, or on the official IMSA YouTube site. The archive's already up for that. All sessions are covered in audio, exclusively live on IMSA Radio throughout the year. That's IMSARadio.com. Select RS2. 24/7 IMSA content. Old races, features, chats with drivers, car tests, you name it, it's on there. If you're missing at the end of this weekend your fix of IMSA, then head to RS2 IMSA Radio. And if you want to hear something specific, the archive is being posted for this week as we go along. Everything that we broadcast live is up on the archive, thanks to Tim Greer, Rob Lomas, Curry as well, back in the UK for their work today. Let us go down to the pit lane. Ryan Marine can give us an update, and then we'll hear from Arjuna.
Just a little more detail on what happened to Robbie Foley at the beginning of the race for Turner that caused him to come in with the puncture at the right front. Evidently, was coming at the very start of the race. He got stuck in the middle of two other cars. There was contact, and it bent the rim. As I thought, it was the result of contact on track, and it wasn't going to be able to hold air, so they were forced to the pit lane to make that change, but everything seems to be all right subsequent to that.
Spin for the United Autosports number 22, Dan Goldberg behind the wheel. He's been told to get back onto the rhythm. It's a long race. Couple of updates in GTP as well that I've been listening over the radio, John. Turn 1, Kevin Estre's reported a bit of understeer in that Porsche, and I've also heard some fuel numbers. 29 laps, what I'm expecting in the GTP class.
Okay, That's something to keep an eye on. We are 15 laps in at the moment. Hello to Bonnie Elysium, Pacific Northwest, saying hello to her Turn 2 racing family at the track. Absolutely incredible. And how many people are already tuned in? Queensland, Australia is listening in. The brilliantly monikered @alpha_particle. Already loving what is going on out there at IMSA Radio. If you'd like to get in touch with us here in the Ford Racing Global Broadcast Centre. Round about half of the energy has been used by the GTPs and the GTDs. Those are the cars that we monitor in that telemetry that Peter Mackay was talking about earlier on. The gap at the front is a second, everybody keeping everybody else honest as they come through the traffic for the second time now, as we're working lap number 17. Philip Eng's got a bit of a wiggle on in the centre sector, in the first sector of the race. 10 seconds, 10.2, 10.1. We saw under 9.5 seconds in qualifying for Jack Aitken. It was a thing of beauty. Full commitment. When you hear drivers or commentators talking about full send, it's not full send until you've seen Jack Aitken through the first sector, which is 9 seconds, effectively the start line through to the exit of turn number 1.
But what was most impressive about it was that it looked smooth because they've got the car so well dialed in over the bumps at high speed. The drivers of those Cadillacs are able to commit to power so much easier, whereas you watch the Acuras through that corner, yes, the speed is still there when they really dig in, but it looks a lot more uncomfortable on exit, which, you know, they have some of the best drivers in the world in that car, so they, you know, they can do it, but it's probably not quite as comfortable as the Cadillacs who experience it. And Jack Aitken at the front of the field, he's just started to turn the screw a little bit. He was put in the fastest first sector of the race and his personal best in sector 2, so trying to push a little bit and put Kevin Estre under pressure behind him to chase and go with him.
Great time of day in Europe to be watching and or listening here. Just before 3 o'clock in the afternoon in the UK, just before 4 o'clock in Central Europe, a bumper weekend of endurance racing on the RSL network. We'll have the conclusion of the Mugello 12 hours tomorrow, so if you haven't had your fix of GT racing in particular, Johnny Palmer, Joe Bradley, Sarah Esser will be on sound and vision duty from a beautiful circuit at Mugello tomorrow. Thanks to Snowy and Bruce for the NLS coverage that I was watching earlier this morning. That race just round about 17, 18 minutes to go. Arjuna can update us with more news from the pit lane.
I saw Wright Motorsports dive down to pit lane, so I grabbed Callum Eilert. Callum, what's going on?
All routine. We just took an early stop to try and get Adam out in clean air, and our car's really good in the clean air, not so good in the traffic, so just try and make up some time and hopefully get ourselves ahead on strategy.
Is that something you can work on through the race to make it better in traffic as we head towards the night?
I think the car's going to come to us in the night. We should be more and more competitive, but have to see. I haven't raced it yet, as Daytona was premature.
And here for a full season, is it nice to be able to focus on this Porsche GT3 program for the entirety of 2026?
Yeah, just develop, and as a driver, it's awesome to be in this car, and I'm looking forward to the rest of it. Having raced at Long Beach before in the IndyCar, coming back in this Porsche is going to be fun.
Estre putting Aitken under pressure as they come through traffic going down towards Sunset now. Got the Intersport LMP2 car to get by, which they both do, but Aitken, after threatening to pull away, as soon as they hit a bit of traffic, Estre is just so instinctive in that number 6 Porsche, the white car with the blue tail, the number 7 car with the red tail on it as well. The Blomqvist still not too far behind in the 60, Acura in 3rd position, but it is Aitken versus Estre right now. These are the superstar battles that we love to watch in GTP. The best drivers in the world at their craft, now under heavy traffic with LMP2 and GT traffic ahead as they come through turn 3, 4 and 5.
Well, I said that we would have a VP Racing update. Let's do that right now. Jack Aitken 0.3 of a second to the good battles in LMP2 and GTP at the moment as they go through traffic down through turn number 7. It's all getting a little bit nudgy and close. Estra in second for Porsche, number 6. Acura number 60, Tom Blomqvist another 0.8 further back. Then Philippe Albuquerque is next up. He's another second further back from Blomqvist in the second of the Cadillacs, the first of the Wayne Taylor cars. Top 6 made up by the Acura of Renger van der Zandt and Louis Delatraz in the Cadillac number 40. In LMP2, it's Misha Goikberg who leads the class, sitting in 12th position overall for Brian Herder Autosport, the number 52. PJ Hyatt is working his way up to second in Spike the Dragon, now only 1.3 seconds away from the lead. She's gone past into Europol's Jeremy Clark in the 43 green and yellow car. He's another 2.8 seconds further back. George Kurtz working his way through the field as well. He's now up to 4th position in the 04 CrowdStrike machine as the TDS car, I think, has gone off a turn number
That's Naveen
16.
Rao again in the Era car.
That's the Era car, excuse me. Yes, it is. Naveen Rao at turn 16, back on to the track. So where did we get to? Chris Cumming in 5th for Pratt Miller, and the first of the United Autosports, Dan Goldberg, the 22 guys, in 6th in LMP2. In GTD Pro, it's Vassar Sullivan by half a second. Jack Hawksworth has Ricardo Feller in the Manthey Grello car in his wing mirrors, door mirrors at least. Dean McDonald keeping them both honest, another 3/4 of a second back in the bright orange number 59 RLL team McLaren. Neil Verhagen for Paul Miller Racing is 4.5 further back from that, and the pink AO Racing Roxy another 1.5 seconds beyond that. Naveen Rao didn't just go off at turn 16, he nearly had to show his pass to get back in again there. He was so wide, went way beyond anything I've seen. I wonder if that's a braking issue for Naveen, because he just didn't seem to be able to get the car to turn at all. Let's finish our VP in race update. Antonio Foco is halfway up the GTD Pro field in 30th position and leads the GTD battle comprehensively from Dudu Barrichello, the pole sitter for Heart of Racing Aston Martin, in second. He's got about 1.5 seconds on Philip Ellis for Winwood Racing in the 57 Mercedes. Scott Andrews, Lone Star Racing number 80 in 4th position. That's a Mercedes. 5th for Valentin Asclot, having had that little power warning for Van der Steur Racing's Aston Vantage. And Benjamin Pedersen for Vassar Sullivan in the Lexus is in 6th. That's your VP Racing in race update. Let's go down to the pit lane where, with just over 30 minutes to go, I can see a bit of action down there. Ryan Marine, it'll be what? Is it P2s that'll be coming into your end first?
Imminently. The race leader, PR1 Matheson with Brian Hurd Autosport, and their driver Misha Goikberg. Their crew just got up on the wall. They've got a set of sticker tires ready to go on, and I think we'll also see Intersport in. That's the car that had the issue earlier in the race. John Field dealing with some aerodynamic loss with dive plane damage, so they'll try and address that in this pit stop, and I think several others should be in shortly as well.
Of course, the most short stint length for those LMP2s, then actually not that different for the GTPs and the GTD cars, around that kind of 50-minute mark, depending. Now we've just gone full course yellow. Well, that is perfect timing for our LMP2s.
Turn 5, debris on the track, and it's a sizable amount of carbon fibre. No choice but to throw the full course yellow there and get somebody out to pick it up once the pace car has picked up the field, safety car has picked up the field. So this is going to close everything back up again. There is a specific set of rules and regulations that have to be gone through here. Tanny with the double flags out at start-finish, echoed around the whole of the circuit.
Now, because we've had half an hour of racing, this will be a full course yellow, if you like.
Yes, it will.
So service can be taken within the first half an hour. It cannot. So this, I mean, perfect timing for the LMP2 teams. They were just, as Ryan chronicled, just about to come in anyway, but I suspect everyone will take the opportunity to top up and head in. This will really help the number 96 Turner BMW crew, who of course had to repair that damaged wheel and the air leaking out the tyre. This will allow them to get kind of back onto the same program as everybody else.
I wonder if the Turner guys, do they come back, do they come in, or do they stay out and take the position?
And cycle forward. True, good point. Yeah.
There's a long way to go.
Yeah, they pitted on lap 6. We're now on for the GTDs on lap 18. So, yeah, they could filter to the front.
That's a sizable offset, isn't it? That's 6 laps. That's probably a quarter of their fuel.
Yeah.
I think probably too early to do that right now. Let's hear from the pit lane. The pits will be opened in a second. Actually, we've just had Phil Fair in the United Autosport #2 car coming through a closed pit, and he's having to sit, Ryan Marine, at the end of the pit lane because the lights are on red.
It was emergency service, John, so in a sense this yellow was good timing for the P2 cars because they're within the window, but they were at the very end of the stint and then the pits closed, so every P2 driver I've been listening on the radio has been told, drive in tall gears, as little throttle as possible, save fuel, because they are really marginal. They would have loved to have come in on the lap the yellow came out, but they couldn't. The yellow came out, the pits closed. Thayer in particular was in a fuel hole and had to come in for a top off, and he'll have to come back in again once the pits open.
Yeah, that's so. Sometimes you're the windscreen, sometimes you're the fly. Will that balance out? Not sure. The cars are being asked to pack up behind the safety car, which was dispatched from the end of the pits lane. I still haven't got those the pit lane opened. The leader has been picked up, so Jack Aiken is staring at the back of the Sebring Lexus safety car. Really splendid livery on the safety cars this week, by the way. It looks, in some ways, it looks like they have got that Flovis paint on that you use for aero, checking the aero on cars.
Well, the racing cousins certainly have an eye-catching paint scheme, always have, those bright yellow and black machines. The Sealmaster, Vassar Sullivan Lexus machines, they've had a great week and a great start to the race. Jack Hawksworth holding off Ricardo Feller in the Manthey Porsche, and Team McDonald there in third too.
And in fact, they are one of the cars that Sealmaster Mobil won. Vassar Sullivan Lexus getting the wave by there. If you at the track watching and wondering why under the safety car we are getting people overtaking, these are the cars that have been caught between Jack Aiken, the leader of the race, and their class leader. I said just before we went to yellow that they were coming through the pack for the second time. Well, they didn't get through the whole pack for the second time, and so everyone who effectively went a lap down there, they get that lap back now before we open the pits. The other thing that IMSA were telling us about, which is great news to hear, is that they will, at every opportunity where they believe that it's going to be beneficial, they will get the track sweepers out when the safety cars are out. Obviously, they won't be doing that during pass around or wave bys, but they will be doing that as we get into the meat of the race. Full course caution number 1, 45 minutes plus into the race, and as that pass around has started and is ongoing, the first opportunity for competition pit stops. Let's get to our pit lane team first. Here's Arjuna Kangapati.
And John, wandering up the pit lane, just keeping an eye on all the GTP teams. There's a mix. We did know that they would have to double stint Michelin tires. And while some teams are thinking fuel only, I saw some teams with scrubbed Michelin rubber and some with sticker Michelin rubber. And so it's going to be a race off of pit lane for some. However, I do believe they are going to do some repairs on the Porsche Penske Motorsport number 7. I'm stood in front of it as it hits its marks at a slight angle. And very slowly they get to work on rotating the car around and then plugging it up on the air jacks and getting the fuel in. There's also a bit of trouble for the CrowdStrike APR04. I don't think it was able to find its pit stall. It's going to roll through pit lane and have to return. Fortunately, though, Porsche Penske, quick assessment of the damage, no bodywork repair, and a thumbs up I've seen go out. It's Cadillac wheeling, though, a perfect stop for them. Fuel only off and away, very close between Porsche Penske number 6, who has to concede to the Acura Mayashak 93.
That was the LMP2 leader, Misha Goikberg, leaving his pit box. Fuel only for the Brian Herta Autosport PR1 Matheson crew. Misha was really marginal on fuel, so much so he was having a hard time packing up. Race control told him several times, we need you to pack up. The team said, yeah, we need you to do that, but without using the throttle. Easier said than done. He was able to get to the pit box, however. They topped him up with fuel, no tire changes, no driver change either, at least at this side of the pit lane in LMP2.
Pack up without using the throttle. What, by the power of my mind? Do you want me to throw out a grappling hook to the car ahead? That's magnificent stuff. The prototypes then, having completed a stop under yellow flags, I don't think I saw anybody there, in addition to what we heard from Arjuna and from Ryan, I don't think I saw anybody taking new Michelin tyres. That this has actually worked quite nicely for them. So they've done half a stint. They'll refill the car's worth of fuel. John Fields, it is going to take tyres and a new nose at the front of that car as well. That was the car that had the side-by-side contact with Era and Naveen Rao, for which Naveen was penalised. Of all the people listening all around the world, I want to say a quick hello to someone who is Quattro, who is working in the weather office of Brussels Airport.
Busy weather office there, I bet.
I bet it is.
So
tuned in on the world feed.
Now,
hello, Quattro.
GT cars will be next to pit. Now, one car I've got my watchful eye on is the number 120 Wright Motorsports Porsche of Adam Adelson, because you remember we caught up with Callum Eilert just a few moments ago, who said they pitted a little bit off sequence to try and try something different on the strategy. They have 75% of their usable energy on board, where all the rest are sort of around 28 to 30%. So the rest of the field may pit. We'll watch to see if that green Wright Porsche decides not to pit, and then therefore cycle right to the front of GTD.
Yeah, here come the GTs. Let's go to Ryan Marine first for this one. I think there might be some driver changes here, Ryan, from what I can see on the onboards.
Definitely one of the two Master Sullivan Lexuses will change drivers at least. I think Jack Hawksworth will stay aboard. No, he won't. There will be a driver change there. I know the sister car, it'll be Frankie Montecalvo getting in. Hawksworth set the track record, reset his own track record, actually, in qualifying yesterday. Controlled the GTD Pro class from the front during his stint. Really clean pit work. The tires are done. The driver changer is done. They're just waiting on the fuel. Behind him, Rahal Letterman Lanigan and their McLaren doing their service. Did not see a driver change there, just tires and energy for that McLaren, which has now left his pit box.
At pit exit, I'm watching the Paul Miller BMW pack in the fuel. Off goes Manti, just in front of the Lexus for Master Sullivan. It is going to be a driver change, though, for Winwood, the 57, and they're going to be right down the tail end of the running order, John. I'm going to try and get an update as to what's happening here, because they haven't even got the fuel hose in as they're working on the tires. This is going to be a lengthy stop for our Rolex winners a couple of weeks ago.
It was Carl Kirkwood, by the way, that replaced Jack Hawks with Peter Mackay's Eagle Eye. Saw the helmet getting in. AWA, or Team 13 actually, as it is now, in that black and gold livery, just finishing their pit stop. You lose potentially some track position. Well, I think one of the problems for Windward is that the car's in at such an angle they can't get the fuel hose to the car, and that means it's going to have to be either put on the dollies or pushed back. They've done the tyres and they have put the car on the dollies. They'll have to put it back on the ground. I'm fairly certain you're not allowed to fuel with the dollies under the car, so that's going to be more time that they waste. The fuel's gone in anyway. So that was the issue. A packed pit lane here, Peter, with 2 sets of GT cars. So 13 GTD Pros and 19 GTDs. And the Windward 57 just couldn't get into its pits and be parallel to the wall.
That's going to put them on the back foot early on, but the one thing that Windward do almost better than any other team is when they do get put in the fight back, they bounce back off the ropes and bop their opponents in the nose. We've seen that several times in the past where they've seemingly been dead and buried, and they've come out and won the race. So yeah, don't ever write them off at your peril.
They've won the last 2, Peter, and they've
right.
not necessarily dominated either of those. Their early season form in the last few seasons has been exemplary and led to championships.
So following up on the Wright Motorsports Porsche, they did come in, but because they had more fuel on board, they have needed less time at the pump, and they've gained a few positions there. Also have the Myers Riley Motorsports team with Sheena Monk. They've done a really quick pit stop there. Not a surprise for Riley Motorsports, a hugely successful team over the years. Not a team and constructor, of course. That's the thing. They are a multifaceted operation over the years. Now, the big winner in GTP was Renger van de Zande in the 93 Acura, because he managed to move up from 5th position to 2nd position, ahead of Kevin Estre in the number 6 Porsche. By far the biggest loser in GTP was the number 7 Porsche there, with that little bit of inspection for damage.
Peter Mackay and John Hindhaugh in the Ford Racing Global Broadcast Centre.
Number 7's come back in. The Porsche Penske Motorsport.
Nessa, just a top off for Nasser. They were looking at the back of the car. He's going to lose a whole heap of real estate, but he'll get that back when we do the class splits. Remember, all of the GTPs go ahead of all of the LMP2s, who are ahead of all the GTD Pros and all of the GTDs. So the pits are open for anybody right now. Also coming in late, Indy Donchi back.
That's the number 48 Windward car.
Ah, right, okay. Indy Donchi's just gone out. So this was the car that went to the back of the grid, the 48 from the Pro class. And they were pinged for ride height infringements after qualifying.
Well, this is super clever. 2 teams that know strategy so well, Porsche Penske Motorsport and Windward. They're going to be back in the class anyway, so they're taking it. This is that is effectively free fuel. It might only be a lap's worth, but we're talking fine margins all the way through. This is just a game that goes on. Big crowds here at Sebring. I understand it's going to be a record crowd again today here, just smashing it out the park.
I called it on Tuesday because it looked like a Thursday on Tuesday. We'll have our BDO Knows Strategy Award, one for the GT classes, one for the prototype classes. We'll announce that at the end of the race, so we're watching carefully. And then stay on for Michelin Post-Race Tech. We'll have some additional interviews. That's on IMSA Radio only once we close off our international, the World Feed TV. And then on Wednesday on Midweek Motorsport, which is still at 4 o'clock Eastern, because we haven't sprung forward time-wise in Europe yet, we'll have our CrowdStrike Endurance, Teamwork and Speed Award, and those numbers will have been crunched by then. There's a lot of data to go through for that. And I want to say hello to Molly, who's standing behind us at the moment as one of the guests of Kelly Moss Racing, and the great work that they do in the community with Racing for Children's, and that fantastic livery that we've seen down through the years with the handprints, the multicoloured handprints on that car, and that has become absolutely a part of IMSA Racing down through the years.
And a couple of the drivers who competed in that car are in this race.
Indeed,
Seb Prio in the Ford Racing Mustang, and also Roman De Angelis in the Aston Martin Valkyrie too. And I'm no doubt we'll see some drivers from that car progressing up to the IMSA WeatherTech Championship in the future as well.
So the full course yellow continues, and we are now splitting the classes, as we were telling you earlier on. Let's quickly give you a rundown as how they'll restart. Then Jack Aitken held the lead in that pit stop cycle for Cadillac, the number 31 Whelen with the red front. Then Renger van der Zande, the red, white and black Acura, they're the ones who've made ground there. Renger was very racy earlier on and had to calm down just a little bit. Kevin Estre up to third position, or actually lost a position there, didn't he? Came in second in the number 6 Penske, Porsche Penske Motorsport car. Then it's the second of the Acuras, the number 60, Tom Blomqvist. Sheldon von der Linde is the best of BMWs in 5th, that's the 24 car run by WRT. Then Cadillac of Philippe Albuquerque, the number 10, in 6th position. Porsche 963, number 5. Kalen Frederick still in that car and still absolutely keeping the very experienced drivers around him honest. Ross Gunn is behind Louis Delatraz there in 8th and 9th in the Cadillac and the Aston. The BMW number 25 is in 10th, and in 11th it's Felipe Nasr for the number 7 Porsche because of that extra pit stop and the extra fuel taken on. In LMP2 it is Misha Goikberg, Brian Herder Autosport number 52 from EO Racing, that's Spike the Dragon, the purple 99 PJ height in that car, making sure he's getting his time in behind the wheel. Jeremy Clark, C above comment, he's third for Inter Europol. Then CrowdStrike George Kurtz in the 04, Daniel Goldberg, United Autosport USA, the 22, and the top 6 made up by the Pratt Miller Motorsport number 73. The safety car lights are out. Jack Hawksworth has held on to the lead for Lexus in GTD Pro. Of course, we've got to put everybody back in line behind him, and we did have Antonio Fuoco right up there amongst it, but obviously he's had to cycle back now, and in fact it's Simon Mann who is in that number 21 AF Corsa. So in GTD Pro it is, in fact now it is the Porsche of Ricardo Feller, 911 Manthey, ahead of Kyle Kirkwood, who we know got into the 14 of Vassar Sullivan. Dean McDonald has stayed in the orange 59 McLaren from RLL. Nick Tandy's been plugged in to Roxy, who's subbing for her brother this weekend after he had a few teeth knocked out at Daytona again. Get well soon, Rexy. We embrace that here. Neil Verhagen in the number 1 Paul Miller Racing BMW is in 4th and 5th. It's the best of the Corvettes, it's the number 4 car. And then in GTD, Simon Mann, as I mentioned, in the number 21 Ferrari, who is leading from Dudu Barrichello, the Aston Martin of Harter Racing. Wright Porsche made up the positions, as Peter was telling you. They didn't need to put as much fuel in because they'd had that little splash. But Adam Adelson has been put into the car, and the top 6 in that category made up by the Aston Vantage, Rory van der Steur in the Van der Steur Racing number 19, and the Lexus of Frankie Montecalvo, the number 12, and Francis Seldorf now in the number 96 Turner BMW. There's your VP in race update as we go back to green flag racing with 11 hours, 2 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock, and Jack Aitken once again leads them to the first corner side by side behind. That was Kalen Frederick right up alongside. That must have been Louis Delatraz, and they're still side by side further back. That's the Aston Martin Valkyrie that was in there as well. A very, very sharp restart from Kalen, who's now having to defend just a little bit. And here comes the Aston Martin Valkyrie of Ross Gunn right in there as well. The Dex Imaging car, I reckon, of Louis Delatraz has lost a position to young Kalen on that restart, Peter.
Looks like it, yeah, looks like it. Oh no, United Autosport penalty, of course. This is for entering, well, no, emergency service would be one penalty, but they have undertaken more than emergency service in a close pit. Stop plus 60, and I don't believe this, a pit lane speed violation just popped up on our screen and then quickly disappeared, so maybe not, but at least a stop plus 60. That's very unusual for United Autosport, and indeed pit lane speed violation 16 miles an hour over. 16k, sorry. Still quite a bit.
Yep.
Stop and go as well. So United Autosport number 2 really on the back foot now.
Yeah, that was Phil Thayer who made those mistakes in terms of on the pit lane speed limit there. More than emergency service in the closed pit, they can only get 5 seconds of fuel, then they have to send them. And George Kurtz is going to have to come in as well for an improperly served emergency service obligation. That's a stop plus 10. That probably means he hasn't come back through the pit lane when he had the opportunity to do. A spinner out at turn number 16, just before turn number 16. It's the Tower Motorsport number 8 of John Ferrano. He's facing the oncoming traffic in a place where they can't see him. He's going to have to wait till the whole field goes through, which he sensibly does. And the orange, black and white number 8 is now pointing in the right direction. Now, I think he's done that on his own. He has just spun up the Michelin tyres, cold, of course, after the pit stop.
Cold tyres, yeah, cold tyres. It just twitched away there. John Ferrano, very experienced, former champion in LMP2. Oh, I don't believe it.
He's got off at 16.
Great spot, John.
At the moment he got back on, he's back into it. Well, welcome to those of you joining us here at Sebring. We've had just on an hour, one full course caution which has just ended, and we're back to racing again. There was debris on the track at turn 5. It's been wheel-to-wheel stuff. John Ferrano's just had not one but 2 spins at turns 15 and 16. No harm, no foul in terms of causing another yellow flag. Welcome to those of you just joining from our NLS coverage. I won't give the result away for those who might be wanting to watch or listen later on. Thank you to Bruce Jones and Peter Snowden for the coverage there, and we'll have the rest of the NLS this season and the whole of the ADAC 24 hours of the Nürburgring live across the RSL network of audio and visual channels. We'll settle down now and concentrate here on this race for the next 10 hours and 58 minutes.
Aikens pulling the pin. He was 0.3 of a second quicker than Van der Zande in turn 1 alone on this lap, and 0.8 of a second quicker through the middle sector. As contact at sunset between the number 40 of Louis Delatraz for Wayne Taylor Racing as he nudges his way past the Mustang sampling number 5 JDC Porsche. He does get the move done. Now that is for 7th position, but Delatraz getting his elbows out. Former winner, of course, a couple of years ago in the Acura.
I shook my head there, Peter, as you were describing that adequately. It is just, to me, it's unfathomable that you do that so early on.
But through Sunset Bend, how often do we see cars go over a bump and get thrown way off their chosen line? I think more than any other corner in the world, holding one line is probably more difficult there than anywhere else. So we'll give them the benefit of the doubt. But yeah, I think the atmosphere out there in GTP is aggressive, would be the word I would use. As Van der Zande goes defensive there into Cunningham to try and hold off Kevin Estre, and this is just Christmas Day for Jack Aitken, because he's gone. He's a second and a half up the road already.
I'm not sure whether the Phillips 66 liveried Acura has got a Porsche magnet on it, but he's run into both of them so far.
Pick a fight with Kevin Estre at your peril.
I'm not sure that's a smart thing to do. Second, third and fourth are Renger van der Zande, Kevin Estre and Tom Blomqvist. Acura, Porsche, Acura and BMW, with Sheldon van der Linde closing in the number 24 WRT car, and Philippe Albuquerque is almost with them as well. We're going to have a 4-car, possibly even a 5-car battle, as Philippe Albuquerque's not that far away, battling for this second position. Right now, it seems that Renger van der Zande does not have the grip. Right in the centre of Sunset. That time around, the Porsche on a tighter line, bouncing around, but I don't think van der Zande is getting the grip that the other cars are. Here comes Estre to the inside, down at turn 1. He dragged right up to the back of the red, white and black machine and finally makes the pass back into second place.
Power move from Kevin Estre there, and van der Zande wisely decided to step back and fight another day there as well. A legend of IMSA is van der Zande, but also clever when he needs to be. So it looked like Estra, you're right, John, had that bit more grip underneath him. We've seen, particularly through the fast corners, like turn 1, like Sunset, the last corner, the Acuras just look more nervous through those fast corners. The drivers can do it, but it just looks more uncomfortable, whereas the Porsche, a little bit more uncomfortable looking, and then the Cadillac, they just seem to be breezing over the bumps right now.
So can Kevin Estra close down that gap? The gap was 2.34 seconds as he went across the line. Let's see how quickly that comes down between first and second.
Where did that first hour disappear to?
This is Sebring time. Things run differently. Let's, after that hectic pit stop cycle, our pit lane report. Oh, and off goes the number 93. That was Renger van der Zande. Tom Blomqvist was right behind him. Did he tap his teammate there, or was there some other issue? We'll go down to Ryan in a moment, who has an update on this very car, which will have to now rejoin. And we've seen penalties apply for unsafe rejoin at that part of the track, but Renger very sensibly just blended into turn 16. The car sent spinning off to driver's left. Was there contact between the two Acuras? That's an extraordinary moment for Renger van der Zande. He'd just been passed by Kevin Estra. No, he was on the curb. He was on the right-hand curb, spun up the Michelins at the back. That's exactly what we saw happen to Nick Yellerly. One corner further back on cold tyres.
Same car.
Same car. Yellerly went a lot further off, actually.
As I've said, they look nervous in the high-speed stuff, and that is a high-speed part of the racetrack. Coming through there in a GTP car, well over 100 miles an hour.
Let's go down to the pit lane and to Ryan. It does seem as though those Acuras, Ryan, are struggling to get the tyre temperatures up after the safety car periods.
The team would agree with that. It's funny because right before he had that moment, he had just been told on the radio, hey, we might not have it right now or might not have it this weekend. Let's make the most of what we have. Moments later, he went for the slide. You guys noticed that he got track position during the pit stop. The team confirmed to me that was because he had saved fuel in that first stint, needed less fuel, and that was what allowed him to get propelled up the order. But obviously, the outright pace and balance of that 93 is not to Renger's liking at the moment.
It was the cold tyres as well, and we had Nick Yellerly actually putting his hands up to it, didn't we, in our missional countdown to green. A Yellerly mistake is one to put in the record books.
Commemorative stamp.
Yeah.
Collector's item. He did admit to it through very clenched teeth. It was Arjuna hopefully was at a safe distance there, but yeah, clearly difficult to handle there through the bumpy stuff, through the fast stuff. Now, just as we were talking about that, the number 19 Van der Steur, Aston Martin went off the road, but now we're getting word that there's been an incident between that very car and the 36 Corvette for DXDT.
It is Rory Van der Steur behind the wheel. He just got into that car. He was off at turn 16. He quickly recovered. Seems that he might not have got there on his own.
One car out of the 54 cars that started, only one car did not come to pit lane during that last full course yellow, which was Robert McGuinness in the 023 Triarzi machine. Well, actually, it showed on our timing that that he hadn't, but indeed it's now updated. So apologies. Retract that previous statement. That's now gone levels again. So he is there on position. He's sitting in 5th in GTD. Great start.
The 023 Triarzi machine we talked about there. He's on the back straight at the moment in elegant isolation down the Allen-Ullman Straight. We're going to that brand new bridge, which has transformed the ability to have some extra parking out there. Already looking forward to 2027, dare I say that? The celebrations for the 75th running of the Mobil 1 12 Hours of Sebring already planned, and it will be a full year of celebrations around these parts. Had the great good fortune and, not to say, honour. Thank you very much to our local radio syndications. I was with Don and Dan for an hour this morning from 8 o'clock across their network. like 105.7, ESPN 106.3 and OJ 99.1, Highlands Best Country. And we're already trying to plan some stuff for next year as well that will see us do even more with our regional radio syndication here in this part of the world. Thanks again to everyone there for syndicating our audio on 106.3 Highlands ESPN.
So after the pit stop cycle, Manthey did some great pit work to get their Grello 911 to the front of GTD Pro ahead of the 14 Lexus for Vassar Sullivan that did a driver change. Dean McDonald, though, in that RLL McLaren, a brand new program for that team this year, having stepped away from the BMW factory program. They found this deal with McLaren, and Dean McDonald, he's right over the back now of Ricardo Feller. Really impressed at Daytona, and he's following it up here at Sebring, a track where he's never competed on in the Mobil 1 12 Hours of Sebring before, so this is all new for him. For Feller, well known in the particularly the Nürburgring circles actually, but he has done Sebring once, but not since 2019. Confirmation then, penalty for Sally Jolich for incident responsibility with the 19 Van der Steur Aston Martin. So he'll have to come through pit lane for a drive-through. What is one of our Porsche keys to the race, John?
Penalties.
Correct.
Stay away from penalties. So easy to drop a lap here. Now, the likelihood is there'll be more intervention by the Sebring Lexus safety car, but you can't count on that. We have had in this race long tranches of green flag running. Battles in the GT field. Green numbers are the GTDs. And at the sharp end, Dudu Barrichello having a look at Simon Mann. Simon Mann's just gone to the lead there in this lap because Dudu crossed the line in the lead, and Simon Mann has just retaken it. Dudu qualified that car on pole position, and a handy qualifying for Dudu Barrichello, who must surely be being considered for a works drive after what we've seen from him in this car for Hartner Racing.
Really impressive, really impressive young man he is. But that full course yellow really helped Heart of Racing, because Antonio Fuoco, the World Endurance Champion Ferrari Works driver, really was pulling away. He was 6.5 seconds up the road with several cars between him and the chasing Aston Martin. Now they've made a driver change. Simon Mann aboard, and Barrichello is all over the back of him. And then in the mix, in a different category, is the new Temerario Lamborghini. Car number 9, driven by Andrea Caldarelli, is in the GTD Pro category, so not actually in the same race per se, and they're pulling away from him like he's standing still.
Peter Mackay and John Hindhaugh in the Ford Racing Global Broadcast Centre. It's Arjuna and Ryan down in the pit lane. 10 hours and 48 minutes still to go. Jack Aiken leads by 0.8 of a second, then it's 3/4 of a second back from Kevin Estre in the Porsche to Tom Blomqvist in the Acura. In LMP2, PJ Hyatt has got to the front. He's gone by Misha Goikberg. And Spike the Dragon, who was looking a little worse for wear, had to have a precautionary gearbox change after a very nasty run over the bumps at turn 17 for PJ. Backed it in on the right-hand rear corner, but that car returned to health. Misha Goikberg second. Third is the first of the United Autosport cars. That's Daniel Goldberg in the mainly blue, number 22, and then Chris Cumming, Jeremy Clark in the Europol 43. In GTD Pro, Ricardo Feller for Grello and Manthey. On an NLS weekend, we've got Grello here at the birthplace of American endurance racing, leading RLL's McLaren, the 59 bright orange car of Dean McDonald. Kyle Kirkwood's been installed in the number 14 Vassar Sullivan Lexus. And in GT3, Simon Mann, Dudu Barrichello having a cracking battle at the front of the field. Just a little bit further back, Frankie Monti Calvo is a couple of seconds further back right now. closest car to that battle is actually the GTD Pro Temerario GT3 of Sandy Mitchell, who we'll have in the booth in a little further through. I'm hearing that Kalen Frederick has had contact. Yes, he's gone around. Looks like that is at Cunningham Corner, and there's been a coming together. He was running with Philippe Albuquerque and Ross Gunn. Now, is that going to elicit a response from race control?
Well, they'll be certainly looking through it in detail, because that was such a shame for Kalen Frederick, because he was really, really impressing early on. Apologies, I did say it was Andrea Caldarelli in the FAF Lamborghini. It's not. It's the man from Forfar in Scotland. Sandy Mitchell is round the outside, goes Dudu Barrichello for the lead in GTD. Simon Mann can do nothing about it. That Aston is absolutely locked down. Great move, but it all set up at sunset as Mann has the rear of the Ferrari sliding round like a rally car and just about gathers it together. Very, very nearly a spin. I don't think you'll ever get a bigger moment than that without spinning, and that killed his momentum. And Barrichello's trying to check out early now, take a couple of car lengths and move ahead.
Sounds like it was Porsche on Porsche action at Cunningham Corner, as Felipe Nasser has been called by race control after that incident for the JDC Miller number 5 Mustang sampling car. Mark Rushbrook has joined us. Hello, Mark, man at the head of Ford. You've had a busier start to the year than even I have. Oh yeah, that was a little bit of a desperate dive, I'm afraid, from Felipe Nasser. Quite unusual for him. That I think might have a drive-through. Down in Australia earlier on in the year, watching the supercars. Not the result you wanted with the single entry to Bathurst. We'll gloss over that. We'll gloss over that one. Nobody here dressed as kangaroos. We've got cows here, but no kangaroos.
Hop over that one.
Yeah, oh, very good. I see what you did there, Peter. You're not getting a Ford anytime soon. No, absolutely. Tell me about Sebring. Why is Sebring so special for Ford and for endurance racing in the US?
Yeah, I mean, this is an incredible track for racing on. We use this track for so much development and prove out for durability because of the unique characteristics of it. And the fans here are absolutely fantastic. So what we've been able to bring here this weekend has been very busy, but it's great because we have 2 factory GT3s, 2 customer GT3s. We had 8 Mustang GT4s in the race yesterday. We had Mustang Challenge here with over 20 cars racing. Mustang Corral, fan engagement with the Village, with Raptor experience outside the back straight. So there's Ford everywhere, and so much opportunity with the fans here.
And Ford providing the new Raptors for the MG safety team as well this year. Just had a change in lead at the front of the field. Jack Aitken has been passed by Kevin Estre. Traffic giveth, traffic taketh away our Porsche keys to the race through turn 17. We've seen Estre trying that very close inside line before Peter Mackay. He got bounced out a little bit a few laps ago, but he's continued to try it. He got good grip coming out of there and dragged past Aitken before they even got to the stripe.
This is where Estre is at his absolute best, in those instinctive decisions in traffic. Coming into Sunset, he gets to the middle of the corner, the rear of the car steps right out on him, and he just handles it beautifully, tucks past, but oh, not so elegant for the number 22 United Autosport is Clash coming out of Sunset with a 43 into Europol car.
That was Jeremy Clark in the into Europol car. And which it was the 22 would be Dan Goldberg. Yeah, absolutely. By the way, we are going to get a penalty, as we thought, for Felipe Nasser for that low percentage lunge up at Cunningham.
Goldberg looked at a classic example at Sunset, hit the bump, car goes way up and off the desired line and then into the side of Jeremy Clark there.
I'll be interested to see how race control work that one. So Felipe Nasser will come down the pit lane in a moment, going straight through. Mark Rushbrook still with us here. What do you say to your drivers at the start of the race? I'm sure everybody, every team, every OEM tells them it's a 12-hour race, it's a 12-hour race. Then what do you say to them 2 laps in when they've clearly not listened to a word anybody said to them?
Well, it's crazy, some of what we're seeing the racing throughout the field. Yeah, it's a 12-hour race, and we tell our drivers the strategy, and we remind them it's a 12-hour race. We've got to stay on the lead lap. We've got to be in contention for the end, because once the sun falls, anything can happen at the end. And some of the racing that we've seen, luckily not our drivers so far, but some of the racing we're seeing on track, it just shows how important this race is and how much the drivers get amped up for it.
You had a great start to the season again. The works cars in the Ford colours with the galloping Mustang on the side. A great Daytona again. That was effectively a new car. That's the Evo car. What process do you go through talking to the works teams, the Ford drivers, and indeed your customers when you decide what you are going to change on those evolutions?
Yeah, it's great to have Multimatic as our partner, some fantastic customer teams that we have around the world. After 2 years of racing the Mustang GT3, we were starting to see areas that could be improved, got that feedback from our teams, especially HRT in Europe. What could be better with drivability, with the braking system, with aero, with power delivery, and going through that process last year, making all those incremental improvements, getting it through. And now the feedback that we're hearing from all of our teams, not just the factory drivers, but the customer cars that have been on track already, they love the new car. Just so much better braking, better drivability, more downforce with the aero with what we've been able to do. So we're excited about what this new car is.
GT racing, or all of sports car racing, is what we call a balance of performance category. There will be people saying, why do you bother doing that when ultimately it's up to the series to make sure everybody has a similar performance potential? So what is the point then of spending time, effort and resources in refining cars in the way that you guys are doing?
Yeah, the way I simplify it is details matter. Anybody can, not anybody, you can get the car in the box in terms of homologation with the aero window that you need to be in, with the power, making the horsepower from the engine. That's the first step. But then really refining it to optimize at the limits, it is those details that separate the best car from the average cars, or the best teams, the best drivers. So fully optimizing it at those limits, at those extremes, or even outside the operating window, that's not part of the homologation, but what you really see on track. That's what matters.
And does that, and by the way, Dan Goldberg has in the number 22 United Autosports USA, the blue car, have a drive-through for incident responsibility with Inter-Europol that we were talking about at turn 17. But does it also, is it things like, this is endurance, and particularly in IMSA, we have a wide variety of circuit characteristics from the high banks of Daytona to here. That's a pretty big difference. Then there'll be Long Beach. We go to smoother circuits like Watkins Glen, Petit Le Mans. They're all different. Is it about giving you a wider window to get the car set up into?
Yeah, because this car is, the Mustang GT3 is racing all around the world on all those different tracks, and with a broad spectrum of drivers, from our factory drivers racing here in GTD Pro to customer drivers that may not have that same extreme capability that our factory drivers do. So we've got to make sure it's good on all tracks in all conditions, but for a variety of drivers, and it's got to be drivable even for the factory driver, for them to be comfortable at the limit, and the customer driver as well.
What do we get back as customers of Ford and their street cars? Mustang is a global car. Quite unusual now, actually, to have a global car. It's a global car. What do we get back? What are you learning on that specific model? Also on how you go about designing, developing the automotive, refining the automotive product.
Yep, so I'll answer that in reverse. I'll answer the second question first. The way that we are organized now in Ford Racing, we are one team, and we work on all of our racing programs and all of our performance vehicles in the same building, working on optimizing that. So we're the same engineering smartness is going into the race cars and into the road cars and being transferred back and forth. And that's true whether it's on a Mustang or a Raptor, everything that we do. Specifically on Mustang, with the lineage that we've followed in the last 4 years is once we knew we were committed to a new generation Mustang, and we had the Mustang EcoBoost, GT, and Dark Horse. We used the Dark Horse as the homologation basis for the Dark Horse R race car and Mustang Challenge, for the Mustang GT4, and for the Mustang GT3. All of those race cars are based on the Dark Horse. And then once we saw the Mustang GT3 as a race car, and Jim Farley said, yes, please, I'll have one of those for the road. That then, from road to race cars, that Mustang GT3 then led to the Mustang GTD road car. So we've just gone road to race to road. And now that we've got the GTD out there with customers, with setting times at the ring, same engineers working on that. Now we continue to make even better road cars to fit in between the Dark Horse and the GTD with the Mustang Dark Horse SC that we just unveiled. So continue learning on road and race, same team, and we just keep making better and better cars.
We had 2 great Mustang Challenge races here yesterday. I take it you're getting ready to go back to Australia and to Phillip Island next weekend to see Mustang Cup. That is, for the first time, going to be a series that's outside the US.
Yeah, that was our ambition from the beginning. To as we sell Mustangs globally, like you said, for the street, we want to race them globally and at all levels. So we have Mustang GT3s and GT4s racing around the world. Mustang Challenge growing to Mustang Cup here in the US last year, but now to have Mustang Cup in Australia. We'll do more of those global series as we go through time, just continue adding them and be more and more global.
It's brilliant. I made the call on it over the last 2 days. I love watching it. I love the fact that it's a stick shift car. There's elements of actually having to get things right and drive cars again, and that joy of driving manual 3-pedal cars and racing those, I think is brilliant. I'll finish off, Mark, if I may, that it's just you and I, okay? And Peter, he's listening as well. How's the prototype going? How's the prototype going? Come on, you can tell us. Nobody's listening.
It's an incredible program. The opportunity to race at Le Mans for the overall win. We love racing there with our Mustangs, and we want to win with our Mustangs. But the opportunity to win overall again for Ford and in a hypercar. It's a great class. We're excited about becoming part of it. So many other great manufacturers there. But it's a lot of work, for sure.
And you haven't got much time left. We're sitting here in March. The car's got to be homologated, what, September? Yeah. October time?
We've got a lot of work to do, but we're committed to it. We've got the engine being designed and on the dyno in Dearborn, and that's where the race engines will be built as well, all in-house. Working with Orca as a great chassis partner. Good input from our design studio, but our aerodynamics have led the development of the body. Because
it has to look like a Ford.
It's got to look like a Ford, but it's got to be a fast Ford, and it's got to have the capability to win. So all that's coming together, and we'll be doing our testing and development through the later part of this year. Go through the homologation process. Some of that testing and durability prove out will be here on this track because of what Sebring is, and then ready to go racing when the WEC season starts in 27.
The car's got to look like a Ford. I presume it's going to look more like a Ford GT than a Ford Raptor.
It'll be somewhere in that spectrum.
You've got a lot of design influence to play with there. Peter, a final question from you?
I watched that wonderful video that Ford Racing released with Chris Harris and Max Verstappen having a bit of a track day to themselves in the Mustang GTD, and Chris asked Max, have you got one of these? And he said, no, I don't yet. But what I want to know after that video, did he get in touch?
I don't know. It sounds like we need to follow up on that assignment.
Yeah,
but that was an incredible video to see Max's true passion. I mean, yes, he's a racer, Formula One racer, world champion, but he's such a nice person, and he has a genuine love for those vehicles. So that was all natural, what you saw, of course, with Chris and Max and the GTD. Yeah, great video, but really good to see Max's personality come out in it.
Mark, thanks for joining us. As ever, thanks for the support that Ford puts into all kinds of racing. Obviously, we're slightly biased with endurance racing, but we try and follow us as much as we can in the W2RC with the Bronco. They were out in Portugal this weekend. You got some lessons to learn from that. So I hear, but I know you'll bounce back, and also, of course, with Ford now back in Formula One. Just brings back DFV memories to me as well. Thank you very much indeed. Enjoy the weekend as much as you can.
Thank you for having me. We love what you guys do.
Mark Rushbrook, who has graciously given us some of his time to come and talk to us about all things Blue Oval. My dad's first ever car was a 105E Ford Anglia blue with a white stripe down the side, the one with the canted back windows. Well, Kevin Estre went through and took the lead there as we started to talk to Mark Rushbrook. He's pulled out 2.3 seconds, Peter.
That he has, but what is fascinating to me in that last 10 minutes or so, bear in mind we're an hour and a half into the race now, these GDP cars are on the same tyres they started on, and yet there are still personal best sectors popping up on the timing screen. For Michelin, I think specifically, they'll be delighted to see that. Yes, the drivers have been managing the pace, sure, but the way that that tyre is still able to give the performance, we're at a 97 Fahrenheit track temperature now, so, and the surface here at Sebring is an extreme condition, so it's a new tyre for this year and seems to be giving performance deep into not just a stint, but we're well into well, a stint and a half now. In fact, just as I say that, Philippe Eng has just gone through the middle sector faster than anyone else has during this race, so the tyre has got long pace in it. 43 laps completed, and it's still putting in some red hot pace.
Let's go for a VP update here on IMSA Radio and IMSA TV, and it is Estre leading by 2.2 seconds from Jack Aiken, Porsche from Cadillac, and Acura in third. Tom Blomqvist another half a second further back. He's got half a second on the fourth different manufacturer at the top of the standings in GTP. That's the BMW Hybrid V8 of Sheldon van der Linde. In LMP2, PJ Hyatt has the EO Racing Spike the Dragon at the head of the field by 18 seconds. Misha Goikberg in second place. Check that by 12 seconds. He's got 7 seconds on John Field. John Field back up into, with the 37, up into third position. That was a car that was off the track and in the pits a couple of times. They've worked the strategy very nicely indeed in the Intersport number 37. The 73 is in third position. That's the Pratt Miller Chris Cumming driven car. The top six made up by Naveen Rao, also had a couple of offs, and the 43 in third, in sixth rather, so Era in fifth, and Jeremy Clark for Inter Europol is in sixth. In GTD Pro, it's Porsche, it's Ricardo Feller, it's Manthey and Grello that leads by a second and a half from Dean McDonald, keeping them honest in the orange McLaren for Team RLL. The number 14 Lexus, Vassar Sullivan, Kyle Kirkwood is another 2.5 seconds further back. He's got 1 second on Nick Tandy, who is in Roxy, the number 77 EO Racing car. Then it's Paul Miller Racing, Neil Verhagen and the BMW, and then in sixth position, the best of the Corvettes is still the number 4, and that is Tommy Milner. And finally, last but by no means least, a cracking scrap going on earlier on between Dudu Barrichello and Simon Mann. Dudu's got through and pulled out around about 4 seconds on the Ferrari, so 27 Aston from 21 Ferrari. Sandy Mitchell still sitting there, hasn't been able to get past Simon Mann's Ferrari in the brand new Lamborghini Temerario GT3. That's a GT Pro car. I think that's as much down to how Simon Mann's driving, to be honest. Frankie Montecalvo is third in GTD, fourth, that's a Lexus of course, fourth for Adam Adelson in the white, in the green and yellow number 120 right Porsche. Robert McGuinness for the 023 Triazi competition. Ferrari is in fifth, and sixth is Indy John Donchi for Winward Racing and AMG. That's your VP Racing in race update.
Well, what a start to this 74th edition of the Mobil 1 12 Hours of Sebring. I think Felipe Nasr is a trifle hot under the collar right now because he's just put in the fastest lap of the race so far. First driver to go into the 1:49s, and is it trying to catch up a little bit after getting a drive-through penalty for contact with Caden Frederick. But another driver who has just snuck his way through the order is Louis Delatraz in the number 40 Dex Imaging Wayne Taylor Racing Cadillac, and he's very close, just a couple of car lengths behind the third and second place car, Tom Blomqvist in there, Sheldon van der Linde also, and the number 60 Acura of Tom Blomqvist. So yeah, he's really managed to get his way forward, although Kevin Estre is pulling away at the front of the field. Delatraz has gained a few positions since the last full course yellow, which already, goodness, around half an hour ago. So we're getting into a nice little rhythm now, and still with an hour and 34 minutes of running, still there are personal best times and indeed personal best sectors popping up on the timing screen. Particularly in GTP, that new tyre brought in this year is providing that performance despite the rising track temperature. It's still climbing 99 Fahrenheit now on the track, and it's only going to get more so. When we started, it was 79 Fahrenheit on the track, so we've 20 Fahrenheit of increase in just an hour and a half, John.
Incredible stuff. Adam Adelson reunited with the number 120. That is the shiniest green Porsche I have ever seen. It's a flat colour, but it's a deep, it's almost Porsche tartan green. Do you remember that colour,
yes,
Peter? With the yellow stripe down the middle, which features the outlines of circuits on which they compete. And it was described to me by somebody that is, that's the Lotus Porsche, and I know what they mean, because it does look like a 1960s, 1970s Lotus racing car, but it just works so well.
They do have a British driver in Callum Islet, so maybe they want to make him feel at home with some British racing green on there.
Very good point.
I don't know.
Very good point. Adam Adelson, who acquired Wright Racing, what, a season or so ago, and now he said they wouldn't change very much, and that car very handily placed at the moment in 4th position in class. Pit lane and a pit stop slightly out of sequence for the number 37 John Field. Remember, I said he was way up the top, and that's why it's being watched down there by Ryan Murray.
John Field, two-time class winner of this event. Great double stint to get started. Great second stint in particular, because as you noted, that car picked up damage in stint number 1, and they had to change the nose during the first pit stop. He's out of the car. It's Seth Lucas getting in. He's been able to race his way forward, pitting from 3rd place here. Really good effort from John and the Intersport Racing team. A little bit on the early side of the window, John, but not much. I think we're going to see a bunch of LMP2 pit stops here very soon. Second place car should be in shortly. Christian Goikberg, expect to see him replaced by Parker Thompson. And also, just a moment ago, we saw the Vanderstur Racing Aston in and out of the pits. I need to go check out why they were in, because that definitely strikes me as early.
Perhaps Jack Aitken starting to show a chink of weakness here. He's under a lot of pressure from Tom Blomqvist for second position. Blomqvist in that 60 Acura, the black and orange machine. They're rushing through the S's now towards Le Mans curve, and as we get deeper and deeper into this stint, as Estra in the lead trying to get by the ERA Motorsport number 18 car, and gets held up a little bit. That trims the gap down a touch, but perhaps the Acura now starting to come good in the latter part of the double stint. So although the car's more difficult to get seems to be more difficult to get the temperature in the tyre when it's new, maybe that means you get a trade-off with good late stint performance, and Blomqvist goes straight around the outside at Sunset and moves past the pole sitter Jack Aitken as they run towards turn 1 now. But Aitken's going to try and tough it on the outside. Surely not. He's very good through here, but Blomqvist holding him off, and Aitken has to give best. So Tom Blomqvist for Meyershank for Acura moves up to second place just before Christensen corner, and now Aitken, the former pole sitter, in 3rd place. He's got Sheldon van der Linden now all over the back of him.
Just amazing how quickly you can go from attack to defence and back to attack again. The leading cars with a little bit of clear air ahead of them for the moment before they get into the next set of traffic. Number 6 of Kevin Estre about to come upon the Heart of Racing Aston number 27. I know that'll be the 37, excuse me, of John Field, who's just come out of the pit lane. Yes, it is. And then a battling midfield of half a dozen GTD Pro cars, then another little gap, and then the leaders in GTD Pro, then another little gap, and so it goes on. And that this will be the story now till the end of the race in 10 hours, 22 minutes exactly time. Into the pit lane then for Daniel Goldberg. He's into the pit, and following him in, it's PJ Hyatt. Let's go down to Ryan.
Yes, that's from the lead here at LMP2. PJ Hyatt probably had the pace, definitely had the pace to be on pole yesterday, but had to lose his fastest qualifying lap due to bringing out a red flag in one of the practice sessions earlier in the weekend. But he's put that pace on display, raced his way to the lead, got around Goldberg early in this stint, and extended the lead up over 6 seconds prior to this round of pit stops. Unlike the most of the LMP2 cars we've seen come in, no driver change for AO. This will be at least a triple stint for PJ Hyatt. They'll replenish the fuel. Michelin tires already on, the driver change complete, making sure that windscreen is nice and clear for PJ to see out of. But this looks like a picture-perfect stop for AO Racing, just waiting on the fuel, and they'll send him back out where he should cycle back through to the lead once more.
Amazing that we're so early into this race and there's already pit stop offsets from pretty much all of the classes, actually. Here's Philippe Albuquerque coming into the pits. He's already out of the car, and this looks like full service, full new Michelin. So this is a new driver, and therefore you will get a new set of Michelin tyres to go with the new driver. I suspect that'll be double stinting again on these tyres for, that looked like Ricky Taylor getting in there.
It was, yeah, Ricky Taylor jumping aboard the number 10 Wayne Taylor Racing Cadillac. With still quite a bit of usable energy left in the tank there, so pitting a little bit off sequence there as Kevin Estre out front in the lead of the motor race still has 18% of usable energy left, so yeah, just under a third of a stint, so maybe 15 minutes or so he could potentially go on, which would be nearly 2 hours of running, albeit some of it under full course yellow. But Bloomquist in that Acura, as the tyres are starting to wear, is moving forward, but Aitken is now really fading. He was a 153.1 last time by, so the Cadillac,
that's traffic. It's got to be traffic.
Yeah, there's a bit of traffic, but he's definitely been fading over the last 10 minutes. And is that because, I mean, the car's clearly very, very good on a new tyre, but is it now starting to come a cropper?
Here's another thing to throw in. We're a little bit early for this at the moment, but we have got Michelin Endurance Cup points to think about as well, Peter.
Yes.
And they are awarded at various times throughout the races. There's been a spin coming out of the final corner for the Inter-Europol number 43, and that in fact was going into the pit lane. So coming out of the final corner for Jeremy Clark, I wonder if that was a cough and a splutter to get in, or did he have a spin? He was moving very, very slowly as he came into pit lane.
He had damage at the rear of the car, so I wonder if he spun in turn 17, hit and gone back into the barrier, because the rear of the car was really shaky.
Ryan Marine is at Inter-Europol.
This was Jeremy's IMSA debut a year ago, and he won. Really a remarkable feat. I think they knew they were going to have to change the rear deck on that car. They had been sourcing another one earlier here. Remember, that car had some contact earlier in the stint. I think it was with one of the United cars, but it looks like the damage has worsened, perhaps because of that spin that you mentioned moments ago. The clip is off. Jeremy will stay aboard the car, so a triple stint for him. And so far, this is going according to plan. They've got the tires done. The back is now on, and they'll wait for the fuel. If they can get that done before the fuel is done, then it's been perfect. Unfortunately, the fuel now comes unplugged, and they've not quite got it buttoned down, but it won't be much longer until he's back out underway. Also out of the GTD class, Frankie Montecalvo is in, and this does not look like a scheduled stop, unfortunately. I thought it was a little bit early. That car is up on the jacks, and there are no crew members working on the car. They're huddled together in conference, trying to figure out what the plan is, and I'll check in with the team and try and get some details. They had raced their way to 4th from 6th on the grid prior to this issue.
The other car involved in that pit lane entry incident with Inter-Europol was Ford Mustang number 64, and that would be Ben Barker behind the wheel of that car. So I'm not sure whether the Inter-Europol car was due to come in there, or whether he committed late and Ben couldn't avoid him, or some other form of incidents, version of events. And still waiting for the rear deck and wing to go on that Inter-Europol. Huge gaggle of cars, 1, 2, 3 wide coming into the final corner. And the Europol car wants to get across to the right-hand side, but can't because there's a BMW there. And right in the middle of turn number 17, just gets a nudge from Ben Barker as he was lifting off, trying to drop in behind the BMW to the right, and therefore get into the pit lane. Not sure how you call that one, Peter, to be honest. We'll have a think about that whilst we get some more updates from the pit lane. Chris Meese, actually, in the team car, has just come into the pit lane for that, and there is some damage. In fact, some of the Europol car is on the front of Ben Barker's number 64. Ryan?
An update on the number 12 from Vassar Sullivan, with thanks to the great Kevin Diamond, PR rep for the team, letting me know it's the gearbox overheating, evidently. There is a very distinct odor down here in its pit box. The car did just make its way down the pit lane, but I think it's about to head back to the paddock. I don't think they can get the repairs done in the pits, so this looks like an extended repair behind the wall for the number 12 car.
I'm absolutely certain that race control will have to have a look at that contact, Peter. I mean, it's really unfortunate, isn't it? Because Jeremy Clark's trying to get to the pit lane and couldn't. At one stage, there were 3 cars on the inside of him, and just when he sees the gap behind the BMW, doesn't even have to brake, he's just lifted off, and he's got the Mustang right behind him.
And of course, if you're Ben Barker, you've no idea that the Europol car is coming into the pits, and you expect a prototype in a high-speed corner to be quite a bit faster than you if you're in a GT car, and just checked up in front of him. I think that that's a really difficult incident to call for race control. I wonder if there's any
racing drivers in there that help make the decisions.
Of course, and luckily so. The front of the new Ford Mustang Evo GT3, there's a lot of big aero changes on the front of that car to improve the front grip, etc., to remove pitch sensitivity as much as possible. And we're hearing now there's no action called. I think that's a very good call, personally. I think you couldn't really call it one way or the other. But coming back to that 64 Ford Ben Barker, hopefully they haven't damaged any of those aero pieces on the front of the car.
Some quick times coming in, Peter, including the new fastest lap of the race last time around for Tom Blomqvist in the number 60 car, the white car with the orange front and the black hind quarters. B-Max burning off the VP Racing fuel, and now the lead is down to just on a second as Kevin Estra has gone through, and actually it's 1.8 seconds at the moment. Let's see if we can square the circle on one or two of these things as Louis Delatraz is in the pits for Cadillac and the number 40 Wayne Taylor Racing team. It's Ryan down in the pit lane.
It was a front stint, I think it's safe to say, for Dan Goldberg. Fresh out of the 22, Rasmus Lind is in. You had the contact with the Inter Europol car. Can you take us through your stint and that incident in particular?
Yeah, it was a little rough and tumble out there, as Sebring is. When I passed Clark in the Inter car earlier, I nicked off a dive plane, so that made the car a little off. Kind of resulted in my spin in 16, sent me back a little bit. Made my way back up. Then again in 16, Clark behind me, I had a crappy run off of 16, so he had a good run on me. I knew he was coming, so I took the inside, left him plenty of room on the outside, as is the IMSA guidelines. You know, when you come through 17, the car always skips. He was right next to me. I think he should have left a little more room. We both could have come through there clean. I left room for him. So car skipped, I tagged him, and we just tangled there.
Still got a car you can fight with, though?
Oh, yeah. Car's pretty good. We'll keep fighting.
When are you in the car next?
Well, I don't want to give away our strategy.
Fair enough. We'll let you go.
Full course yellow, Dragon Spade Ferrari. Henrik Edmond has gone off at Tower Turn. Or is that...
That's turn 3, Christensen.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
What's he doing at that angle there? That's what's put me off.
I'm not sure.
He's at a 45-degree angle. I thought he'd run on at either turn 10 or turn 13.
Christmas Day for the number 40 Wayne Taylor Racing Cadillac crew, who were in the pits when the full course yellow came out. But They have not put new tyres on, John, so they are going to be going deep into more than a double stint on those tyres.
Right rear suspension damage for Henrik Hedman.
Cause or effect, I wonder.
Yeah, well, are we going to see someone called for contact there as well? And that Henrik really caught me out there, because what he's done is he's done a really sensible thing. Obviously the back end of the car's damaged, but he's pulled off to the right-hand side of the circuit as quickly as he could. Ross Gunn has come into a closed pit.
And he was fine on fuel.
Yeah, so presumably he's gone straight through, if he's got any sense. In the Aston, number 23. No, he stopped. He should have waved him through that. The full course yellow came out at 58 and 8 seconds, and he didn't come in until 58 and 52, so that wasn't close. Oh, and that was a high-speed impact for Hedman. I take it back, Henrik. He didn't confuse me by parking it there. He had no choice whatsoever.
Parker Thompson.
Parker Thompson.
I'm sorry, that is really over the edge.
So unusual for Parker, pushing that LMP2 car too hard and sideswiping. That's the second place car in class. I know he's trying to chase down the leader, but that is a big sideswipe. I mean, what are the cars doing as they're accelerating out of there? A GTD car, Peter, accelerating well up over 100 miles an hour, I would think.
You're coming out of, no, I got this right, you're coming out of turn 1 in a GTD car at 115. Where that impact has happened, Henrik Hedman would be doing 130 miles an hour as he hits the brake. A GTP will be 150, so maybe an LMP2 will be somewhere in the middle of that, maybe 140, 145.
Side swipe.
And there was plenty of room given. There was a huge amount of room given there. I have to say that's a real misjudgment. And as you rightly say, very unusual for Parker Thompson, but oh, he'll be wincing at that. Both of them will be. And let's just hope Henrik's all right, because that was a big hit.
The car side-by-side impact on that short straight between effectively turn 2 isn't a turn, is it? We then get the Christensen corner, which is the left-hander. That sent Henrik Hedman's Ferrari, the Dragon Speed Ferrari in the
Corvette.
Corvette in the Evel Knievel colours, off to the wall on the right-hand side of the circuit. It was a fairly flat impact, thank goodness, on the guardrail, but it was unguarded guardrail, broke the rear suspension, and then he hit the tyre barriers, the banded tyres, which are 4 and 5 wide there, but he hit that on the end, and that spun the car round again. Henrik already receiving attention from the Aston Martin, from the AMR, that's where I was going with that, safety crew. And thank you to them again. The steps, wrecker truck, the rollback is already there. Second full course, yellow. 8 minutes to go before the end of another hour. We'll do your VP in-race update there. Let's go down to the pit lane before it gets busy. Here's Ryan Murray.
Just wanted to clean up one thing. During the LMP2 pit stops, I noted that Vanderstar Racing was making a stop, and it seemed out of sequence. I checked with the team, and there was a reason. They picked up a puncture, so they dove to the pit lane, made that change. Otherwise, they're having a decent day.
We need to look closely now at what the GTP cars do in this pit stop, because the number 40 Wayne Taylor Racing Cadillac has made the first move. They pitted just at the right time there, ahead of sequence, and indeed, of course, the number 10 Wayne Taylor Racing Cadillac had pitted a couple of laps before that. Now, the number 40 Wayne Taylor Racing Cadillac of Louis Delatraz did not take tyres, so those are still the same Michelin tyres that they started the race on. So they're looking to go deep into the race on those tyres. We'll watch very closely what the other GTP cars do. Did they throw a newer set on, or do they continue suffering now to benefit later with more fresh rubber for later in the race?
That hit for Henrik Hedman.
Big.
It's moved the concrete barrier, that. Even on the side-by-side contact.
But it's huge speed in there. It doesn't look as fast as it is. As I mentioned, a GTP car is hitting the brakes at 150, and LMP2 won't be that far behind that kind of speed. GTD at 130 miles an hour, and Henrik, I mean, he only really caught the very edge of the tyre as well. It could have easily hit the concrete wall. The Corvette looks to have been very safe in that impact and taken the impact well, but yeah, that's a big error there from Parker Thompson.
Second entry onto the circuit by the Sebring Lexus safety car.
When I was at Moto Petit Le Mans, John, I got taken round the track in a Lexus 4-door F machine, ISF. You've had your turn. You've gone round. Who have taken you round this circuit? Well, you've taken Tom Christensen round this circuit, not the other way round.
Yeah, I've taken Tom Christensen round here. I've taken a number of people around Road Atlanta in various machinery down through the years.
Who's the best passenger ride you've had with?
Sitting next to.
Sitting next to, yeah.
Not over here, actually. Probably Ron Fellows out in Europe in a Corvette. We were doing a General Motors Day when I was working for RML. We took one of the Astra Rally cars there. Is it Opel's coming back to motorsport, actually, going to be in Formula E, replacing DS. It's a different brand from the same group, of course. And at the end of the day, there was some Corvette sitting there with fuel in, and Ron said, "Shall we have a go?" It was the Oschersleben that we were at, and he said, "Shall we have a go?" Yeah. Throws me the keys, and I threw them straight back to the man I always call the Wizard, and said, "What are you giving those to me for? I want to see how you work it." And so we had about 15 minutes of joy on the track on our own. I got him back though, because I took him round Canadian Tire Motorsport Park for the same series of programmes, which was the ZF Race Reporter. They're all still on.
I've seen it
on YouTube, and it was very early in the morning, and a brand new Corvette and Ron Fellows, and it very nearly all went wrong coming out of turn one on the change of surface there. Ron was a total pro and just finished his answer, and then said, "Hey, fast hands." My eyes and my hand movements are a picture on that. I still think Tom Christensen round here for that series, the long version in particular, was very funny. Welcome to the booth to Jackson Keck, who's just joined us. He's enjoying the view here. One of the next generation of race fans. Hello to the rest of the Keck family as well. And are you going up to Watkins, Glen? To Broad America? Yeah, okay, we'll be there. Let's break off and go down to the pit lane where our juniors rejoined us for the first of the pit stops.
It's driver change city down here, John, for the GTPs. All of the teams seemingly swap their drivers around, but very interesting. BMW, I think they put scrub tires on in the previous pit stop window. They're doing so again as everyone else puts on stickers. Bit of a change as they roll off and away as the number 6 Porsche Penske Motorsports loses out to a couple of the machines. The number 7 with another slightly longer stop, John. Once again, they have been compromised by the fact that the 6 pitted in front of them, and they had to awkwardly position themselves into the stall as Lauren Heinrich takes over.
I think it was Ricky Taylor who got out earlier than everybody else there, Arjuna, and that's of course because they had long since stopped. They'd only done 7 laps since they were last in, so they needed slightly less fuel than everybody else that was in there, possibly other than Felipe Nasser, but no, that was the drive-through, so he wouldn't have had any service. Ryan Marine's joined us in the Ford Racing Global Broadcast Centre. What a first couple of hours.
It was. Kept us on our toes.
Enjoy that?
Of course, yeah. The grid was amazing. The energy, fantastic. Tough to do the job when it's so packed, but you know what? I'll take it.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Any day. If I have to fight through a crowd, that means there's something going right.
I've never seen anything like that here before. We've had some big ones. You know, if you go back to the 70th, I was here for the 60th as well, and they were big events. I cannot even begin to imagine what 75 next year is going to look like.
No, it'll be bonkers.
Count me in right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Sign up this instant to get there and see that firsthand.
Get a chance now to take a little breath, catch some of the aircon here as well. Reasonable temperature though out there, 24 Celsius in the air, which is around mid-70s, but we start to see that track temperature get up towards 40 degrees again. That's okay. If it goes, that's 102 Fahrenheit. Another 4, 5, 6 degrees Fahrenheit if you're getting into the 110s, 115s, getting towards 120s, and that's getting towards 50 Celsius. That's when the Michelin engineers will start taking some notice.
Right, I think the GTP drivers in particular would love to see some clouds roll over and keep that track temperature down, because they're doing a lot of their double stinting now in the heat of the day, and they're the first to tell you it's not the most pleasant experience.
Here come the GTs. GTD Pro leading the field in. That's Ricardo Feller in the 911 Grello car. Let's go back to Arjuna.
And I think these warmer conditions are also influencing the choices of some teams. Winward's 57 is going to do another driver change. Philip Ellis started. Indy Donche did hour 2. Russell Ward will do hour 3 as we continue to cycle through. Klaus Bachler's going to take over in the race, leading Manthey Grello 911. I'm in front, though, of the Lamborghini Temerario as they get to work. Driver change underway here as the 4 Michelin tires, 4 Michelin sticker tires go on as well. Just packing off the fuel, and quite remarkably coincident, just in front of them, the old outgoing Lamborghini Huracan with that V10 rumble slots into its stall as Wayne Taylor decks get to work.
We'll let everybody cycle through, and I'll do a little interim update on our VP in-race updates. We're coming down to 2 hours having been completed now. So still 10 hours to go as the GTs stream out. I can tell you the running order at the front of the GTP field and the P2, so let's do that now. It was the 3 Cadillacs who benefited there, and Wayne Taylor Racing in particular turned both the 40 and the 10 around very quickly. Louis Delatraz now leads behind the Sebring Lexus safety car. It is Ricky Taylor in the 10 car in second, and it's a lockout at the front. What do we call a gaggle? Is the collective noun for Cadillacs? A smooth of Cadillacs? It's a fast of Cadillacs at the moment. Earl Bamber has been plugged into the number 31 Whelen car. The best of the Porsches, as it has been all day, is the number 6 car now with Laurent Vanteur behind the wheel of that car. Colin Brown in the number 60 Acura ARX is next up. Then Robert French aboard the BMW for Team RLL. That is in 6th position. Teammate behind is Kevin Magnussen. Hello, K-Mag. 24 and 25, then 6th and 7th. Timon van der Helm, Timon van der Helm, excuse me, in the number 5 Mustang sampling GDC Porsche. Alex Riberas has taken over the Valkyrie in 9th place, and Alex Palou, Lauren Heinrich behind the wheel now, the number 7, delayed with a drive-through penalty among other things, but that of course is as of nothing now because they've all packed back up again, and it is Alex Palou behind the wheel of the number 93, the red, white, black Acura. See above comments for that as well, actually, because that car was facing in the wrong direction. Second time we've seen a spin for that car this week in the same part of the track. Second time it's hammered on cold tyres. Once for Louis Della, once for Nick Yellerly as well. How unusual is it to see that happen? In LMP2, it is going to be AO Racing, PJ Hyatt from Parker Thompson. I suspect that incident will be having some attention given to it. Parker Thompson and Henrik Hedman, wasn't it? So it's AO from Brian Herter Racing, from TDS, David Ennemar Hansen behind the number 11 car wheel now. Era Motorsport, Jacob Abel in the 18. Then Pratt Miller Motorsport, Chris Cummings, Seth Lucas into Sport Racing in the 37, and they're back on the same strategy now as everybody else, so it's kind of worked out for them. And United Autosports, Rasmus Lind in the 22 is in 7th. George Kurtz just in 8th position now, ahead of Sebastian Alvarez, Jeremy Clark and Hunter McElroy. They're still finishing off their pit cycle, so I may have to reset that for you, because there's 1 or 2 who are splashing again at the end, including the Valkyrie, the worst off of the two Porsches being Lauren Heinrich and Alex Palou. And very quickly, here are your leaders in GTD Pro will be the number 65, Sebastian Priaulx. Ryan Hardwick just pitting in the Porsche 912. He was scored as the leader in GTD and the best of the bronze, but they're just playing a little bit of a strategic game now. So in GTD, it will be Zachary Robichon for Aston Martin who leads that category. Let's have a driver interview down in the pit lane with Arjuna.
Well, next weekend, lots of people watching might end up racing in the iRacing Sebring 12 Hours. Someone's won that race in the top split and is here on the grid as well, Max Esterson. How much help is something like iRacing and the iRacing Sebring 12 to come and jump into this RLL McLaren?
Yeah, I've driven a lot of laps at Sebring and iRacing in the last 10 years. I haven't driven the track in real life for maybe 6 or 7 years. But yeah, I know it super well from the sim, which is, it's been super helpful.
You and Nikita getting up to speed, is it really helpful to have Dean McDonald with all that experience of the McLaren to come back to a track like Sebring?
Yeah, it's really good. As we saw in the first 2 stints, he was fighting for the lead. So yeah, he's been super helpful. I mean, he's driven this car for 5 years, I think now. So yeah, it's really good to have him.
Saw some questions on social media about how drivers handle the heat here today. How are you coping with these temperatures when you get into the car, probably in a couple hours' time?
Yeah, we have a cool suit system, which is really nice. So it just pumps cold water around your body. We didn't have it at the test a few weeks ago, and it was super hot. So yeah, I'm looking forward to being cool in there.
Appreciate that, Arjuna. Good to hear from Max Esterson. Thought that team really impressed at Daytona, given the lack of experience in that lineup. While we have a chance, on my way up to the booth, I bumped into James Sullivan, affectionately known as Sully, co-owner of the Vassar Sullivan Lexus team. And he gave me a little bit more information about what's going on with the number 12 car that's still behind the wall. Frankie Montecalvo brought it to the pit lane with an overheating gearbox. He said the sensors were all reading 150, but that's as high as they read, so who knows how hot it really was. Also mentioned this is not something they've ever seen before in the 10-year history with the Lexus RCF GT3. Their first point of concern when addressing this back in the paddock is to make sure it's not an issue that could prove to be systemic, because they've got a front-running car in the GTD Pro class to look after as well. Coming into that pit sequence, Kyle Kirkwood was up in the top 3 and still runs there or thereabouts after that rounded pit stop, so they want to make sure this isn't something that could crop up in the sister car later on in the race. He also pointed out, and I thought this was really interesting, I'll get to that in a second, is that bodywork damage for the 31? It is. We went engineering. Action Express in the pit lane under yellow. This is the car that had led a good chunk of the opening couple of hours, and there is bodywork damage on the left rear corner of that car. And John, seemingly, unless there was something that happened on my way up here, did this happen under the yellow?
It must have. It's the leading edge of the rear deck, isn't it? It's kind of just folded up. That's side-by-side contact.
Could it have happened during the wave around?
Oh,
we do see that, unfortunately, from time to time.
That's going to need a whole new rear deck and the wing section that goes on behind it. Now, the worry here will be, has any of the mountings been affected? Of course, they are very well prepared for this. Another deck goes on, but that's the same one they put back on, because I can see the brake above the rear wheel.
Yeah.
So they're just refitting the parts that have been broken, I think. I don't even think that was a new rear wing section.
Now maybe Arjuna can get to the bottom of that. That was strange, to say the least. Very unexpected this deep into this yellow flag cycle. But right now, Earl Bamber released, being sent back out. He'll have to go, though, from the back of the GTP field.
Well, it's not a disaster, is it?
No.
With still the better part of 10 hours to go, Ryan. He does not have to pick his way through the rest of the cars either, because they are doing the category splits right now. Well, actually, he's going to have to hustle because he's coming out behind. He's got to get through before T16, before turn 16, and he's only just catching the back of the field now at turn, well, effectively 4-5.
Yeah, and I don't know that everyone is necessarily expecting a GTP prototype to come blitzing by to try and get back to the back of the prototype field. So
let's check in with Arjuna. Was that a brand new rear section? The deck certainly was the broken one. I could see the gap over the wheel arch, the fender, where the holes, the aero holes are.
Yeah, John, I'm actually seeing them hand carry that section away, so I do believe that they did end up replacing it. There is quite a significant amount of contact and damage on that left rear as well. That has completely mangled the entire shape of it as well. So I don't think they just replaced the rear wing section, John. I think there's a possibility they may also have replaced the engine cover part as well, because I can see a little bit of damage to where that attaches on the left rear as well. So a very quick job to get the bodywork ready and to get it replaced.
I'll have to have another look on that left rear corner, because I'm fairly certain that we could see a gap there. The Lexus Sebring safety car is pulling away, and that is now leaving the field under the control of Louis Delatraz. Coming back to green flag with 9 hours and 50 minutes on the nose. Louis Delatraz in the black Cadillac leads across the line, and it's a healthy lead there. The battle is on for second, and Lawrence Vanto is taking no prisoners and wasting no time. He's down the inside of Ricky Taylor for second place through turn 1 and gets it done. The Porsche super quick in warming up the Michelin tyres. They put scrubs on that car at the last pit stop. Coming through turn number 6 underneath the drive over bridge, and already Lawrence Vanto has target acquired on Louis Delatraz. He'll be getting the tone in his ears to know that he has got company down at turn 7. Behind him, a cracking scrap going on for third position, as Ricky Taylor is now defending against against Colin Brown. And Kevin Magnussen's in there, and there's a spin for the Pratt Miller number 73. LMP2 of Chris Cumming at turn 7. He reverses away from danger in the red, white and blue car, looking for a gap, and rejoins. Oh, that might be an unsafe rejoin there, as one of the Mustangs was coming through. Dear me, that was all a little bit untidy. Stop plus 5 minutes for Parker Thompson, excuse me. That is the second place car. That was for the incident with Henrik Hedman. I don't like to second guess race control. It was side-by-side contact. If Henrik had just gone off and come back on again, would it have been 5 minutes? I don't think so. TDS off as well with David Ennemar Hansen. That was the third place car in LMP2, so that's going to shake up the LMP2 standings. David going off on the exit of turn 16 as the field go past the Ford Racing Global Broadcast Centre. So reiteration, a couple of penalties for one for the pit lane, and that was the number 80 Mercedes, James Rowe. That was 22k over. Well, if you're going to go over the speed limit, do it properly. That's a stop and 20-second hold, and incident responsibility contact with Parker Thompson and Henrik Hedman. And in fairness, it looked very much to me as though Chris Cummins had help down at turn 7.
That was my read on it too. That car took an odd twitch in the middle of the braking zone, and then went long and looped around down there in turn 7. Battle breaking out here. BMW and Porsche fighting for position. This looks like Heinrich and Magnussen, and I think Magnussen has taken that spot away. Really haven't seen a whole lot out of the BMW camp this weekend. Meanwhile, Thompson is in the pits. This is that penalty you talked about. 5-minute stop and hold. Race control making it very clear what they thought about that contact. I bumped into Elton Julian, Henrik Hedman's team owner. This is a replay of that contact, and that was a big hit for Henrik. Elton Julian was none too pleased when I bumped into him in the pits. I can imagine. Just distraught. There's so much work that they put into prepping these cars, and to have their race end even before they were 2 hours in was a great disappointment.
3 GTPs battling, 4 GTPs battling into turn 17. We've got the JDC Miller Mustang sampling 963 ahead of a battle that includes the Heart of Racing Valkyrie, the BMW of Kevin Magnussen. Of course it's Kevin Magnussen, Special K, absolutely giving it some. And Alex Palou is in that fight as well in the orange and white fronted Acura. What a foursome there to have that scrap. It's Timon van der Helm who's the driver of the Porsche, and I should have said it's Alex Riberas in the Aston Martin as well. So some feisty contenders. Just to clear that up, by the way, for the Cadillac, that was the Earl Bamber Cadillac in the pit lane, dropping him all the way to the back. A new rear wing section and a replacement engine cover as well. We're trying to find out if that was brand new. It was contact behind the safety car. As you rightly thought, no lasting damage is what the team have told Arjuna.
Well, that's good. I wonder who the contact was with, though, if that might not be something that gets reviewed, and if the other car involved might also be carrying some battle scars. You pointed out the fact he was going to have to hustle if he was going to take full advantage of the class split. To my eye, he only got past the GT cars, and just now it looks like Bamber has been able to get around the leader in LMP2. Only now, what, 2-3 laps after the restart, is the next car up ahead actually a car in class.
We have had a look at a couple of things via our colleagues at NBC and those of you with better eyes than me, quite clearly, on our coverage and tweeting in at IMSA Radio. Lawrence Vanthoor and the number 6 Porsche has some headlamp damage. As my father, a policeman for all of my life, would quite often say, I don't believe in coincidences. The evidence might be there.
That does scream of contact between the two of them, doesn't it? I think we could put those puzzle pieces together, but we'd love to get a look at it, that's for sure.
Number 93, Acura, Alex Palou looking at the back of Robin Freins. It's the battle for 6. Far side of the circuit, already scarmy marks on the windscreen where someone has wiped the windscreen on that number 93 Acura. They'll be being tooled off. Round at the far side of the circuit. Last time around, actually that was earlier on with the car losing the back end in a carbon copy, Ryan, of what we saw in a free practice. Nick Yellerly, with a brand new set of tyres on, went out to put a quick lap in. That was the first lap coming back to green, and an unusual incident that has now happened twice to that number 93 on cold tyres.
Into 2 top-level drivers as well, Yellerly and then Renger van der Zande. You don't see them make mistakes like that. You don't see single car spins with the two of them very often, much less twice on the same weekend. It's Alex Palou who's in that car right now and actually seems to be maybe a bit more comfortable than the other two, which is something Peter pointed out when he watched trackside. He felt like Palou was the one who looked a little more comfortable in the 93 in one of the practices earlier on this weekend. IndyCar champion, of course, last year, Indy 500 winner, and right now starting to reel in Robin Freins. Freins himself is caught up behind Colin Brown, so a good little battle breaking out here. 5th, 6th, 7th, I believe, or is that 4th, 5th, and 6th, actually, in GTP.
Can I just remind everybody, Ryan, Arjuna, myself, and all of the 50-odd drivers out there, there's still 9 3/4 hours to go. What have they had in their breakfast cereal this morning?
Well, I don't want them to completely forget about that, because this has been good fun.
No, I know.
Good fun for us, maybe not so much for some of the pit crews, though.
I bet there's a few team chiefs, managers, head of mission, call it what they will, who've got no fingernails left already, with 9 hours, 41 minutes and 46, 45, 44 seconds to go. An incredible start to this race. Appreciate it's a busy weekend. Hello to those of you who may have been watching our NLS coverage, joined in about 40 minutes ago. Thank you for staying with RSL. Tomorrow, if you haven't had enough of sports car racing, we'll bring you the conclusion to the 12 Hours of Mugello. It'll be Johnny Palmer and Joe Bradley in the booth for that. Sarah Esser, Sarah down in the pit lane, joining us this weekend. The entertainment just keeps coming. A couple of teams who have interest over there as well, with Era Motorsport running 296 Ferrari. Jake Hill, British Touring Car champion last year in that car, and had hoped, I know there was a couple of people who had hoped to be doing their NLS permit in NLS2, which should have been last week, but it was moved up, including some people who couldn't reorganise and had to come here, or were slated to come here, I should say. So that incident behind the safety car, Earl Bamber and Lawrence Vanto, is under review. If you remember, the Cadillacs were first, second and third. Delatraz, Taylor and then Earl Bamber, with Lawrence Vanto in fourth position. So that's a bit of a bizarre situation that has seen Earl Bamber drop all the way to the back of the 11 car GTP field. That said, he's only 10.5 seconds, 11 seconds or so behind the leader.
Right, yeah, not bad at all. I mean, so early, plenty of time to recover from that.
I think the key words that I heard when Arjuna was telling me from what the team had told him is no lasting damage.
Yeah, that's what you want to hear. If you're going to have these kinds of issues, the old adage is to have it early, time to recover from it. Again, quickly to put a bow on the Lexus story, what I was talking about before all of that chaos broke out with the 31 under yellow, the thing that I thought was really interesting in my brief chat on my way up here with Sully from the Vassar Sullivan team was this is basically the end of the road for this car. As a consequence, they're not always able to get new parts for things because the new car is going to have different parts. So you're at a point now where
it's a completely different platform.
Right, exactly. You might be using components that ordinarily you wouldn't, just because they're not making new ones,
right,
and
so
they're
getting to the end of their lives.
Exactly. Yeah. They're concerned that could be the root of the gearbox problem, and that was him speculating, which I want to make that very clear. But anyway, I thought that was an interesting element I hadn't considered.
Kyle Kirkwood in the pro car running in second position at the moment, and it's not difficult to spot the leader from Kyle Kirkwood's point of view, leader in class, because it's Grello. And between he and that car, he's got the Inter-Europol LMP2 car. That's pretty easy to spot as well, being yellow and green. I'll tell you what, that Porsche through the twisties, it's not costing the LMP2 that much time. And in fact, the Jeremy Clark driven car made a bit of a mistake there, and the Porsche's gone back through. Good news for the Klaus Bachler driven car. He loses out down the Ullman Straight, but now there's no cars between first and second, and let me see, and third. Alessio Picariello is now behind the wheel of Roxy. So top three in GTD Pro with no other cars between them as they come back onto the start-finish straight and cross the line to complete their 62nd lap.
And Alessio is looking threatening. He's getting closer to Kirkwood. Meanwhile, the leading Porsche of Bachler is inching away. This is that fight, first, second, and third. You mentioned not having any trouble picking up the Grello car. I would say there's not much subtle about any of these three.
That's very true.
Paint schemes, so that's fine by me. Jumps off the screen.
You were talking about that Lexus. The smart money was the new car would have been racing this year, and nobody has really got to the bottom of why its debut was pushed at another 12 months. Now, if you think back to the RCF wasn't the original choice for the GT3 car, it was another model. And that car coming to race was delayed, and it looked like for a while it wasn't coming at all. And I just wonder what's happened within that development process of the new car that's made them think we want to do some more testing, we maybe want to change something. Is there a concept that we've seen on some of the new cars or the Evo cars that we feel we could incorporate in that car, and therefore they've extended that development time?
We had this chat during, I think, practice, maybe it was qualifying, but earlier in the week, and after that wrapped up, I had a paddock source send me a message to say a part of it, at least, is the fact that the road car it's going to be derived off of was delayed, and so consequently the race car gets pushed down the road a little bit too. But to your point, there might be something to be said about taking a moment. There's a bunch of new GT3s that have come out in the last few years. See what the competition is doing.
Correct.
And maybe make some changes accordingly. We talked a lot about the fact that what Ferrari did with the 296, the original version of it, making it modular, making those repairs so easy. That changed the game in GT
Massively.
racing. Look at what Lamborghini has done. They have echoed that in a lot of ways.
Go back 25 years when I was working with RML, and we debuted the Celine S7R, which was designed, built and developed in Wellingborough, in the middle of England. When we were benchmarking the design of that, you looked at the fastest GT car that there was at the time, which was, the two of them were Vipers and Corvettes. And then we looked to make a 25% increase in performance, because we didn't know where those cars would be by the time we got the Celine to the track. You're aiming at a moving target in that point. And I just wonder whether Lexus have slightly thought to themselves, look, if it's going to take us a little more time, let's make sure, because once you homologate that car, once you put your papers in, as it were, then you're stuck with it for a couple of years before you can play the Evos.
Yeah, that's it exactly. Why lock it in unless you're super confident with it? So plenty of reasons for them to take their time. But the consequence of it is some of the stuff that the Lexus team has to work with today could be a little on the tired side. That said,
they know the car.
They do, and it took a little while to get that car to be a race winner, but since they unlocked it a year or two into the package, it's been a consistent race winner year in and year out.
A car that you know here, you probably want something like that to particularly here more than maybe any other circuit. Just had a little off there, Alessio Picariello, just cleaning his Michelin tyres down towards the end of the Alec Ullman straight because he ran them into the dirt. He got a little mud on his tyres. That's big. I was humming that all the way home last night. Do you know
it's
that?
an earworm. It gets in there, that's for sure.
Incredible stuff. I've got that, and for some reason, choosing Texas as well at the moment, which is a newer song that I just can't get out of my head. I woke up singing, he's choosing Texas, I can tell. Don't know why. Hello to those of you listening here in and around the Highlands region. You're listening to us on Highlands ESPN 106.3 FM, 88.7 here at the track, Sirius XM 206, and around the world on RS2. Highlands ESPN, part of the same group that has Highlands Best Country on OJ 99.1. Spent a very pleasant hour with Dan and Don this morning in their pre-race show, flag-to-flag coverage on Highlands ESPN. Thank you once again for their help in bringing this great race to even more people that couldn't get to the track maybe this weekend, or you've got other things to do. Take the race with you in your ears. Grello then just gradually easing away here. Klaus Bachner from Kyle Kirkwood.
We do have a ruling from race control on the incident under yellow involving the Whelen Cadillac and the number 6 Porsche Penske Porsche 963. Inconclusive, so no action taken. They just didn't have a good look at it, I guess. We know the end result, but we don't know what led to it.
Yeah, they've got more looks than we do. It may have been one zigged when they should have zagged. You were talking about pass around and tyres and undone.
My completely unsubstantiated, as it turned out, guess was that perhaps it was happening when the wave by was going on, and you'll have cars weaving to get clean tires, warm tires, and then you've got cars coming by and coming around. But it doesn't sound like that could have been the case, because it was two cars in the same class that ran into each other.
Lawrence Vanter now behind Laurent Heinrich, so it's Cadillac, Porsche now, then the Ricky Taylor Cadillac, the number 10 car in fourth, top 6 made up by Acura Meyershank Racing with Kerb Agajanian, the RX06 of Colin Brown, the number 60 car, and Robin Freitz, the best of the BMWs. Rasmus Lind has got the United Autosport number 22, that's the nearly all blue car to the front of LMP2, having passed PJ Hyatt for position. Sebastian Alvarez for the Tower Motorsports car is in third place. Yeah, it was exactly what we were talking about. I think there was a bit of zigging and zagging as they were repositioning, and just the faintest of touches there coming out of the Fangio chicane between the right front of the number 6 Porsche and the left rear, the Whelen Cadillac. No lasting damage is what we heard from the Whelen Cadillac Action Express crew, and that's very good news indeed. And it appears that Earl Bamber able to pick his way through the traffic, made up a couple of positions. I said he was 11 seconds behind the leader despite coming through traffic. That gap to the lead has come down by a couple of seconds. Let's go down to Manthey Racing. Here's Arjuna.
Ricardo Fellow was just about to tuck into some food, but Ricardo, an interesting opening stint of the race there, and now Grello, the 911 Porsche, is leading the race here. How is the race going so far?
Yeah, everything's going all right. The car feels really good in these conditions, and I just hope that it stays like this, because at one point the race will get dark, the temperatures will go down, and I hope that the car feels just as good as it did now. Yeah, I'm enjoying it.
How did you sum up Daytona? A top 5 for the team. I think really impressive performance, given that you were getting used to the championship and getting used to racing in America once again.
Yeah, I mean, it was globally it was a very good race. Of course, everyone wants to go there to get a new watch. So this is the clear goal, even for us, that it was the first Daytona with the Grello. But in the end, to finish P5, the race was very competitive. We can still be proud of that. And yeah, I mean, the goal for this weekend was to jump on the podium, and let's just hope that we can do that a bit later today.
Whilst that interview was going on, Laurent Heinrich has got his way to the lead. Louis Delatraz dropping back behind quite significantly. So the red-tailed Porsche 963, that's the number 7, and following him through his teammate Lawrence Vanter, now into second in Hammond. It was a little bit traffic assisted going into turn 16, but good respect and racing room given by both drivers at turn number 16. Not usual to see two prototypes side by side there coming out the other side.
No, that was good recognition, though, that we are still very early in this. 9 hours, 27 minutes to go. And while it was a late lunge to a degree, and it was a move that you don't see on a regular basis, everyone was circumspect in the moment.
I think the number 6 must be on the very ragged edge of getting a black and orange flag here, where Lauren Heinrich clipped the back of Earl Bamber's Whelen Cadillac. There's damage to the right front headlight. One of the unit parts has fallen out, or at least has been knocked out of commission, but there's bodywork around there that's beginning to peel away. And I mean, there's plenty of tyre debris on the circuit anyway already, and I just wonder that race control might be keeping a weather eye on that. Of course, they only stopped 13, 14 laps ago, so they've got a little while to go yet. Changing the nose on one of those cars, it'll cost them a little bit of time in the pits, but not very much. And certainly, Ryan, before they're... First of all, it's completely ruined that lovely new wrap that they've got with the Mobil 1 colours from the 1996 era Porsches, but they'll not want to go into the darkness here with a potentially non-functioning headlamp.
Yeah, that's true. That this place gets very dark. There is not the kind of artificial lighting that you have at a place like Daytona. To your point, though, that is something that they should be able to do in the time it takes to do a full-service stop. Usually, the energy replenishment is what you're waiting on in one of these pit stops, so they're going to try to get into their window, and at that point they can address that damage.
Ricky Taylor carving through traffic into turn number 17. He's in 4th position. Porsche, Cadillac, Acura, BMW, Acura, Porsche. That being Tymon van der Helm. Still a great run, by the way, by that JDC Miller car, running in the Mustang sampling colours and given the number 5 in recognition for that as well. Then Earl Bamber making his way back through again. He's right on the tail of that privately entered Porsche, and the rest of the field is Alex Riberas and Kevin Magnussen.
And don't forget, we talked about this a lot at Daytona. I don't know that we mentioned it much this week. That is still the older spec 963.
That's a very good point. No, we haven't mentioned that.
The factory cars have gone through the Evo Joker process, and John Church, primarily, I understand for financial reasons, has elected to keep the car in the same, with the same components that they ran it with the last couple of years. It's different bodywork. It's bodywork they already have, so they don't have to go out and buy new spares and things like that. You would think it would be at a slight disadvantage to the factory cars, but frankly at Daytona, over a single lap at least, it was right there in the same ballpark as the 2 Porsche Penske entries.
How hard is Earl Bamber pushing in the number 31? Hard enough to spike the powertrain warning back at IMSA Technical. Talked about this earlier on. These are very sophisticated pieces of equipment that effectively are creating a magnetic field and then measuring the torque on the drive shafts. Great article in Race Car Engineering partway through last year. I'm still playing a bit of catch-up with some of the ones from the early part of this year. Great article about how they work. It's a really clever piece of tech. It means that it's a bit more expensive for your drive shaft, but what it does do is give a real-time readout of the power that is being put through, the torque that is being put through that drive shaft from the GTPs and the GTD categories. Don't have it on the LMP2s. The new ones, the new LMP2s, when that comes along in a year or two's time, they will have that same facility. Gone are the days when you hope that making an air restrictor change would actually have the effect that you want it to in terms of balance of performance or making the car make the right amount of horsepower. All of these cars now have a horsepower limit, and that is what's been measured on the output side of the engine, and in the case of the GTPs, the battery unit as well.
The only exception to that is LMP2, that class still
they don't have it
without the torque sensor,
yeah.
But both of the GT classes do. Speaking of GTD Pro, Alessio Piccarello has found his way by Kyle Kirkwood.
Oh, yeah.
And Kirkwood's now starting to fall into the clutches of the youngster Nikita Johnson for the Rahal Letterman Lanigan team, their papaya-colored McLaren, Nikita comes into this weekend holding second in points in the Indy Next Series. He was a race winner in the season opener in St. Petersburg, his home track. So he's getting a chance now to maybe preview the next couple of years of his career, because he might not be that far away from being an IndyCar driver, racing against Kyle Kirkwood on a regular basis.
I mean, that's a great team for RLL Team McLaren. Bobby Rahal, long been a supporter of Team USA, Jeremy Shaw's wonderful decades-old project to take young American racers and give them experience in other parts of the world. And my goodness me, from right back at the very beginning, it was Brian Hertner might have been the first of Jeremy's Team USA alumni, and still turning out great drivers, Kyle Kirkwood among them.
Yep.
But what a great lineup. Dean Johnson from the Dean McDonald, excuse me, from the UK, Max Esterson, who we saw, of course, with John Church headline grabbing at Motul Petit Le Mans last year.
Totally, and I know John would have loved to have kept Max, but Max told me back at Daytona, I had the offer, I could have gone and continued in GTP, but he thought there was a more clear path to being a factory driver to go be a GT driver.
Interesting.
I think it's quite sensible, and you know, for a young man, you would think on the surface you get offered a top class, top level seat. Obviously, you go
overall
there, right?
race winning seat.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But he was thinking big picture, and he said it was not an easy choice. He loved working with JDC back at Motul Petit Le Mans tail end of last year, and loved the whole process of working with that crew. But this, he thought, could perhaps give him the better launching pad for a lengthy professional racing career.
The dulcet tones of late night country music's Ryan Marine. It's not going away.
Not going to live that one down.
It's not going away. You need to see what's coming in. Definitely everybody wants you to come out of retirement and spin a few tunes at some stage in the future. Ryan Marine with me, John Hindhaugh. I've done my fair share of AM and FM broadcasting down through the years, and a bit of nightclub work as well, as Ricky Taylor works his way through turn number 3, looking at the back of the Vanthoor driven Cadillac. Lawrence Vanthoor underneath the Mission through drive over bridge down towards turn number 7. Ford Racing Global Broadcast Centre bringing you the action. Just under 9 hours and 20 minutes still to go. And this, I love this phase of the race. Not quite into the middle portion yet. We do have to think about Michelin Endurance Cup points though, Ryan, because this is the second round of that. There are 2 more. That'll be Road America for the first time in a long time, with a 6-hour race later on in the end. Then, of course, Motul Petit Le Mans for Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. And there are some teams who won't be doing the full season for whom that is very, very important. There are some teams who are doing the full season who also want to take home another trophy at the banquet on the Sunday after Motul Petit Le Mans. So interim points to be thought about here if we see cars maybe coming in what appears to be off sequence.
And candidly, it's always surprised me how much the full season teams seem to value that, because you will see them pit at times that would put you behind the 8 ball if you were thinking only about the race specifically, but they value that Endurance Cup title so much that they're willing to sacrifice a little bit strategically in order to try and position themselves for those point scoring intervals.
Ricky Taylor touching 180 miles an hour before he scrubs off almost 50, 60, 70 miles an hour through turn 1, now accelerating again. He's got traffic ahead of him, but that means Lawrence Vanthoor has as well. There's an opportunity here as one of the Mustangs, the GTD Mustangs, is holding up that second place 963. They'll go around the outside down towards turn 7. Defensive manoeuvre for Lawrence Vanthoor. Stays in the middle of the track, had to. It's Joey Hand, I think, who was trying to stay out of the way in the gradient, number 66, the red, white and blue Mustang. Great colourway, classic Ford racing colourway. As Lawrence Vanthoor and Ricky Taylor, Porsche and Cadillac. Europe versus America in every single part of that, with the manufacturer and the drivers. And two drivers as well who are part of Racing Brothers.
That's a good point. Hadn't thought about that connection. The Europe versus America thing, you were really rubbing in the Ryder Cup result from last year in a conversation the other day. And so for hometown honor, we really need to see Taylor and Cadillac here redeem something for me. I don't have much to fight back with in these debates, John.
If you've been listening all week, you'll know that Peter, Arjuna and Ryan have been hitting the Wii Sports in our accommodation. And there was talk, Ryan absolutely cleaned up against two very good golfers in Wii Golf.
I did.
What happened in the tennis?
We postponed it again.
Oh, really?
I'm going to claim inclement weather, but actually it was just extreme fatigue.
So at the moment, your lead in the 74th Sebring Mobil 1 Sebring 12 Hours Sports Decathlon, Pentathlon or Triathlon, whatever it ends
However many we get to.
Yeah, at the moment your lead is unmatched.
Well, Arjuna did get us in bowling, so it is 1-1. Peter goose egg.
Okay. You're going to have a deciding sport, aren't you?
Yes.
Now let's head down to Arjuna, the bowling champion from our Wii Sports League, and find out what's going down in the pit lane.
It's Wayne Taylor Racing, the Dex Imaging Cadillac that comes in. They're putting on a fresh set of Michelin tires and strapping Jordan Taylor in. Now, Jordan was having a wing-eating competition yesterday. I know many at the track were here for. I'm hoping his stomach's okay as he gets ready to respect the bumps and gets sent out. Oh, the rumble of the Cadillac as it fires off pit lane.
That sounded really good, Arjuna, thank you. And he goes out of the RFID chips. Jordan Taylor installed in that number 40 then. Those RFID chips reading the tyre data. Brand new tyres, or at least new to the car. They may have been slightly scrubbed, as you heard from Arjuna there. Peter Mackay rejoins us in the Ford Racing Global Broadcast Centre. It's going nicely here, Peter.
It is.
What's the weather like outside? You've been outside for a moment.
Chamber of Commerce, perfect.
Yes, it is. It really is.
It's warm, but it's not blisteringly warm like it was last year. And I have to say that was really curious strategy there from the number 40 Wayne Taylor Racing Cadillac crew, because Louis Delatraz had to make those tyres last a very, very long time indeed. And what time they've lost there running that strategy, they will gain back later in the race. So they're maybe a little bit ahead in terms of what they've got left in their locker. They've effectively kept their joker in at the pack, just in their back pocket. And by the looks of things, the Cadillac's very, very strong on pace. So if you've got the rubber to go with it, they could be a seriously formidable force when we get to the last couple of hours. GDD Pro, the story for me, has got to be the number 59 Papaya McLaren, run by Team RLL, a new project. Nikita Johnson aboard right now, trying to put the heat on Kyle Kirkwood in the Lexus number 14 for Vassar Sullivan, but they're a little bit off the scent of the two Porsches. The Manthey Porsche of Klaus Bachler, winner last year in the AO Racing Porsche in Rexy the Dinosaur, and Rexy's sister Roxy is right behind with Alessio Piccarello aboard. Of course, Klaus and Alessio won the race together, and they're now together but in two different cars at the front of the field. So the Porsches, they've looked really strong all week long in the high-speed stuff, but maybe not necessarily in the middle sector and towards the end of the lap. But that seems to have sort of clicked together this on race day, which is always pleasing for the team to see. McLaren, they've never had a win at this level in the IMSA WeatherTech Championship at Sebring before. This would be not only an enormous moment for Team RLL, but also for the McLaren brand in general to get a win at Sebring if they can do that. They are in the mix. There's a long, long way to go, over 9 hours to go, but surely they'll be very, very encouraged by that early pace, John. I mean, we saw it at Daytona, RLL McLaren, and we've come to a completely different racetrack, and it's carried over.
I think we said this earlier on, Peter, and you know, echoing what you're saying, RLL in the paddock at IMSA is just right. Their time with BMW came to an end, although interestingly, the Rahal organisation still run the BMW, look after and run the BMW Heritage race car fleet. A busy year for them again this year, but to have them back and take on this project, and you'd think they'd been doing it 2 or 3 years. That is how they've come to it. It just looks right. I saw Bobby Rahal yesterday, deep in conversation with a number of luminaries, and it's just good to have those guys in the paddock. And it's right. Of course, they've got the IndyCar team, but I honestly always associate the Rahal Letterman name, because of what we've done down the years with sports car racing.
Yeah,
simple as that.
We think of these iconic cars that BMW have brought to the table over the years, like the E92 M3, the GT2 car. That was a beautiful machine, very purposeful. The Z4, the M8, the big beast, the M8. Really, really cool cars, all run very successfully by Rahal Letterman Lanigan. Now we've got a guest in the booth.
Oh, we have
returning guest in the booth, Samantha Zimmerman.
Yeah, Samantha Zimmerman with us, returning. This is royalty. We have artistic royalty.
Please, you spoil me. So good to see you both again.
How's your year been, Samantha?
Insane, but in the best way possible. I can't complain. I cannot fuss about being able to hang out at Sebring this weekend either. It's my home away from home, I like to say anyhow.
Did you do that lovely program again this year?
I sure did, yeah.
So the front cover, if you want to know what Samantha's work's like, look at the front cover of the program, and that is all her work. Where do you get the inspiration from? Are you told what cars you have to feature, or do you use your imagination and use what's out there?
So it's a little bit of a mix of both. So whenever I go to design a poster, the folks here at Sebring, Wayne and Liz in marketing, they tell me what they would like as far as a featured car. This year ended up being Porsche Penske and Vassar Sullivan Lexus, and they tell me typically which corners they think they would like to have featured.
Right.
So it was a toss-up this year between 10 and 345. Yeah. And Roger Warwick, who's an incredible artist, has done all of these previously in his posters, and I decided, you know, it would be really wonderful to do 345 with the sun setting and get the palms in the background.
Nice.
So if you have this really lovely dusk image, but you have that bright pop of green and yellow from the Lexus and the palms over there in turn 4, and it's golden hour, it's perfect.
Do you use reference photography to do that? So did you have to go out, because it's typically not a place that we normally have a camera looking in that direction?
Yeah, I do a mix of both. So I came down back in December during HSR and then at another Formula Drift event, and I went out there while there was nothing there to get the base image for the background of what I had in mind. Everything stems from what I see in my mind, and then I try to piece everything together. As for cars, I do either a 3D model that I have, and I can change the angle of it to take the photo, or I'm fortunate enough to be able to work with all of these absolutely incredible photographers that we have come from all over the world. Jessica Jonk comes to mind, Walter Sipple, Chris Green, Jamie Price, all of those guys. They've been instrumental to me being able to produce the type of work that I have.
Now, before you got started in this, were you a race fan?
I was, actually. So
you're combining two of your passions, art and racing.
Absolutely. I started coming to Sebring as just a fan, and after all of this time, being able to bring it full circle and really make something that fans not only, you know, take home as a souvenir, but want to be able to hang up and display at home has been my goal. But getting back to that core of what really makes Sebring is this community, sports car racing, what it is, the community and the fans that we have here.
Porsche Penske Motorsport have come out with something special for this weekend, Samantha, with that Mobil 1 throwback livery. Give us an impression of what they'll need to do in the background to actually do that. What goes into taking that inspiration from elsewhere and then placing it onto the race car? What's the process? Because we all just kind of take it for granted. We're like, oh, new race car to look at, but there's got to be a lot more that goes into it than that.
For sure. Well, I think Andy Blackmore is probably one of the more prominent livery designers that we have.
And
that
he's
works.
Here this weekend.
He is, yeah. He does the Spotter's Guide as well. I think when you're taking a livery, especially something that is as prominent as it was with Mobil 1 being the main sponsor, and you've seen it previously on the GT1 back in the day. Go for it.
Oh, well.
Oh, we've had a big incident coming out of turn number 17. Full course yellow called straight away. Risi Competizione and their Ferrari. It's Windward and their AMG. Left rear damage on the Windward AMG. Right rear damage on the Ferrari. There was another car involved there as well that has pulled away. We'll get back to Samantha in a moment. Just when we thought things were settling down, coming to the end of another race hour, and it is our third intervention by the Sebring Lexus safety car. Now waiting at the moment to see if the other cars have been able to pull away. There was definitely one other car that had to go very, very wide indeed.
It was one of the Works Ford Mustang GT3s. I didn't catch if it was 64 or 65. But the 62 Risi Competizione Ferrari, surely a challenging car. And you can
Alessandro
never write them
Petguidi, by the way, behind the wheel of
yes.
that car. The 57 was Russell Ward, who is the ward of Win Ward.
Not looking like a treble, unfortunately, for Windward Racing.
No, they were 2 for 2 here. And I think it was Joey Hand in the 60.
No, it was one of the works cars.
Oh, it was one of the works cars.
Yeah,
well, in that case, it was Seb Prio. It was Seb Prio who was around there. Arjuna is down in the pit lane. We'll go to him next. It's the usual.
65. It was the 65 right strip. Yeah.
There was another car up against the wall facing the wrong direction. So it's a spin from Russell.
No, Russell arrives on the scene. Oh, there's nothing you can do.
No.
So the Ferrari, Risi Ferrari and the 65 Ford in GTD Pro got together coming out of Sunset, or certainly spun together anyway. Oh, they spun in simultaneous.
Yes, it was.
Like synchronized swimmers. And then Russell Ward comes round the corner completely unsighted. There's nowhere to go. What
How
a shame.
close was the FAF car to the back of the 62 Ferrari and the first 4 Manti car as well. So, ironically, the car that started it all has driven away from that with barely any damage.
Wow. Wow, so who's in that 65? Seb Prio, yes, you're right, John. Oh my.
Don't like to see that at all. It's going to take a little bit of time to catch up, so we'll finish up here with Samantha Tate-Zimmerman. And the question I have to ask, Samantha, is are you involved in the 75th anniversary for next year?
I am not directly involved. I have been very fortunate to work with Sebring the last 3 years, and the baton has been passed back to Roger Warwick, which I think he is an excellent person to pick up in that place. There may be some other things coming out from my end as far as
stop teasing us. Come on, give us some better clues that there may be.
I have some really neat pieces in mind for the 75th directly, but Roger is taking over the poster again for the 75th next year, but it's already out, it's in the tent, it looks beautiful.
It does look very good indeed. Where can people see your work or indeed speak to you? Because I know you take commissions of all kinds of things, not just racing, but how can people get in touch with you?
So I'll be down in the big merch tent at 2 o'clock signing posters again, so you can pick one up there. It's about an hour from now.
Yeah.
But also I've got a website, SamanthaZimmermanArt.com. I've got Instagram, which I'm pretty active on, which is Zimmy_arts. You can drop me a note there, shoot me a message, or grab a card and get in touch with me. I'm pretty easy to get a hold of, I like to think.
Always great to talk to yourself and people in the artistic community. We've got Neil Gardner, NG Auto Art, who's our artist in residence for RSL working principally in pencils, and you know, the stuff that you ladies and gentlemen turn out, it's just so evocative of what we do, and I love the way you bring the emotion to what you do. Please keep doing it.
Will do. And you know, it's always been about posters for me. It's not always been about, you know, oh, rah rah race car. It's always been about the community, and it's always been something I want people to be able to cherish and hang up, be proud to hang up on the wall.
Yes.
And add to the collection.
Absolutely, and it's a lovely keepsake of the event.
For sure.
So come and see you at 2 o'clock in the big merch tent, yeah?
Yes, sir.
Samantha, thank you very much. Have a good year.
Thank you so much.
Enjoy
you
the
too, John.
racing, and hopefully we'll sit and talk to you again at some stage in the future.
That would be great. I'd love that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That poster, you can see it on the front of the programme as well. It's absolutely stunning, and now you know the story behind it, thanks to Samantha for coming up and talking to us.
And I'm very pleased because Samantha has kindly brought some stickers from my commentary folder.
Oh, more stickers?
Yeah, even more stickers. We've got Radio Le Mans stickers, Brumos sticker, Rally Ceredigion, and many others. And I've now got the Michelin man, Monsieur Bibendum, with his Rolex 24 watch on,
nice.
And his Sebring Orange Grove laurel as well. So thank you, Sammy, for that.
You know
That's
the way to his heart. Bring him a
sticker.
sticker. It's like having a 5-year-old, honestly, it really is. Stickers and caps. That's what you need for Mr. Mackay.
Yeah, especially the caps keeps my bonds out the sun.
Artful avoidance of potentially even worse incident on the exit of turn number 17. You're absolutely blind coming out of there. Feel for Russell Ward. You know, it was not his fault there.
Not his fault, but they've had such a good run for so long, and the racing gods can only smile on you for so long. And unfortunately today, the luck's not been there for them. I don't think it's going to hold them back from challenging for this championship, especially after winning at Daytona. But that will not be much of a crumb of comfort at this exact moment. What a shame.
The original incident between the Risi car and the Sebastian Priaulx Ford is under review. Meantime, the pits are open for prototypes, and Arjuna is watching the stops.
It's the first time the number 7 has been able to slot into its pit stall in front of the 6 without issue, but it is only fuel that seems to be going into these cars, no Michelin tires, and not a surprise given where we are in the day. We knew they would have to double stint these Michelin tires in the heat of the day. Why not do it when a safety car slowly brings things to a bit more of a crawl? One exception to that, though, John, it is the BMW Team WRT. They are putting scrubbed Michelin tires once again onto the number 25, although splitting their options. The 24, it's fuel only, as we have the race off of pit lane.
The number 40 Wayne Taylor Racing Cadillac has decided not to pit. Yeah, because they got 80% fuel on board already, so they will go from 11th all the way to the front of the field.
Did they come round just before the 2 Porsches came out there, Peter?
Right now, so the number 40 car is just coming around between turn 4 and 5. It must be just ahead. It is. It's just ahead of the 2 Porsches.
Wow,
so
okay. So they've taken track position there.
They have, but then they will be about a fifth of a stint, maybe 10 minutes behind on fuel, but they've got the track position.
Yeah.
And remember, they have done more of the, you know, when you're at school, you got homework for the weekend. You could either get it out of the way on the Friday, then you had the weekend, or you crammed it on the Sunday. They've done the most homework on the Friday night, if you like, because Louis Delatraz running on those tyres for 2 hours and 45 minutes. What an advert for that new Michelin tyre for GTP. That will give them an edge later on in the race compared to their rivals.
Before we start the GT Pro stops, let's give you the rundown. So as they came in, it was the 2 Porsches, the Cadillac, the Acura, the BMW, and second of the Cadillacs. But staying out, Jordan Taylor in the number 40, in the Wayne Taylor Dex Imaging car. That will leapfrog to the top of the standings. Now, far fewer P2s as the cleanup continues on the front straight. Once again, we've got all of the steps recovery vehicles there. Are there 5, 6, 7, 8? No, still didn't get anything from Peter on that one. I tried that one on him yesterday as well.
What's that?
Doesn't matter. Very disappointed. Here's LMP2 then. Tristan Vautier led and stayed out. Didn't see that car come in at all. United Autosports have been through the pit lane 6 times. Daniel Goldberg coming in out of second place, so he'll drop down. That'll leave PJ Hyatt in second, Seth Lucas for Intersport in third. That's worked for Intersport because they got back on the same pit lane strategy as everyone else, so having started way down, so that's worked for them. I said that at the last yellow flag, and it really has. Then Toby Lidgett, then the George Kurtz driven car as the GTD stops are beginning now. That's your VP in race update.
GT pit stop underway, and it's sticker Michelin's. Now, we knew that teams had the ability to change plenty of these tires. However, any team that's able to double or triple stint as we get later in the day might have an option to put on a fresh set with a safety car towards the end. It's all about topping off the fuel, though, cleaning the windshields in front of me for the Mobil 1 liveried Pratt & Miller Corvette. But off and away already for AO Racing's Roxy as the 77 roars off. Just behind it, the Manti Porsche, and then slotting into line, the number 14, Lexus Vassar Sullivan RCF.
So I think I got your reference now, 5, 6, 7, 8 steps. So you're saying we need to dance all day? Yes, yeah. You think I'm too old for that, but not quite. Both Ford's racing machines nearly involved in that same incident with the 64 car just missing the carnage ahead, and the Manti first form number 912, very, very lucky not to get involved in that too. Wow. So a bit of a clarification on the Wayne Taylor Racing number 40. They are still a bit off sequence to everyone else, but apparently they changed tyres on the very first stop, but then still ran a little bit longer to everyone else. So they're just running a little bit of a different strategy to the others in terms of tyre usage.
He'd only been out 7 laps. Jordan Taylor had only been out 7 laps before they came in. And if you remember, they came in early the last time after only 25 laps, which is a little bit shorter than they should have. Louis Delatraz gave the car over to Jordan Taylor when it's now 8 laps ago. So they're working something else, and
yeah,
I'm not betting against Wayne Taylor.
No, I like. But this is the great thing when you've got 2 strong cars. You can play different tunes, and you can place 2 bets effectively, because both the number 10 Wayne Taylor Racing Cadillac and the number 40 Wayne Taylor Racing Cadillac have both been really, really good throughout race week and indeed today in the race. So they can put different theories at play and see which one sticks.
Very quickly, this wasn't on our list of people we were necessarily going to talk to, but I'm delighted to say that Andy Blackmore has just joined us, and Samantha was just talking about you actually, and we asked a question. We're in full course yellow, so we're not missing anything. I need to tap into your knowledge. We were talking about the commemorative liveries on the 2 Porsche Penske Motorsport cars. What is the process that you have to go through to get a livery, whether it's a bespoke livery, whether it's something that's been revived? How do you go through it with the team before it ends up effectively on some vinyl getting stuck on the car?
Sure. Generally, particularly if it's a retro livery, you have to consider your current partners.
So yeah, very good point.
You know, there's previous Penske sponsors that don't work with Porsche's current sponsors. In this case, it's perfect for Mobil. So with a retro livery, you can take 2 approaches. You either do like a literal design where you literally copy it, and sometimes it works on modern cars, sometimes it doesn't. Good example of that is the Turner retro livery in Michelin Pilot, which, you know, I was fortunate to do based on the original livery, which, as you know, is actually ripped off an old witch-destroying car, Renault Laguna.
The Renault Laguna, absolutely.
So same colours and everything.
Same Pantones, the whole lot?
The originals were.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I've tweaked it over the years with Will. But anyway, I digress. So you could do a literal thing, or you could do a modern interpretation, which is, if you look at the Porsche, that's what they've done.
Yeah.
So there's elements of the 98 car, but it's been reworked, and I'm very fortunate to have the original artwork, the vector artwork.
Really?
And it's because the team send me all the art.
Wow.
For the Spark guides, almost teams do. And Penske are helpful. And it's a really nice piece of art.
Yeah.
I know who designed it, and they've done a cracking job.
Typically how many iterations would you go through working with a team before it actually ends up on the vinyl of the car? Is that dependent?
Very dependent. So with something like Turner, where I evolve each year, it's quite an easy or a quick process. But you build an iconic design. When you're starting from scratch, you'll do like 3 or 4 rounds of design.
What have you got on for this year, Andy? You want more spotters guides, obviously?
Yeah, thanks to Ford last year, I managed to create the Mustang Challenge guide.
Thank you for
So this year, everyone makes series started this weekend. So I had the Mustang Challenge, Porsche Carrera Cup North America, and Lamborghini Super Trofeo. So that was 107 cars drawn in the last 4 weeks. So as my wife will testify, lots of late nights.
Yeah, I bet it was. I'll let you go, because we're going to come back to green. The one thing I do want to say, I love the way you dealt with the Porsche Penske's on the original version of the Spotters Guide.
It's a tradition now.
Yeah.
Yeah. I suggested
with a sheet,
Porsche.
it looked like it had a sheet over it.
Yeah, well, I think I did it initially on a BMW, then we did it on an Aston, and I suggested it to the PR rep at Penske, and they loved the idea. So.
Where can people pick up all the stuff that they need from you?
Spotterguides.com has all the spotter guides, and then the IMSA shop has like a spotter guide yearly T-shirt poster. That's the main things.
Safe travels home, mate.
Thank you very much.
Thanks for coming to see us. It's always a pleasure. Andy Blackmore, who, well, I mean, I can't even tell you how many years we've been talking to Andy. Probably best that we don't, but it must be 2 decades. Easy, yeah, absolutely. Andy Blackmore with us, perfectly filling a void caused by that very nasty looking accident, which is being investigated at the exit of turn 17. The recent competition Ferrari and Seb Prio in the number 65 Ford, immaculately dealt with by our EMR safety crew and all of the circuit teams. We're going back to green with 8 hours, 49 minutes and 50 seconds to go. And it's Jordan Taylor from Lauren Heinrich and Lawrence Vantour, and Earl Bamber, having stayed out, comes from the back of the grid to 4th position and sits out there. What a brilliant piece of timing that was. Down the inside, Acura on BMW at turn number 3, and it's the number 93 again. This time in the hands of Alex Palou, who squeezes through on the BMW. The red, white, and black car then has been at the middle of all sorts of things there. In the 60 car, Colin Brown is right. He's defending actually at the moment with the Cadillac right behind it. But at the front, it is the Cadillac of Jordan Taylor. It does seem as though as the heat of the days come on, Peter, the track temperature now 43 Celsius, 109. That's really helped the Acuras coming off the safety cars, because they were struggling early on.
They seem to struggle with getting the temperature in the tyre. I mean, you know, as we mentioned earlier, if you get both Renger van der Zande and Nick Yellowly caught out on a cold tyre, then you know that it's a really, really nervous race car on cold tyres. However, when we saw the tyres wear a little bit more and we headed towards sort of 2 hours on the same tyre, the Acuras were starting to come really good. So the car's maybe almost a little bit too kind on its tyres to start with.
Yes.
And then it's really good on its tyres later. So that could really help them to a degree. They'll be hoping that it's a nice warm evening here in Sebring, Florida. They won't want it to get too cool later on.
But then the question becomes, do you actually take the chance at the end of the race of changing tyres, given that your tyres are so good at the end of a stint?
That's a tough question. That's what makes the end of this race so exciting, because there are so many questions like that unanswered. Now, unfortunately, penalty for the number 13 Autosport car, the Chevrolet Corvette. pit lane speed violation, 11 kilometers over, stop and go.
Yeah, this is a theme, isn't it? And we said in our keys to the Porsche keys to the race, penalties are bad. Pit lane penalties doubly so. All of the pit lane speed violations, it's not been 1, 2 or 3 kilometers an hour. We had a 16, a 10, an 18, and now we've got an 11. Inconclusive, by the way, that incident between the Ferrari and the Ford Mustang. There'll be no action taken. Meantime, an almost a big incident down at turn 17 under the Mission Foods bridge as the number 60 Colin Brown driven Acura very nearly got hit from behind by Ricky Taylor. That was a masterful piece of avoidance by Ricky. I don't think Colin would have known what was happening there, but that was right in the middle of 17, and if there'd been even the slightest of touch there, I fear the number 60 Acura would have gone around.
Do you know what I think was going on there? The high-speed corners, of which Sunset is one, not quite as much as turn 1, very bumpy, and that is the place where the Acuras have been weakest, particularly when they're on colder tyres. And the Cadillac has been the complete opposite, whereas the difference in corner speed is huge. The Cadillac is just able to run that bumpy section, probably the bumpiest section on the racetrack, and it's just able to just glide over the bumps, whereas the Acura just is a little bit more nervous. And I think that actually just caught Ricky out, and he did very nearly tag into the back of Colin Brown, who, yeah, looks like he's having to really muster every last piece of his significant talent to keep that Acura going until it gets into the window where it's happy.
Incredible stuff. In GTD Pro, Riccardo Agostini puts the 0.33 Triassi competition car to the head of the field for the first time, with EO Racing in second. Harry King back behind the wheel of Roxy, the number 77 pink Dinosaur. Klaus Bachler for Bantai Racing in the 911, the Grello car in third. Then, in fact, as I say that, Harry King's just gone by Riccardo Agostini, and so has Klaus Bachler. So Riccardo Agostini has lost a couple of places in traffic again, as he was in behind the back of the...
No, that's a different Triarzi car. The 0.23 is just getting a little bit of a skirmish with the 70 Inception Ferrari.
Car.
That's fighting over second place.
In
fact, it's 3
GTD.
Ferraris and
Correct.
1, 2, 3 in GTD.
Yeah, absolutely. So how did Riccardo lose the lead and second place? Not sure.
Well, he didn't pit under that full course yellow, so he's a little bit down on energy. Not massively so, but a little bit down on energy compared to the two chasing Porsches. Yeah, he pitted 25 minutes ago, whereas the rest, those that pitted on the full course yellow, pitted 11 minutes ago.
Yeah.
So a little bit out of sequence, but not much.
No. Yeah, he's done 9 laps to Harry King and Klaus Bachler's 4. Came in after a 22 lap stint before that. It's the number 033 that we're talking about. It still holds third position at the moment. 3 Ferraris at the head of GTD are the number 21 of AF Corsa USA, Antonio Fuoco, behind the wheel of that car. Fred Shandor for Inception, the number 70 Ferrari, also leading the bronze class, and Kenton Cook behind the wheel of Triassi Competizione, number 023. It's all very tight after the restart, about 2 seconds back after those leading trio of prancing horses. Francis Seldorf for Turner Motorsport, the BMW number 96, leads the chasing group.
GTD leader Antonio Fuoco, who pulled away to the tune of 6 seconds in the opening stint of the race. He's now having to pick his way through the tail end of the GTD Pro field. The Ferrari 296 looks very, very strong, but all of the cars in GTD Pro and GTD, technically they're the same. It's just the potential driver lineups, and when you've got the Top Gun factory driver that Antonio Fuoco is in one of those cars, and you're up against cars that maybe haven't quite got the package today, he is getting held up a little bit, but he's looking super racy.
Ken Cook exploring the outer reaches of Turn 1, and the dust cloud that hovers over the exit there was from the 2 right-hand side Michelins of Kenton, and the 023 car, third place at the moment. Antonio Fuoco got about halfway up the GTD Pro rankings from the start of the race in his first stint, just underlining Peter Mackay's point there in the, as he sits next to me in the Ford Racing Global Broadcast Centre. You feel there's almost a little bit of frustration. Fred Schandorf in behind, well, Fred must be in behind Sebastian Priaulx, isn't he? Yeah.
The Fords appeared in GD3 have appeared to struggle all race week. We talked about the Detroit brands with Corvette and Ford, how they've struggled through. Ford haven't really been able to bring in an improvement on race day compared to what Corvette have. Corvette are kind of snakes in the grass at the moment. They're not far off the lead. No. They're just lingering there. They'll be there at the end of the race, you can be sure of that.
At IMSA Radio, if you want to get in
problem
touch.
For the McLaren. Problem for the McLaren and GTD Pro, going slow on the Almond Straight. What is going wrong with the McLaren for Team RLL? They were running up in the top 5. Nikita Johnson crawling along the straightaway, and surely will have to come down pit road.
Well, that is such bad luck for Nikita Johnson. That car has been a factor all weekend. He hasn't come in.
No, that's good news, I guess.
Well, was it simply a mistake then by Nikita Johnson that's dropped him down into the clutches of the GTD battles? What was his lap time?
He's lost 5 seconds on that lap. Maybe just an error. Let's hope it's just that, because the car's been running so strong all day. They had a really unfortunate sensor issue that took them out of a strong position in Daytona. Took a long time to get it repaired. Hopefully it's just a mistake and they've managed to carry on, because yeah, any kind of mechanical issue, there's just not the chance to fight back anymore. The GTD Pro particularly is so competitive.
Yeah, he's back up to speed now. It's not like you can miss a gear in one of these, Peter.
No, very true. But it was going slow on the Almond Straight, or getting back up to speed. Now that section, the S's coming through Jean de Bienne to Le Mans, we've seen so many drivers make mistakes there in all categories. So that might be where something went wrong. I mean, looking at his, can't tell what his sector times were, but 5 seconds were dropped over the lap, and that's going to bound to just take him a little moment to get back into a rhythm again. Rhythm is so important. He's right behind Seb Priaulx, who is at the tail end of the GTD Pro field, and the leaders in GTD, the 3 Ferraris of Foco, Schandorf and Koch, have all gone through.
Hello to Rain Hoover Transport. We're providing them with some entertainment as they're taking 2 damaged Pilot Challenge cars back to Indiana. Not sure if you're listening on RS2 on the World Wide Web or on Sirius XM channel 206. Bad luck yesterday, didn't even get to the start line with those 2 cars. We'll see you back in action soon, I'm sure. At IMSA Radio, if you want to get in touch, plenty of you are doing as well. And Arjuna in the pit lane has been speaking to Team RLL. What can you tell us about that? Do we know what the issue was?
No, they were a bit vague about that, John. True Serum not quite getting that detail. But what we do know is that it was temporary and they're back up to speed. And what is a very impressive second outing for 2 inexperienced drivers in this championship and one who's a veteran in the McLaren.
Yeah, I think they've done a good job taking that on, as we mentioned during the week. I think it's brave. I really do. You've been embedded with a particular manufacturer for a very long time. You know what you're doing, and then having to take a car on, and it's not a full works program, that is it, with RLL?
There are McLaren personnel here. Rob Bell is here supporting the car, and I've seen several other papaya shirts. One thing I did notice at Daytona, and I think this is a really important thing, that we have at least one McLaren, if not more, in at the championship. You've got to remember the Formula One fan base. I was astounded at Daytona how many papaya McLaren F1 shirts I saw. So people who have a love for the brand in their Grand Prix racing, rightly so, and have come to then see what they do in sports cars. That cross-pollination can only be a good thing.
Not to put too fine a point on it though, RLL's done more laps this season than the Formula One cars have done in terms of racing. Peter's not even getting involved in that one. He's let that his shouldered arms, that one's gone through to the keeper.
Yep,
no problem
through.
at all.
No.
He's not getting involved. Oh, anyway, well done. My point is...
Sorry, I've left you under the bus there,
and
Sean.
I'm being slightly facetious. I love the new Formula One regulations. We were talking about this early in the week. We've been doing... we've been running regulations like that for nearly 20 years now in endurance racing, where the drivers and the teams have to work together to get the best out of their energy allocation. And clearly there are some people in the Formula One paddock who haven't caught on to that idea yet. And there's no point in shouting and screaming about it and saying it's not racing. It is racing. And it gives us the kind of racing that we've got here between the GTPs. And if you think back even further to the genesis of that, the start of that regulation, around about 2005, 2006, wasn't it? So it is 20 years ago. LMP1H, 3 different hybrid systems from 3 different
10 years ago. 2014 it came in, 12 years ago.
Is that
2014 with the
I thought it was longer
Porsche
than
and the Toyota.
Yeah.
Time goes by quick, doesn't it?
Right, okay.
Tell you what goes up quick is the track temperature. 109 Fahrenheit.
Yeah.
It started off at 79, so we've had 30 degrees Fahrenheit of increase in the track temperature, and that completely changes the complexion of things. Also, throughout the race week, noticed there'd been quite a lot of marbles out on track as well, quite a lot of tyre debris that the team's got to think about. So through each full course caution, the IMSA team are trying to clear as much of it away as possible. But if we have long green flag running, that's another thing. The tyre marbles, bits of clag that come off, will have to be taken into consideration. And this is also at one of the more difficult parts of the day. I mean, we're only 25 to 2, so we've still got several hours of really hot weather running where the teams they're not going to be able to keep throwing on fresh tyres yet. So this is where they are still well and truly all aboard the struggle bus, and not in first class either. They're in very much cattle class of the struggle bus.
0.7 of a second between first and second. Colin Brown circulating rather in isolation at the moment. He's got Earl Bamber trying to close down on him. He's got 5 seconds between himself and the 2 Porsches ahead of him.
Not isolation for Jordan Taylor
no,
either.
He's been caught all of a sudden. I said it was 3/4 of a second. It's even tighter than that now, isn't it?
And these 2 cars at the front, the number 40 Wayne Taylor Cadillac of Jordan Taylor and the number 7 Porsche of Lauren Heinrich, who of course is sharing with Felipe Nasr. Taylor and Nasr are the only drivers in this field who have won the race overall twice. And Taylor, of the field, he has the most IMSA wins to his credit. 34 IMSA race wins in all classes, 2 more than his brother Ricky. I'm sure he likes to remind him of that fact.
Every Sunday around the Sunday dining table. Whilst this battle is heating up and coming into a bit of traffic, we'll keep an eye on that. Connor De Filippi is standing by with Arjuna.
The Paul Miller BMW started second. It slid back slightly, but Connor, is this a concern, or are you just keeping yourself in touch of the leaders?
Yeah, it's keeping ourselves in touch, to be honest. Yeah, so far the car feels okay. It's getting a little slick out there as it heats up, so just trying to keep all 4 tires underneath us over the long run and keep ourselves in position. Yeah, obviously there's been a lot of chaos out there so far, so really just trying to keep our nose clean and make sure our wagon is at 100% by the end of the race.
One of the things that the booth was just talking about was marbles out on track. Is that something that's a little bit worse than last year, dealing with a bit more pickup on the tires if you go offline?
Yeah, I haven't driven yet, so I'm not sure what it's like in race conditions, but I have noticed in 17 everyone's running abnormally narrow there, so I presume that's probably why. There's usually you can run like 1 or 2 lanes wide there, but everyone's been very tight under the bridge, so that's something I've noticed and will keep in mind when I get out there.
Arjuna Kankapati down, getting the thoughts from the teams and the drivers down in the pit lane. Meanwhile, the battle is red hot in the Sebring sunshine as the leaders come towards Cunningham Corner, with Green Park on the right-hand side, where all of the big party goes on every year at Sebring International Raceway, and they're getting treated to a proper all-star fight here between Jordan Taylor and Lauren Heinrich, 2 drivers at kind of opposite ends of the IMSA experience level. Jordan very well known in this paddock, whereas Lauren, of course, champion in GTD Pro with AO Racing, but new to the prototype sphere this year, and well, you wouldn't know it. He drove superbly at Daytona on the way to winning himself a shiny new Rolex watch. But just through that little phase of traffic there, through the S's towards Le Mans curve, Taylor's managed to pull a couple of car lengths now as they're cutting their way through the GTD Pro field along the Alec Ullman Straight, named after one of the main forces behind bringing racing to this former World War II airfield and bringing this style of racing to North America, and it's never stopped coming back since 1950. The first race here won by a little Crosley. Wasn't even a first to the post win, it was an index of performance race. Then the first 12 hour in 52 won by a Fraser Nash, and even by 1953, just 3 years into the life of Sebring, you had world sports car racing come here for the first time, and the best names in the history of the sport have all come here to Sebring. Moss, Fangio, Gurney, Jean de Bienne, Andretti, you name it, they've come here to Sebring, and in most cases have won this iconic race that will celebrate its 75th running next year. So 3 hours and 30 minutes down on the clock as we progress through the day. It's just getting warmer and warmer. Ambient temperature 79 degrees Fahrenheit, 109 Fahrenheit on the track. Incredibly high track temperature, which is going to put these Michelin tires through their paces. The number 1 Paul Miller Racing BMW at the moment running 5th in GTD Pro with Max Hesse, and if he were able to get a win today, he would complete the Grand Slam of IMSA endurance races in only just a couple of years in the series. Those GTD Pro cars running a slightly harder compound of Michelin tyre this year compared to previous years. The idea of giving a bit more longevity in performance. P204 CrowdStrike. Toby Sowry aboard there. In fact, I bumped into him at lunch not that long ago. I hope he's let his lunch go down before bouncing over the bumps at Sebring in that Orica LMP2. Of course, winner of the Rolex 24 LMP2 class just 6 weeks ago. I asked him if he'd had his new watch on yet. He said he hasn't even taken it out of the box yet. Too scared to do that, and who could blame him? I always like to look to see which drivers like to wear their Rolex winner's watch. Of course, Jordan Taylor leading the way for Cadillac then, for Wayne Taylor Racing. This is a program that got kick-started last year after several years with Acura. They returned to General Motors, returned to Cadillac, a brand that they've had so much success with in the past, particularly in the DPI era. The Wayne Taylor Racing Cadillac was such a strong force. 2 cars as part of this project, but looking for that victory, and what a way a victory at the Mobil 1 12 Hours of Sebring could put that program on track. I'm sure there is real anticipation in that pit box. Lawrence Fantor, of course, who came into contact with the number 31 of El Bamber, his old teammate. Lawrence obviously a little bit too keen to bring Bamtor back together. A little bit of damage to the front right of that Porsche 963 number 6, but doesn't appear to be affecting the performance because Lawrence only 3.5 seconds off the lead, but critically 9 seconds up the road from the 4th placed Acura of Colin Brown.
Yeah,
I like the fact that we are getting more than stint lengths of green flag running, because we're starting to see the relative strengths and weaknesses. You were talking about it earlier on, how the Acuras maybe don't start the stint well, but my goodness, they come in well at the end. If you're here at the track listening on 88.7 FM, or maybe on Highlands ESPN 106.3 FM, maybe on Sirius XM 206, and I know our safety team will be listening in. Hi guys, hope you have a nice quiet day from now on. Also hello to Blur Fiend, who's here. He says, I've hiked out the newly installed viewing mound at turn 16. It's a really challenging part of the track for the drivers to get right, going through 14 and 15 and then into 16 with those quick changes of direction. Thank you very much indeed to Sebring Raceway for installing the new crossover bridge, which has made it possible for people to get over that. Continuous improvement in the infrastructure here at Sebring. Brilliant stuff from all of the team here, and thank you as ever for the warm welcome that we've had from the very moment that we arrived here. I was here on Tuesday afternoon. Place looks an absolute picture as well. All the grass beautifully cut. There's obviously been a bit of rain recently because there's nice greenery around, and a huge crowd. More parking because of that bridge, more parking over to drivers left, which is where the Porsche number 7 is now. Not in the parking for Lauren Heinrich, he's going down the Alex Ullman straight, but that free parking over that side, then people can walk in through the paddock. A great addition, well done to the whole team at Sebring. Plans already well ahead for next year and the 75th. It starts, I was told it is starting now. It will be a full year. What a milestone.
Yeah, I mean, I'd urge anyone, if they're into racing books, to try and find yourself a copy of the Sebring Story, it's called. Yeah. It was written by Alec Ullman, who was one of the founders of this race, which has gone, the number 48 Windward Mercedes has gone along the Alec Ullman Straight. And it was published in 1969, but you can still find copies of it. I've luckily got one at home, and it tells the story of how they got it off the ground, and it was not easy. There was a lot of political forces pulling in different directions, which weren't always in their favour, and they had to really work hard to get everything off the ground. But by 1953 and into the mid-1950s, they were having the superstars of the day coming here to race, and the big factories were coming over to race almost from the beginning, and have continued coming all the way through.
In Formula One as well as in
yeah, 1959 they had the first US Grand Prix, which, as Alex says, wasn't the most commercially successful thing the history did in it. The circuit did in its history, but it's all part of the folklore of it. Absolutely. Won by Bruce McLaren, 1959.
You had Sir Jack Brabham pushing his car across the line to win a world championship here in sports cars. Just incredible. I remember coming here it must have been the first year of the American Le Mans series in 1999. Sebring's been an ever-present since then, the Mobil 1 12 Hours of Sebring, and with David Brabham, and to stand on the front straight where his dad pushed that car across the line with DB, with Brabs, that was a special moment for me. Special moment for me. Now that's a very long time ago. That is more than a quarter of a century ago. Brabs will be watching somewhere, I'm sure.
He was pretty incredible around here.
Oh, great record.
Whatever he took. I mean, he drove a variety of different machinery here. Did David Brabham, GTs, prototypes, you name it. Now, tell you what, talk about the spirit of endurance. The Vassar Sullivan Lexus in GTD number 12, they had a gearbox issue. They've only completed 46 laps compared to the leaders in their category have done 94 laps, and they have got back from out behind the wall and are going to continue. Big respect to them for cracking on and getting back out running again.
Let's just remind ourselves that we're also looking at the potential. Frankie Monte Calvo, by the way, has brought that car back from behind the wall. Potential of slightly odd pit stop strategy as we have interim points for Michelin Endurance Cup, Peter, awarded in this race, as we did at Daytona 5 or 6 weeks ago. Where are the cut-offs here?
4 hours, 8 hours, and at the end of the race.
So 22 minutes time. So maybe say, well, and you know what? As I say that, we've got cars.
This is off sequence for Manti, definitely.
No, they were old pictures, Peter. Sorry, I threw you a curveball.
Right, okay, yeah, no problem. Because Klaus Bachler leading the race, he's pulled away from Harry King quite a bit over the last few laps. He's got 52.9% of his usable energy left. Very similar for Harry King, so they're on the same strategy right now. But Bachler really pulling away, but full course yellow with 21 minutes to go. This, well, for Michelin Endurance Cup points, this is massive. What do you do here?
If you can, it's for debris on the exit of pit lane, I think. No, that's up towards Crescent Corner. And it's right on the line. It's a dive plane.
Yeah,
very good spot.
That could cut a tyre very easily. So that's why they have to throw a full course yellow here. It might look insignificant, but a dive plane could easily cut a tyre.
I think Kenton Cook got into the pits just before the yellows came out in the 023 Triashi car. Arjuna is down there looking at that. Were they very clever, or is this something a little more sinister?
I think, unfortunately, a bit more sinister. Car is up on the air jack, the engine cover is off, and I'm getting a great look at the intricacies of the rear end of the Ferrari 296. They are going to quickly swap the tires out as well, but for a car that was sitting inside of the podium spots in GTD, was running really well, this is one of those more lethargic pit stops that usually is the sign of something more sinister.
Not sure which car that dive plane came off. It was run over by the Lamborghini Huracan. The number 45 of Danny Formal ran both of his right-hand side Michelin tyres over it. So it was somebody who was in front of that. So again, the Sebring Lexus safety car will pick up the leaders. 25 laps for Jordan Taylor, 18 for Lauren Heinrich, Lawrence Vanta. So this actually, you'll pit. If you're GTPs, you'll pit here.
Yeah, so
and here's Jordan Taylor and the Cadillac team getting back on the same strategy as everyone else.
They will do. They might lose a tiny bit of track position, but yeah, they will. You're right. So Jordan Taylor's got 23.8% of his energy remaining, whereas the rest behind him have anywhere between 40 and 45%. So he's definitely on an alternative strategy, but you're right, it may well bring him in. But of course, teams that want to get the Michelin Endurance Cup points, they may not pit here because there is the first tranche of points for that championship handed out at 8 hours to go, which is in only 19 minutes time.
It is the first completed lap after that time marker that Peter Mackay's just been talking about.
Now in GTP, all of the crews are full season entries.
Correct.
So, but when you look at some of the other classes, both GTD Pro and GTD, there are crews which are Michelin Endurance Cup only. Yep. So that it's more of a consideration for them to perhaps stay out here and get the track position to be able to claim those points at the 8 hours to go mark.
It's really important for those for whom it matters. Some of the teams, as Peter said, aren't doing the full calendar.
So the Michelin Endurance Cup is their championship.
Correct. That is the championship that they're competing in.
So
all the long distance races. So that is Daytona, which we've had. This one that we're a third of the way through. And then it will be Watkins Glen International for the sale in 6 hours at the Glen. The all-new 6 hours The Motul 6 hours.
Or revived
Well,
Enduro at Road America.
Yes, we only had a 6 hours once, I think. We had a couple of 4-hour races.
The old Road America 500.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Generac 500. as it
Generac
used
500
to be.
it was called, yes.
Yeah.
And then, of course, Motul Petit Le Mans.
Yeah.
What a way to finish. In the autumn, in Road Atlanta. Just
Peter Mackay.
Doesn't get much better.
From the Visit Georgia office.
Beautiful Brazelton.
In point of fact, he's not wrong. Wherever you're listening in the world, start planning. Because if you haven't been to... I mean, this... people ask me constantly, oh, which of the American races should you go to? And after 10 minutes, I've mentioned every single track. Now, oh, big moment for Callum Eilert a moment or two ago. He may have just... Oh, how did he miss the end of the tyre wall at turn 17? Bouncing across. Not a mark on that immaculate green livery of the Adam Adelson Wright Motorsport car.
Yeah, Callum Eilert, new driver to Wright Motorsport this year. We've seen him in prototype machinery quite a bit, of course, in IndyCar too. And I have to say it was a little bit of a surprise signing in a good way. I mean, what a signing for Wright Motorsport. He's a very well thought of driver, is Callum Eilert. And, well, he needed every last bit of his bravery there to not panic and end up in the fence. That was really tricky. There was a GTP car that was diving up the inside, which may well just have unsettled them slightly. But no harm, no foul.
Johannes has said the Sebring story is available to borrow, free, from archive.org/details, etc.
Great. And I would think it's available in the British Library, I would think, if you're in the UK based, or indeed now is it the International Motorsports Research Centre at Watkins Glen?
Yeah.
I'd be surprised if they didn't have a copy.
IMSA Radio's just retweeted that link from JG.
Good find.
JG, great find, mate. Well done. Hello to Duncan Vincent. And one of our RSL team tuned in from the UK, from Scotland, I presume. The pits are open for the prototypes. Welcome back to the pit lane to Ryan Marine. There's a lot of new Michelin tyres coming over the wall.
It will be 8 all told for the 2 Porsche Penske 963s and driver changes as well. Lauren Heinrich is out of the 7 as Julian Andlauer getting in. Meanwhile, Matt Campbell will be climbing aboard the sister car, running those retro liveries. Beautiful Mobil 1 on there. Really clean pit stops up to this point, just waiting on the energy replenishment. The 7 leaves the pit lane, spinning those tires on electric power. The sister car follows. Then it is going to be the 10, followed by the 60, and really tight after that. The LMP2 is also leaving the pit lane now. A slow stop, it would appear, for one of the BMWs. I'll go check on that.
So quite a shuffle in the order then after those GTP pit stops. Probably the biggest loser was the Wayne Taylor Racing Cadillac number 40 that was leading. It's now dropped to 7th, but of course was on a slightly alternative strategy and now is on the same strategy as everybody else. And we know how good the Cadillac switch on pace is if they need it. They've been very strong early on in the stint. So it's Andlauer in the number 7 Porsche Penske Motorsport car comes out in the lead ahead of Matt Campbell in the number 6 Porsche Penske Motorsport machine. Then it's Will Stevens, the number 10 Wayne Taylor Racing Cadillac. Scott Dixon for Meyer Shank Racing in the number 60 Acura. His teammate Nick Yellowly in the number 93 Acura, 5th. Then coming out in 6th place, Fred Vesti is taking over from Earl Bamber. So Whelen Engineering, they've recovered very well from that that incident under full course yellow an hour or two ago, and are back in the game again. Haven't panicked, and this full course yellow, of course, is quite advantageous. It's brought them back into the game, but that's all part of it. And of course, we haven't talked a huge amount about the Aston Martin Valkyrie, number 23, Roman DeAngelis. Been very quick in the 3rd sector, where there's a lot of straight line and indeed going over the bumps at Sunset Corner, but on the lead lap and in the mix, John.
Earlier on, we were talking about Team USA, and I put the wrong person in as the first alumni. It was Jimmy Vassar, who was the first recipient of Team USA's. Thank you to Joshua Barrett for putting me right on that one. At IMSA Radio, please, if you'd like to get in touch with us. GT's to come in next. Let's head down to the pit lane and Arjuna Kankapati.
And this is a pit sequence in which I am stood next to the two GTD Pro contenders, the AO Racing number 77. Of course, Rexy had a bit of a rough outing, John, at Daytona, and so Roxy stepped up in his place to try and show the field what it's all about. The Lexus Vassar Sullivan 14 is also going to be going to work, as of course will the Manthey 911 Grello as they roll their way in towards pit lane. And the pit crews get ready to go to work. It does look to be somewhat scrub tires for Roxy, sticker tires for the Lexus, as in their marks, both of them right on cue. No driver change for either of them down this end, and I believe the same for Manthey, a little bit further down the ways from me. Nice and tidy for AO Racing so far, nice and tidy for Lexus as they both get ready to drop the cars off the air jacks and now just pack it full of fuel. Quick clean of the radiator as well, engines are fired up, Roxy goes off first, followed by the Lexus Vassar Sullivan, and where's Grello in all of this?
I can tell you, Arjuna, Grello gets out first. Really quick work by the Manthey boys. No surprise there, just ahead of Roxy. You were right. There was no driver change for that esteemed squad, so no changes there, and it looks like no change to the order as they leave the pit lane.
There were a few GT cars which decided not to take service there. Waiting for that to update on our screens, but looks like the 033 Ferrari for Triarci and GTD Pro, the number 1 BMW for Paul Miller Racing, the 21 leading car in GTD of Antonio Fuoco, that's another Ferrari for AF Corsa, and the Corvettes have split their strategy. Again, the strength of having two good cars.
Absolutely.
You can play different tunes, you can put two bets on effectively, hedge your bets, and the number 3 car for Corvette has pitted, the number 4 of Nico Verone has not.
Do a couple of X questions coming in. EJ says, do the hypercar class compete in anything other than the Endurance Cup in IMSA alone? There isn't a hypercar class here, it's called GTP. There are two different rule sets within that, as they are in the HY, the hypercar class in ACO rules racing. We do have one of the secondary rules classes, the non-IMSA ruled class cars here, that's the Valkyrie. And all of those cars compete right across the season here in the substantive IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship. As Peter said, there are no Michelin Endurance Cup only entries in GTP, and the top 11 are all those GTP cars, so I hope that that helps. And the only car that was built to the hypercar regulations that has run in IMSA thus far is the Valkyrie. Ian James telling us that he hopes to get a second Valkyrie out at some point of the season. They, by mandate, regulation, they have to run two if they enter in WEC. That season getting underway at Imola in a month or so's time. Jigged calendar for WEC for obvious reasons couldn't start in Qatar at Lusail, and we will have our preview programs and indeed our coverage from the prologue to come. More details about that on the Radio Show Limited network of channels. Before we go back to green, as the pits are now open for all cars and we're doing the class split, let's catch some information from Arjuna down in the pit lane with an interview.
Seb Prio involved in one of the previous incidents. Seb, can you talk us through what happened at Sunset Bend in a multi-car GT incident?
Yeah, I mean, I just got tagged from the rear. I was just part of the accident. He came down the inside. Our car's struggling in the last corner, and he just hit me on the rear and spun me around. So couldn't have done anything different. He wasn't totally alongside me. So yeah, unfortunate to get tagged in that one, but I'm just struggling now. I think we had a little bit of damage on the front, so quite a bit of understeer in the last stint. So yeah, we're just trying to get a wounded car home a little bit, but luckily kept it going and wasn't racing ending for us, but yeah, annoying really.
Thanks, Seb.
Cheers.
So there was contact there.
Yeah.
And that it doesn't take much there. I mean, we've set all racing cars going around any corner. You are not cornering at 65 and 70%. You are cornering at 95 to 100%. You are literally giving it all you can in every situation. So anything that unsettles the car, loads the loaded tyre, in this case the left rear and the left front, it loads it more coming through turn 17, can take it over what the chassis, the tyre and the suspension can take. Add in the bumps that are there already. You might have slightly unloaded the back of the Ford Mustang as the tap came in, and that just exacerbates the situation. Nobody's saying that the Racing Competizione Ferrari was doing it on purpose. It kind of happens. It doesn't take much, and so tight down there, and the cars are moving around. We're not just talking a few millimeters on an offline, we're talking inches, and sometimes it's 4, 5, 6 inches. You can see them more hop sideways.
I think it's probably the most extreme example in the world of any corner.
I'd agree with that.
Because it's fast. You know, and to give a bit of context, when they hit the brakes for that corner, GTPs are over 180 miles an hour. The GTDs are 155. At the apex point, the minimum speed in that corner for a GTP is 80, and for the GTDs it's 75. So imagine if you're on the motorway and you're doing 75 miles an hour and someone behind you doing the same speed hits you in a straight line. What do you think is going to happen?
Yeah.
So imagine if you're going over the bumpiest road you've ever been on with steering lock on and somebody hits the rear of your car. There's only one way it's going to happen. So.
What do the Highway Patrol get taught how to do? They get taught to spin people out. There's a full proper way of doing it by hitting the rear.
Don't try it
quarter
at
panel.
home, kids.
Do not try it at all. Absolutely not.
Or on the road.
And it doesn't take much to unsettle a car to do that in a straight line. And what Peter is saying there is it is minuscule. It's a tiny bit. If you could do this, imagine somebody running alongside the car coming out of there. You can't do this, clearly. If they just shoulder barge the back of the car, it would probably spin the car. We're not talking about weight, we're not talking about consistent pushing, we're talking about a tiny little bit more lateral G-force that's been applied to the bits of rubber that are on the road that takes them over the grip point, and at that point, bang, they're gone. And as we saw, there's no getting that back. Bad luck for Seb Priaulx. We'll have another VP in race update in about 5 minutes time, but let's get back to green with points for Michelin Endurance Cup in 5 minutes time. It's 2 Porsches coming to the line, 7 from 6, Andlar from Matt Campbell, Will Stevens now aboard the number 10 Cadillac. Will, full season WEC entrant with Hertz Cadillac Team Jota. Young Brit fighting his way through turn 1.
Dixon a little bit tardy on the restart there because he just had his pocket picked by Nick Yellerly.
He did indeed.
His teammate.
Through goes the 93, the red, white and black car, Nick Yellerly, Scott Dixon. Yes, it is that Scott Dixon. The answer for the next hour and a half or so, as far as the number 60 Acura is concerned, that's the one with the orange, black and white livery, is Scott Dixon. Great to have him here as well. Nice move down the inside at turn 7 there. Nico Pino on Dries Vanthoor picking up a position 9th and 10th, swapping over there as the Mustang sampling number 5 goes through. And how difficult is it for me to remember that that is a Porsche? Mustang sampling number 5 has not been a Porsche in my...
Like it was a 2021, it was a Cadillac, same team, and winners with Seb Bourdais, Francois Duval, Loic Duval, not the rally driver, Francois Duval, the rally driver, no, Loic Duval and Tristan Vautier.
23, Aston Martin Valkyrie in 7th, Roman De Angelis behind the wheel of that car. What a rise it's been for the lanky Canadian. Tall lad folds himself into that car, can drive it though, and he's looking at the back of Fred Vesti. Look at the quality of drivers in this class, and indeed even in LMP2. We talk of LMP2 as a quote-unquote secondary prototype class only because of the performance potential of the cars themselves. The drivers are top class right the way through this field. If you are a factory driver, it doesn't matter whether you're in a GTD car, a GTD Pro car, or a GTP, you are among the best in the world at your job, because no manufacturer around the world is going to give you a factory contract if you are not the full package. Kind of almost take for granted the driving that has to be done, Peter. There's so much else that these guys are doing in terms of PR, ambassadorial duties, possibly even road car development, public appearances, etc., etc. These guys at the top end of their game, and that's how they become factory drivers.
Think of the fitness regime they've got to keep up around all of that too.
Well, my body's a temple. Unfortunately, it's somewhat dilapidated.
Patina, I think they call it.
Yes, very good. I'm stealing that, P-Mac. Absolutely stealing that. At IMSA Radio, if you want to get in touch with us as we come towards this 8-hour mark. Green flag racing again. And we are at the 8 hours. Once we complete that, I'll give you a VP in-race update as well. Julian Andlauer leading from Matt Campbell. Where is Matt Campbell going? Will he even complete the season for Porsche Penske Motorsport? The answer is we don't know. All kinds of rumours out there. Every time I've asked Matt, he was very good. Talked to me at the Bathurst 12 Hours in early February, mid-February, and he just gave me one of his trademark little smiles. I don't know. There are new manufacturers coming.
Oh, Souri's lost it. Souri's lost it at turn 1 in the CrowdStrike car. Now, can he stay out the wall? He does. Yes. Somehow loses it on the exit of turn 1 there on cold tyres. The LMP2s have struggled on this all day. That is a 130 miles an hour moment there.
Souri, the car started to go. The windscreen wiper is pointing up like an aerial. Now it's flicks back onto the screen because the aerial was going in the wrong direction. It was a long, lazy spin that took him to the left-hand side of the track, across those bumps. Exactly what we were talking about, Peter, in terms of how close to the edge of adhesion can you go in these cars. And of course, when the tyres aren't up to temperature, they're not up to pressure. When they're not up to pressure, you don't have the same ride height. He's done nothing wrong there in terms of his line. Maybe just pinching the exit a tiny bit, not opening his hands out quite as much. Did he get clipped? I don't think so.
It's the bumps.
It was the bumps.
That particular part of the racetrack is where they are high speed and carrying. Meanwhile, at the other end of the circuit, there was action between the number 19 Van der Steur Aston and the number 70 Inception Ferrari, the yellow and black Ferrari, which heading up to that had the Ford Mustang of Felipe Fraga on his right. This is Brendan Aribe. And then having the Lone Star Mercedes on his left. Oh my word, the 19 Aston Martin for Van der Steur comes from nowhere.
Sebastian Boe.
Oh dear me.
Sebastian Boe. And we've also had Phil Fair into the pit lane. That's the Inception you can hear spinning on screens on replay. United, number 2's been in and out the pit lane. Let's go down to Ryan.
Can't shed any light onto that one. I'll check on that in just a second, but I have a chance now to talk to Dane Cameron, AO Racing, and Spike the Dragon, second in the LMP2 class. You've been in the car. Tell us what's it been like conditions-wise. How is it different, or is it similar to what we've had so far this week?
Well, it's been the warmest it's been this week. It's been quiet for me. I haven't done anything yet so far, so pretty easy day for me. But no, we've been really strong all week. Really proud of the effort from everybody at AO Racing. We had a little bit of a tough Daytona there the whole week. So we had some good test days and made a few changes, and really proud kind of with the turnaround internally that we feel like we've had.
And I think we've had one of the best cars we've ever had, so honestly I feel very, very confident today.
And a great job by the team, too, to overcome the incident early in the weekend. That was not an insignificant amount of damage that the car sustained, and yet it seems like it's just as quick as it ever has been.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. We've been, like I said, very good all week, and it was a nice, obviously a bump in the road to do that, so to speak, but yeah, to get it turned around on time basically for the next session and stick it right back quickest, and that one was a really good show by everybody there.
We'll let you get back to the team, but guys, I have another update for you on Triarci. We saw Kenton Cook bring that car in, and it sat in the pit lane. He told me it was a throttle body issue. They think they have it resolved. Robert McGuinness is in the car right now, but unfortunately they've lost 4 laps.
Ryan Marine down in the pit lane. Let's have a VP Racing in race updates with 4 hours completed. Porsche first and second. Andlau from Matt Campbell, 7 from 6, 3 seconds between them. Will Stevens 2 seconds further back in the number 10. That's the Cadillac from Wayne Taylor Racing. Then the 2 ARX 06s. That's the red, white and black 93 from the orange, black and white number 60, Nick Yellerly and Scott Dixon. Fred Vesti in the Whelen Cadillac. That's been there or thereabouts all day, hasn't it? He's another 3/4 of a second back and has the same sort of gap between himself and Roman De Angelis in 7th position. Then it's Nico Pino for Porsche, Dries Vanthoor for BMW, Jordan Taylor for Cadillac number 40 and Marco Wittmann for BMW. The top 11 separated by just under 14 seconds after 3 laps from the restart. There will be a penalty for Sebastian Boe. He's coming into the pit lane now. That was the instant responsibility with the number 70 Ferrari for Brendan Arieb in the Inception machine. And Brendan spun around there at turn 17. Could have been a much bigger incident. LMP2, Tristan Fortier leads for Tower by about a second from Johnny Edgar, EO Racing, Spike the Dragon in second. Then Dan Goldberg, the 2022 United car. That's the all blue car near enough anyway. TDS's number 11 has had a really, really frantic day. Toby Lutke still only in 4th position. He hardly dropped any time at all. That car's been off the road a couple of times. See a buff comment for Naveen Rao. He's had a drive-through for contact. He's in 5th position for Era Motorsport in the 18. Then John Field back in the number 37 Intersport. They started at the back, got to the front, got to the back, sitting in midfield now. Tom Dillman for Inter Europol. A little bit of work to do for the fastest bakery in the world. The number 43 sits at 7th at the moment. Toby Sowry counting his blessings after that high-speed spin in 8th position for the 04 Algarve Pro Racing CrowdStrike car. Manuel Espirito Santo for Pratt Miller Racing is in 9th of the top 10, made up by Phil Fair for United Autosport after just taking that off. Yeah, that was an off-schedule pit stop. Phil had pitted with everybody else, so they've been out there 2 laps. We'll see if we can find out what had happened to that number 2. That's the mainly white United Autosport car. It's Max Hesser for Paul Miller Racing, who leads for BMW. The number 1 car has a second lead on Harry King for EO Racing, and the Purple Dragon, number 77, that Porsche, is 2 seconds ahead of Nico Varone in the Corvette number 4. Riccardo Agostini, former leader, Triarci competition, and the 33 car in 4th. Then it is 5th place for Ben Barnicat. He's about another 3/10 further back. That's the Lexus RCF number 14. Green number backgrounds on these cars. Top 6 made up by Alexander Sims in the second of the Corvettes. That's the number 3 car. And in GTD, Antonio Forco for the AF Corsa USA team. Once again, he's already halfway up the GTD field. We've only been off the yellow flag period for 4 or 5 laps. He's got 3 GTD Pro cars between himself and Callum Island for the dark green Wright Motorsports number 120 Porsche. Lynn Hodenius in the Lone Star Racing Mercedes number 80 is in 3rd. And we'll just do a couple of more for you in this one. That is Felipe Fraga, the best of the bronze class car for Myers Riley Motorsports Ford Mustang, the number 16. Mason Felipe in 5th for DXDT Corvette, the number 36, and Ryan Hardwick 2nd in the Bronze Cup in the 912 Manthey first form car. With 113 laps completed, 4.6 seconds the gap now. Julian Andlauer leads the motor race for Porsche and Penske. So, Peter, we've gone through that 8-hour mark. We'll get the official results from IMSA in a little while, and then we can start having a look at who was where. It's the first fully completed lap after the 8-hour mark.
One car that's caught my attention in the last half an hour or so, a great fight back from Felipe Fraga in the Myers Riley Motorsport Ford Mustang. It's a new program this year, and it's been difficult. They've had a couple of technical issues to contend with, but Fraga driving amazingly. He's just put in his he's just put in a 203.2 aboard that car, but he's up to 4th in GTD. Now, thank you to Victoria Thomas from Riley Motorsport for sending this to me. So in 1966, Shelby American won this race with a Ford X1 Roadster, part of the GT program with Lloyd Ruby and Ken Miles. But one of the members of the crew on that, Bob Riley, whose son Bill is on the pit wall for that crew. So Sebring and the Riley family go back a very long way indeed.
Let's update that story. Here is Ryan Marine down in the pit lane.
Pretty simple, left rear puncture, had to bring him in, got that taken care of, and now need a caution to try and get bunched back up.
Okay.
Which car was that, sorry?
That was the 2, Phil Thayer.
Okay.
Yeah. Klaus Bachler dropped off the pace a little bit as well in GTD Pro. Porsches were running 1st and 2nd. He's dropped down to 8th position in GTD Pro now. I don't know whether that was just the shuffle on the pit stop sequence or whether there's something else that happened there.
That's got to be an error on pit road, unless they've not put tyres on, and others have. I mean, in GTD, they have 15 sets of tyres for the whole race week, so you can theoretically keep enough tyres back if you're really conservative with them in practice. So effectively, Harry King is the net race leader in GTD Pro. He's right behind Max Hesse, who is leading right now, but Hesse did not pit under that last full course yellow. It's an hour and 5 minutes since he was last in the pit lane, so it won't be long before he needs to bring that BMW for Paul Miller Racing into the pit road, and at that stage Harry King will move back into the lead with Roxy the Dinosaur, the pink AO Racing Porsche. But not far behind him is Nico Veroni, but Veroni in that number 4 Corvette did not pit at the last full course yellow either.
When I said at 8 hours, I meant at 8 hours to go, not 8 hours gone. I've just panicked a few people.
You get points 8 hours as well,
You
with
do.
4 hours to go.
Yeah, I panicked a few people. Sorry, Brody. Antonio Fourcault in GTD had been at the sharp end, has brought the number 21 Ferrari down to pit lane.
Maximum Michelin Endurance Cup points for last year's Michelin Endurance Club champions.
There you go. So why did they stay out when they could have pitted earlier? Peter has just given you that answer. We'll get those points up on the IMSA official website. Thanks again to our colleagues at Al Kamel. They are alongside us, so just there's a connecting door between us. They've been working really hard this weekend, and just great to have them on board again. So much of what we do in endurance has been enhanced by the guys from Al Kamel down through the years, and what an addition they have been. Brilliant yesterday in the Alan J 120. They reset the pit lane counter for 2 reasons. One, so that we could see who actually had come down the pits in real terms, rather than, oh, hang on, I'll come back to that, because the 25 BMW is going slowly. This is one of the cars that's been at the sharp end of the field. Marco Wittmann has a problem, and the Inception Ferrari is going slowly as well. Full course yellow, 7 hours 40 minutes to go. Now, is this linked together? Wittmann was crawling out of tower turn. He's got damage to the left rear, and I think there's a puncture there as well.
The wheel's bent way out of shape at the left rear. It's not just the puncture. There's definitely suspension damage there.
So has that been contact? There's a part of the Inception front end left at the side of the circuit as well. And there's a bit of rear wheel steer being induced into Marco Wittmann's BMW. Inception were having a battle themselves with the Ferrari. Aston Martin Valkyrie goes through, then a spin. I think Brendan got on the grass, and does he get clipped? Oh, he pulled forward into Wittmann at tower turn. Didn't look to his right. The very, very definition of unsafe rejoin from Brendan Arieb. That is so unlike him. He normally has his wits about him, but perhaps just slightly rattled by the fact he'd had a half spin. I think he put his left-hand Michelin's on the dirt there. He's braking for tower turn. And Marco Wittmann absolutely nowhere to go. He would have got round the inside, I think, if Brendan Arieb hadn't stuck it into first gear and moved forward. The Valkyrie wasn't a part of it. Brendan just got a bit of a slide on, put two wheels on the dirt. He pulls up, he's fine, and then he puts it in first gear and moves forward with cars going either side of him. And poor Marco Wittmann. That is when we say there's no luck involved in motor racing, Alan McNish would say there's no such thing as luck, just bad preparation. I'd like to play him that piece of tape because there was absolutely nothing Marco Wittmann could have done there. He picked the right side to go to. He thinks he's through. Wittmann thinks he's avoided that incident with
and he's had to make a quick judgment call. He's seen a gap, he's gone through, and then that gap closed, unfortunately. But also, put yourself in Brendan Arieb's shoes. Just 3-4 laps ago, he'd been punted by the number 19 Aston Martin for Van der Steur, which picked up a penalty almost instantly for it at sunset. So his rhythm had definitely been broken, and he's trying to get it back. And just through that part, coming into Tower Corner, where the prototypes and the GTs are at very different speeds, and it's just caught him out, unfortunately. Just rattled, and as you say, John, pulls first gear, moves forward, and that was just enough to clip that BMW. That had taken, strangely, it had taken a pit stop after 8 minutes later than the rest of the field, so it was already a little bit on the back foot anyway. But that will could potentially put it out of the order entirely.
So we are back to a neutralised race behind the safety car. This is the fourth neutralisation behind the Sebring Lexus, which is coming up to an hour's worth of time behind the safety car, none of which you can argue with. They were all absolutely legitimate. Let's go down to Ryan for some news from the wounded cars limping into the pit lane, as the pits are now also open for the prototype. Ryan?
And it's not good news. Marco Wittmann came in, but did not stop at his box. Instead, he went and made the hard right turn back into the paddock. So BMW M Team WRT, they're going to have to go and do some repairs, it seems like, back there. Meanwhile, as you say, the pit lane is now open for prototypes, and it looks like it's going to be very, very busy. I think everybody just about in the GTP camp has called their cars to the pit lane. I'm standing by the Porsche Penske boxes. They're the top two. They lead the field in. It's the 7 hitting the marks just before the 6. Both of these cars did tires and driver changes on the last stop. It will be no tires, no driver changes. So that's Andlauer and Campbell staying aboard the 7 and the 6 respectively. Just energy replenishment. 7 leads 6 off a pit lane, followed by the 10. And we'll wait for the rest of them to file out as well.
That's Porsche, Julian Andlauer from the 6 of Matt Campbell, and Will Stevens in the 10. As they go out, that is exactly how they went out. Then it was Scott Dixon, Fred Vesti, Nico Pino, then I think it was Nick Yellowly, so I have a suspicion that the Acuras have changed around there. Then the remaining BMW, as it is now, the number 24 of Dries Vanthoor, then the Heart of Racing Valkyrie with Roman De Angelis. That's how I read them coming out. Johnny Edgar's got out of the pits for LMP2 well ahead of everybody else, but 2 cars did not pit in LMP2, being United Autosport's number 22, Daniel Goldberg, has stayed out and therefore has assumed the lead, and John Field again has stayed out in the 37 Intersport car. This is now becoming a little bit more obvious that Intersport have said, we're going to run our fuel strategy. That's more important to us, Peter Mackay, perhaps, than anything else that is going on there.
And they'll be considering John Field's drive time as well.
Oh, very good point.
Yeah, 3 hours minimum in the LMP2 class and the GTD class. For the GTP and the GTD Pro classes, you only got 1 hour minimum for each driver. So yeah, you have to consider that.
Well, they're about halfway through that stint, almost exactly halfway through that stint, and John has done. Let me see. I reckon he's done about 2 of his 3 hours.
Okay,
I
so
haven't got all of the data on that because sadly I had a failure earlier on and the computer went down. But
well, you mentioned Alan McNish about how there's no such thing as bad luck, just bad preparation. Well, he might be able to relax a little bit more because his distance record from 2009, alongside his long-standing colleagues Dindo Capello and Tom Christensen, of 1,461 miles or 383 laps, looks to be standing for another year.
383, yeah.
Yeah, I think that's going to stand for a long time. That was the Audi R15, a quite difficult second album of the Audi diesel prototypes, but it won the race.
Yeah, 326 predicted now, but we are in yellow. That'll pick up, but I don't think we're going to pick up 60 laps. Back to the pit lane and to Ryan. Here come the GT hordes.
It's kind of split here because, as you guys talked about, not everybody was pitting during that last yellow. That was in part to play for Endurance Cup points. So I'm waiting on a few of the leaders to come in, and they're not quite here yet. It looks like Paul Miller racing now. I can see that BMW making its way in. That's Connor De Filippi getting ready to climb aboard. Max Hesse has been in the car here for an extended stint, and over the radio just a few moments ago they asked him, hey, are you happy with how the car is handling, or do you want some of those changes we talked about now? Hesse said, no, let's wait until the temperature starts to change. They're happy enough with the performance of the car at this point. He's now climbing out. Connor De Filippi is getting in. Sticker Michelin's going on in the energy replenishment as well. This falls pretty well for them because they were getting to the point where they were going to need to pit anyway, and they get to do so here under the full course yellow. Just waiting on the energy, waiting on the driver change. They'll do a drink bottle replacement as well inside the cockpit, but pretty much picture perfect stop here for Paul Miller.
That was a 32-lap stint, of which 10 were in yellow flag conditions. Inception Racing's gone behind the wall after that incident up at turn 13 tower. So again, we're going to have to do a little bit of a reset here, Peter, on who's done what. All of the GTD pros came in, not all of the GTDs came in. I reckon that
Graham Doyle in the number 45 Wayne Taylor Racing Lamborghini has not.
And RS1, Dylan McIvern stayed out as well. So they will be first and second. I think Simon Mann stayed out for the AF Corsa USA number 21 car as well.
They'd just been in, of course.
Yeah,
so this has worked quite well for them, yeah.
Yeah, I think they'll cycle through to third, and everybody else will have to see how the pit stops have gone for them. We don't get a reset on the timing screens as they come out of the pits. We have to wait for them to go through across the timing line.
Our data that we've got here in the Ford Racing Global Broadcast Centre is absolutely available to you at home. Go just search IMSA Telemetry, that's IMSA Telemetry, and you have a screen that comes up which gives you more information than I think the teams would like people to know, but anyway, that's a way. Well, that's good, because it tells you when a car is, if it's a hybrid car, if it's regenerating energy at that time, what energy is left, whether it's hybrid or not, the speed it's doing, what gear it's in, and even the brake and throttle trace. It'll also tell you with a little red pin drop if it's actually in the pits at that particular moment. So right now it's important for following the race, but believe me, you want that up on a screen, whether it's on your phone or on a tablet or laptop in front of you. It really enhances the experience of following this Mobil 1 12 Hours of Sebring, because I guarantee you, within those last 2 hours, who has got enough energy and who has not will play a factor in the outcome of this race.
I'll say I have seen some good setups recently. We ran a couple of years ago, in conjunction with Mobil 1, we ran a competition for people to send in pictures at Le Mans of their setups. My goodness me, they make even the Ford Racing Global Broadcast Centre look bereft of screens. How
many have we got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Well, that's 2 though, really,
yeah.
and that could be 4.
9 when Ryan turns up.
Yeah, and I've got my phone as well.
10.
So that's 10. I'll give a call out here to a good friend of ours, Dave Monks. Hello, David. Hope you're fitting well. He will be sitting in his garage next to his MG Montego, which he is re-prepping. Fantastic piece of kit.
How many screens did that lovely Range Rover have?
Oh yeah, he had lots of Range Rover screens when he goes to Classic Le Mans. And he'll be sitting there looking at his projected images on the screen, HD projector on his screen in his garage that drops down, electric powered. He's got the full Dolby 5.1 surround sound, and when he wants to look at timing and scoring, Peter, as he's sitting there in his nice reclining chair, all he has to do is look up, because he's got the timing screen mounted directly above him. Genius.
That's brilliant.
That is genius. Yeah, I had the full tour a couple of weeks ago.
Oh, hello to Chris Shuku, who's
hello, Chris.
Tweeted, can you still say tweeted in? But he's written in to at IMSA Radio, and he said thank you for the suggestion of the Sebring story by Alec Ullman, which was published in 1969. Just picked up a copy for a very reasonable price. I've also seen that it can cost eye-watering prices too. Published by the Chilton Book Company in 1969.
Yeah, that was Tom Chilton's dad that produced that, published that book. No, I'm sorry, I can't help but make things like that up and say it as genuinely as possible to see who actually pulls me up on it. My wife has got used to that down through the years. In fairness, problem is now she takes everything I say with a pinch of salt, so even when I do say something that is absolutely correct, she'll go, "Are you sure?" So, reset of the positions as we're going to go back to green. It's the 2 Porsches, 7 from 6, Julian Andlau, Matt Campbell. The Sebring Lexus safety car pulls away from the field. Will Stevens will restart in 3rd with the blue-fronted Dex Imaging Cadillac from Wayne Taylor Racing, the number 10. Red-fronted Cadillac is the number 31. Sitting outside of the line is the dark grey Nick Copino driven Porsche 963. And remember, that is not the Evo version of the 963 either for JDC Miller, that number 5 car. The accelerator goes to the floor right in the middle of turn 17. Andlar gets a decent start. He's followed across the line by Matt Campbell. They've broken away just a little bit, but it's the number 60 of Scott Dixon who got the best start, and he's already trying to pressure the Porsche ahead of him. He's gone round the outside at turn 1. Can he keep the car on the track? The number 60 orange, black and white car makes up a position. Scott Dixon still has it right round the outside. Magnificent stuff on colder tyres at the restart. And Dixon takes the number 60 up into 5th position, displacing Nick Opino. Nick Yellowly now having a go at that black or dark grey and gold Porsche, the only privateer Porsche in the field. defensive line taken into turn 7 by Nico Pino in that JDC car. Scott Dixon.
Class is permanent, isn't it?
Absolutely
Class is permanent.
right.
The 45-year-old Kiwi still has it. Such a glittering career, but no Sebring 12-hour win overall before. This is one of the very few things missing on his CV. Could they do it today? I have to say it would be a bit of an upset. The Acuras haven't quite been on the pace of the Porsches or the Cadillacs, but this is a long race. Still 7.5 hours to go, and it does look like it's good on a long run on tyres. Might that be an attribute that comes to play later on? But the Porsches, I mean, it's so far 4.5 hours in, it's been Penske perfection so far, with the slight exception of the should we say reunion between Lawrence Vantor and El Bamber, former teammates behind the pace car. But apart from that, it's been Penske perfect.
Well, we were just talking about the Antipodean. Scott Dixon still having it across Australia and New Zealand, very early hours of the morning. Heidi Guga, 14, who's tuned in to JMEC Engineering.
Pino.
Oh, down the inside there, Team JMEC Engineering tuned in from the northeast of England, and Pino is looking to take that position back from Scott Dixon. Can he go down the inside? He lost the position at turn 1 on the restart. He gains it back at the end of lap 1. Now that is counterintuitive to what we've seen, actually, because normally it's the Acuras who can't get heat into the tyres. Scott Dixon, well, nobody told him that, obviously, and Nico Pino just taking his time and getting that position back, goes back up into 5th position.
Great move there from Nico Pino. Still a young driver and showing that he's got everything it takes to perform at the top level, and moves past on Scott Dixon. That was a move for 5th position. Pino goes up then, and Yellowly now in 7th position, right behind his teammate Scott Dixon. So the two Acuras 6th and 7th, then not far behind in 8th. It's the, well, it was the Aston Martin Valkyrie, because the number 24 BMW dives up the inside. Reece Vantor on Roman De Angelis at Cunningham.
Team JMEC boys in the northeast will be loving this, prepping TCE cars for Creventic. Hopefully going to see them again at Barcelona.
Hope so.
Great to see them
in the ex Ian Bond-thrown BMW M3.
Yeah.
Time attack car turned into a 24-hour car.
Brilliant that the endurance community, even if they aren't racing, are still joining along with us. Proof were needed that they're all enthusiasts out there. Good question here from Sems. Do GTPs have a delta lap time they need to stick to for an ideal stint, and will this change lap by lap? Yes and no. There'll be a fuel number to get them to where they want to be, and that will be being communicated lap by lap to the driver, and they've got that on the steering wheel among a whole host of other information. I'm not sure they're tuned into us on 88.7 FM, mind you, but there might as well be. Let's quickly check what's going on in the GT battles. It's the number 911 Porsche, Thomas Preining, trying to get through the field. That car, the Grello car, in behind. That's Fred Favish that he's behind at the moment for Ford. Big dive down the inside of the RS1, number 28, the red, white and black car. Two Porsches together, and through goes Callum Eilert on the number 21. Does that take the lead for him? No, because Tom Gamble's ahead of both of them. So the Aston Martin of Heart of Racing has gone to the lead, and through into second in GTD goes that number 120. So that means, having restarted in the lead, that that car has dropped back just a little bit, the RS1 machine. And RS1, I think, is back to that in a moment. The Team 13 car has gone off at the exit of Christensen Corner. Looked like there was some help there for that car, and that was Matt Bell, the tall Geordie, man from Newcastle upon Tyne. Big game tomorrow for the Mags.
Still wearing his Rolex winner's watch from yesterday.
Yeah.
From last year.
yeah, absolutely right. You wouldn't talk to me about the football, barely. They got absolutely battered in midweek by Barcelona.
Now, don't gloat, come on.
No, I offered condolence. I honestly did.
I got helped by the Ferrari from Conquest, number 34 Ferrari, driven right now now, who's at the wheel of that car? It's Albert Costa.
Oh
dear.
Albert.
Pro
That's
on pro
unusual
there.
for him.
Dear.
Really unusual for him. Let's go down the pit lane where Ryan's been waiting patiently.
And you've been talking about the RS1 Porsche that restarted in the lead. I've got the team boss, Justin Bellinzoni. Little different strategy, but you get to lead a few laps here with Dylan McIver now behind the wheel. The 3 drivers you've got in this car here this weekend, they've all won championships for you at different levels. Pretty cool to see them at the top level of GT racing here in North America.
Yeah, each of these drivers are here for a reason. They all won a championship with RS1 in IMSA competition. So we're really excited to bring the band back together for this one and have a little redemption at what didn't happen in Daytona.
The car's entered in the Michelin Endurance Cup. What can you tell us about what you're trying to put together for the remaining races after Sebring?
Sure, we're trying to put together some stout driver lineups like we have now, but obviously, you know, the economics are always a hindering factor, so we're doing our best to acquire some new strategic partners to help us get to the finish line.
Having a good run at Sebring couldn't hurt.
No, exactly, and that's why we brought these boys back together, hoping for a good result.
And your team space not too terribly far away from here. You guys are Floridians, right? So special to get to race here on home soil?
Yeah, exactly. We're only 3 hours south of here, and Sebring would be our home circuit, and we've had great luck here in the past and huge success, so we're hoping to continue that on after the checkered flag.
Good luck.
Thank you, sir.
This from the brilliantly named Negative Ghost Rider, Nathan Schroeder, says, what's going on with the Corvettes? You don't seem to be talking about them. They've been pretty quiet today.
No.
They have. You're absolutely right. And the reason that we aren't talking about them is not because we don't want to. They just haven't been in the conversation.
But they are snakes. They haven't been in the conversation in practice and a little bit in qualifying, but they have come a bit stronger in the race. Alexander Sims is up to 3rd in the number 3 car right now, and the number 4 is just a little bit off strategy right now, but both, whether they have absolute race-winning pace in a dogfight, hard to say right now, but they're full season championship cars, remember, so they're thinking long term too, and they're thereabouts. They have been all day.
Could it be that they are looking at the Porsche keys to race and their cars will, for want of a better phrase, come alive in the dark the last 2 hours? And at the moment, they might be struggling with a compromised setup.
No, I don't think they're struggling. I think they've made a big improvement on race day. Big improvement on race day from their practice form, particularly. Whether they'll perform at night or not, we honestly can't tell. But they have never even been close to dropping off the lead lap. In fact, they've never been close to really dropping outside the top 8. They've always been in the leading train, more or less. So yeah, do not write those number 3 and number 4 Corvettes here at Sebring. Max Esterson in that Team McLaren RLL number 59 machine, fighting in the sharp end. He's in the top 5 in GTD Pro. That car has run close to the front for most of the day. They did have a little bit of a scare, but it's something we couldn't quite get to the bottom of. What happened to Nikita Johnson seemed to be a very temporary issue of some sort with the car, which cleared itself almost instantly. Lost about 5 seconds on that lap, and luckily, and fingers crossed, we haven't seen any more of that since, and hopefully it's not an issue that rears its head again. Speaking of Corvettes, Nicky Katzberg, the rapid Dutchman, driving the number 4 machine alongside Tommy Milner and Nico Verone. They did not the previous full course yellow, but the one before. They were one of a few cars not to pit, so they're a little bit out of sequence right now, but 14 seconds off the leading category.
Very patriotic livery for the red, white and blue cars. We've had Corvettes in blue before at Le Mans. We've had them in most often in yellow, of course, a variety of yellows. Velocity yellow was one, Millennium yellow was another.
We had a white one for Ron Fellows, didn't we?
Yeah, we did. If I'm being brutally honest, I think the shape of the C8R is possibly not the right shape to have that very sharp set of colourways on the car. I'm not sure it shows off the car's curves and its body
but
to the best.
It is.
I love it from the front. I think from the front it's great. I just think there's that big white panel down the side that makes it look a bit sort of slabby on the side, which it absolutely isn't.
I think it's a wonderful piece of kit, and I mean, it's the Corvette is America's sports car, has been for along with the Mustang, and it's America's 250th anniversary this year, isn't it? So they've decided to put a patriotic livery on there. Pratt & Miller, of course, a huge force in not just race car engineering, but other types of engineering too. World class at what they do, and very much a North American engineering institution, so nice to celebrate that.
Mikkel Jensen has just put a 150.853, and he's down now at 150.797. He's down in 10th position, but still on the lead lap in LMP2 for United Autosports. In that number 2 car, it's the mostly white version. That is as quick as some of the leaders. That's quicker than Nico Pino's just gone in the JDC Miller Porsche.
Quicker than Matt Campbell in 2nd place.
Yeah.
I honestly think Mikkel Jensen's middle name is Purple Sector.
Yeah. Very good.
It seems every time he jumps in the car, bang, straight to the top. And well, I do quite like to study the sector times all the way through practice, through qualifying, and when you look at the LMP2 timesheets, he's always right up there. And no matter which team he drives for, he's been with TDS for the last few years, signed with United this year, but he's been signed as part of the McLaren hypercar program. And when I saw that announcement, I thought that is a very, very smart hire.
Yeah, that is true. Hello to everyone at the McLaren program. James Barclay and the rest of the team. Looking forward to seeing them this time next year for the WEC. Be welcoming Genesis Magma as well. Good to have a few more cars coming in. You heard Mark Rushbrook probably earlier on with us here in the Ford Racing Global Broadcast Centre. He gave me more information than I expected about the prototype. He was laughing, but he threw some little nuggets at us, didn't he?
You can tell he's had a career in communications, can't you? He's just giving you enough to just whet your appetite, but not the full meal. It's very, very clever there. He's always great fun to have in the booth, is Mark Rushbrook. And the sheer forward momentum in competition for Ford right now in all the different areas they are is very impressive. Robert McGuinness a bit on the fight back here in the 023 Triarsi competition. Ferrari sitting 15th at the moment. Sort of got a couple of that. Needs a few yellows, I think, to try and get back. He's having a big lunch under the Van Stewart Aston, but has to duck back out of it.
Few. When did we first see the Lexus RCF, Peter? When did that car come in? 16?
It's either 16 or 17. Yeah. Because it ran in Europe around that time as well. Yeah.
Here first, though, wasn't it? It was here first. I think it was.
Pass.
I say that for 2 reasons. One, because Adam Watson, Thomas Adisha has brought it up, and hello to Adam Watson as well.
Altitude Esports' very own Adam Watson.
Ah, there you go. So anybody who tweets into us that you don't know. And if it's 16 or 17, the bizarre fact will be that an RCF would be eligible for Classic Le Mans this year in the GT3.
Theoretically speaking, Scott Pruitt was involved in the development of it.
Right.
At the time, the head engineer at TRD was Kazuki Yuasa, who led the project. But it's coming up for 10 years old, which is really unheard of with the Evo packages that keep coming through across the whole of the GT3 world.
So, Julian Andler, Matt Campbell, Will Stevens, Fred Vesti. Top 4 separated by 4 seconds. Johnny Edgar has pulled out a decent cushion in LMP2 as he comes onto the front straight and passes underneath our feet. That incident we saw earlier under review. Albert Costa diving down the inside of the number 13 of the Corvette of Matt Bell. That's under review. Let's go down to the pit lane for more news and an interview at this time. Here we go.
Jay Fry is the president of Rahal Letterman Lanigan Racing. Second race for the team in this new partnership with McLaren, running 5th in class right now. Maybe we'll start by going back to Daytona. I know it came together rather quickly, this partnership with McLaren, and you had a lineup that had an IMSA rookie and 3 drivers besides that had made one combined start, and yet you showed good pace throughout the weekend, even if the result doesn't necessarily show it. How would you reflect on the beginning of this partnership?
Yeah, well, it's been a great effort between everybody at RLL and McLaren. Obviously, we got the car, or put the program together late, or at the end of last season, and getting to Daytona was amazing. Qualified, what I think was P2. You know, we were able to get to go to the test before that, which was really good. And here we are down here in Sebring, qualified P5. I've had good pace. I think we were up to 2nd, we're running 5th right now. So again, a lot has happened in a really short period of time. Great effort between all of our guys. Great effort between everybody at McLaren. Excited about the future. We're really just kind of getting started.
As you mentioned, you were running up toward the front of the class not so long ago. It's maybe an hour or so back, and Nikita looked like he slowed momentarily and is back up to speed. Can you fill us in on what was going on?
Yeah, there's a fuel pressure problem. I think we got it sorted out, so again, there's still a long way to go. The car's got good pace. All 3 of the drivers have been doing a really good job. So again, we're excited about the rest of the day.
It's a really exciting lineup, too, for the rest of the season when you think about the 2 youngsters that you've got, Max Estrus and Nikita Johnson, both with big futures ahead of them. But how important is it to have Dean McDonald for the 2nd straight endurance race, who has so much knowledge of this package?
Yeah, well, Dean's been amazing. He's a great competitor, great teammate. He's been really good with our younger guys. Obviously, we'll be sorry to see him go when he has to go, but who knows what that could look like in the future. He's hit so many miles and so many laps in this car already, right? It's really helped our growth as a team, helped our growth as our young drivers. So, yeah, he's been a real asset, real pleasure to be around.
And finally, we know, looking down the road, McLaren's working on a prototype program. Would it be safe to say that's something that RLL could be interested in should the circumstances allow it?
Yeah, well, like I mentioned, we're just getting started. You know, race 2 of this program. We're excited about the future with McLaren. There's lots of things on the table, lots of things I think we'll talk about over the next month or 2. So we'll see what that looks like going into the future. But again, really excited to have their partnership and friendship, and again, it's going to be an exciting future.
Thank you. That's Jay Fry, president, Rahal Letterman Lanigan Racing.
You know when you can hear a twinkle in somebody's eye?
Absolutely what I was going to say.
Yeah, I just got that. Well done, Ryan Marine. Superb interview down the pit lane. Maybe he's borrowed a bit of Arjuna's truth serum there to try and extract that. And there we go, fuel pressure issue. And to be very fair to the team, at that exact moment, they might not have wanted to give away that. And I guess the fact that they have let us know means that they're maybe less worried about it now. And Esterson up to 4th in GTD Pro. What an impressive young man he is. Really, really good. Still incredibly new to multi-class sports car racing, but you wouldn't believe it. Now, that, as we mentioned, drive-through penalty for the Concourse Racing Team, Albert Costa, for that incident with the 13 Autosport Corvette. Great to also hear from the guys at RS1 too. What a bounce back for them with their number 28 car, running in 7th position at the moment with Dylan McIvern, sharing with 2 total veterans of sports car racing, Jan Halen and Spencer Pumpelly. Spencer, we can report, a very fast runner, is Ryan Marine, who was a high school competitive runner, was setting his personal best and did set his personal best lap of Sebring International Raceway, but was absolutely smoked down the Ulman Straight by
Thanks
Spencer
for reminding
Pumpelly.
me, Peter.
Sorry, Ryan.
Just when I was feeling good about myself again.
7 hours and 14 minutes to go in the heat here at Sebring. And John, 113 degrees Fahrenheit track temperature. We're 35 degrees Fahrenheit higher than we were at the start of the race.
45 Celsius for everyone else around the world. The air temperature has gone up to 26 at sea, 79 Fahrenheit, which is still quite pleasant. Another 2 or 3 degrees Celsius will start to get the interest, start to pique the interest of the Michelin tyre techs. They do not like to see anything around about that 50 degrees. It's such an oddity here with so many different versions of tarmac, plus the concrete as well. So that's I'm not sure where we're taking that measurement, but there'll be huge variations around the track.
It will be enormous. I mean, in GTD, the Michelin tire technicians submit a set of regulations of what pressures and cambers need to be run on the cars, and it depends slightly on the rim, the size of rim you're using, but can be anything between 17.4 psi and 18.8 psi. That is your cold pressure. Of course, that will rise massively over the course of the stint. I mean, you think if you had that level of pressure in your road car tire, it would feel flat.
Would it ever?
It would feel really strange. So that's what they're starting cold at. But of course, the temperature and the pressure build way quicker than it would on the road. And we will hear more, of course, from Michelin a little bit later on, won't we, about that in a bit more detail.
What did you say the starting pressures were?
So depending on your rim size, is either 17.4 psi or 18.8 psi. That's really low. I think our car tires are something like 32 or 33. Depends on the car you're driving, of course.
33 and 38 I run on mine, and that's the comfort pressures.
There you go.
If I was doing any high-speed work on that, it would be 38 and 42.
Right. Okay.
But you know, I drive like an old man because I'm an old man. That's incredible. The other thing is, of course, what is in these tyres still has to be air. You're not allowed any exotic mixes that you used to have in things like British Touring Car Championship, part nitrogen, etc., other inert gases. But what they do is they dry the air before it goes in. What you do is you use, if you like, a paint compressor, and you run the air to fill your bottles for your tyres. You run that through a paint compressor that dries the air out. So what you get from that 17 point odd or 18 point odd, you get far less, Peter, of a deflection in the tyre pressure, because you're taking out all of the moisture from that, which obviously that distorts your tyre pressure as well. That's incredible that they start them that low. No wonder that the engineers are saying, don't forget, new tyres, stay off the curbs, because your sidewalls are going to be basically going to be a bit like the centre of a Tunnock's tea cake. Really squashy.
And then the heat, yeah. But that is for the GTD cars. And it very quickly builds over the course of the stint. Julian Andler has pulled away from his teammate, 7.1 seconds ahead. A little bit earlier on, the number 52 PR1 Matheson car of Parker Thompson into Christensen corner with plenty of room to work with, just running the 81 Dragon Speed Corvette off the road and into the barrier and out of the race, receiving a 5-minute stop and hold penalty, and a very, very firm penalty, but in my opinion definitely justified. Nevertheless, they are running at the moment just one lap off the lead lap, so they've recovered well. They've thrown some really good strategy at it, have PR1 Matheson. They've got their star driver in Harry Tinknell aboard right now. Very interesting now as well. Manthey Porsche, car number 911, failure to adhere to the controlled powertrain parameters. Just a warning for now.
Everybody will get a warning, Peter. We've seen one or two of them coming through from the GTs. In fact, I think they've all been GTs. I don't think we've seen a GTP one yet. Oh no, we did. We saw the Valkyrie, I think, had one. It's very difficult here, in fairness, because you can get a power spike, you can get a torque spike if the rear wheels lift off the ground. But the very sophisticated software that IMSA use in real time, they can look at that, and it'll throw up, basically throws up a big red light in IMSA Technical, and then they go and have a look at where that was on the track. If it's somebody getting airborne through turn 17, they'll probably disregard that. If it's somewhere else where they're seeing repeated overpowering, then they'll pull that one up. Basically, now the 911 team, Thomas Preining, the Swiss driver behind the wheel.
Austrian.
Sorry, Austrian driver. He'll be told by the team, and they all have different maps for the engine, so they might just take the engine map down a click.
Thomas Preining's dad actually raced motorbikes with Mo, who used to work with Mazda. Yeah, he's a very, very good driver. Loves sprint racing, actually, does Preining. DTM champion, but very, very adept in endurance when he needs to be. Came very, very close to winning the Nürburgring 24 last year. Unfortunately, didn't quite go their way in the end, but he's quick. Meanwhile, over at Ford, the number 64 machine, running right now 6th in GTD Pro with Dennis Olsen aboard, 16 seconds adrift from the front of the field. Harry King lapping very strongly. What a Mobil 1 12 Hours of Sebring debut it's been from that young man.
It's another hour almost gone, Peter. 7 hours, 7 minutes, and 21, 20, 19, 18. We've had a number of interventions by the safety car. 4 safety car periods. No, made that 5 safety car periods. So I lost part of my data earlier on.
Roughly 1 an hour.
It was almost exactly on the hour for the first 3.
In previous years, last year we had only 8 full course yellows for a total of just under 2 hours. The previous year we had 3 1/4 hours, 12 full course yellows. 2023, the first year of the GTP era, 3 hours and 50 minutes, 13 full course yellows there. So we're already getting, 5 in 5 hours is up the kind of higher end over the last few years so far.
When you said Thomas Preining's dad raced motorcycles, he raced in the 250cc.
The Grand Prix rider, yeah.
Johannes reminding me of that. Some issues at Brazil for MotoGP, if you haven't been following that. Been trying to keep up with that. I'll catch up with most of it tomorrow on the replays. But literally a huge sinkhole has appeared in the track. Been very wet there recently, and it was underwater for quite a while, although it did drain away, but clearly it's done some damage to the underpinnings of the circuit. And when I say a huge hole, there's a big hole in the track, and there are people looking into it, is the old joke. No, there was a man standing in it, and it was up to his chest. So, not sure what's going to happen there for MotoGP.
Have to say, big job from the WRT mechanics with the GTP BMW that was clipped by the number 70 for Inception Ferrari. They've got that car back out. That had a lot of damage. The rear left was really badly damaged. The suspension was all broken, the wheel was out of line, the bodywork needed replaced, and they got it back out on the track. And of course, in a class like GTP, they are still classified 11th in class, and if any of their rivals have any problems, they could pick up some vital points.
They have to do 75% of the winning car's distance.
Which they should do. They're actually only 15 laps off the lead.
Right, that's fine.
That's amazing how quick they've got that car repaired, and so how quick the steps recovery have got them back to the paddock.
Yeah.
They must have been hauling to get the car back in time, and WRT got it fixed in double quick time.
Yeah, they were boot scooting the steps, guys, no doubt it. Julian and
any more of those will be a tragedy.
Ah, very good. Very good. Now that's excellent. That is excellent. Fred Vesti, Nick Yellowly just put his car's fastest lap of the race in with burning off the VP Racing fuel now, 49.968. Nico Pino says, I'm going to stay up with you there. I'll put our fastest lap of the race in, albeit half a second slower. So the 5th and 6th place cars picking up the pace there, Peter, with a little bit of clear track. And with pit stops not too far away, mid-20s, isn't it, that we've been getting from the guys at the front of the field.
Got good energy on board, 41% of energy for Nick Yellowley. Same, very similar for Nico Pino. So, what's that? That's maybe 25 minutes or so.
Yeah. So our Porsche keys to the race: traffic giveth, traffic taketh away. We've seen that, and we've seen sometimes 2 and 3 seconds a lap has disappeared or been gained. The tyres have not yet, I don't think the tyres have played their part yet. People are saving tyres quite clearly for later on in the race, but we'll see that new rubber when the sun goes down at 37 minutes past 7 o'clock tonight here on Eastern Standard Time. When that, sorry, it's Eastern Daylight Time, isn't it? We've sprung forward here. Penalties are bad. Well, yes, they are. It can be recovered from, and some people have done, but they've lost some time, and yet to be seen. 8 o'clock tonight. That really is, for me, that's the time to turn it on. 2 hours and 10 minutes, probably 3 stints in the dark, 3 full stints in the dark, and let's see who has the pace then. Right now, track temperature 45 Celsius, 113 Fahrenheit, 27 in the air. It's getting warmer in the air because there's barely any breeze, Peter, and it is warming up, and 27 in the air is 81 Fahrenheit. Lovely, smashing day to be sitting around in a pair of shorts with a nice iced cocktail. Not possibly to be sitting in a racing car being bounced around every 3.75 mile circuit whilst in a 3-layer no-mech suit, fireproof underwear and a helmet. Oh, and by the way, inside a cockpit that is being heated up by an extremely hard-worked racing engine. Whether it's in front of you or behind you, it's either your feet that are getting burned and your hands on the steering wheel if the engine's in front of you from all the hot air coming through, or it's your back and your backside if you've got the engine behind you. It's a tough place to be.
It is. And GTD Pro right now, we talked about the Corvettes. They're thereabouts all day. Alexander Sims sitting in 3rd, but right behind him is Max Esterson, who is at a very different end of the experience spectrum to Alexander Sims in terms of sports car racing. And behind Esterson is Conor De Filippi in the Paul Miller Racing BMW. Again, likewise, very experienced in sports car racing. And Esterson's matching them toe for toe right now. Now, we don't know what they're doing on tyres. They did pit at the same time at the previous full course yellow, but don't know if they're all on the same tyre strategy or not. But nevertheless, Esterson's doing what he needs to do. But we saw him do this in the JDC GTP Porsche at Petit Le Mans, matching Felipe Nasr at points in the works cars. So, proving why he's been chosen for that program. Oh, a bit of Porsche on Porsche action between the 912 Manthey Porsche at the S's going through on the 120 Wright Porsche and the GTD Pro Triarzi Ferrari getting in the mix now. Now, who was at the wheel of that 912? That was Maurice Schuring.
Getting past Callum Ilott and Riccardo Agostini, going, guys, if you're going to do that, I'll take my chances. Thanks very much indeed. Fair play to all of them that it didn't get any worse than that.
I think maybe Callum Ilott appears to not quite have the same grip whatsoever as Schuring. In terms of Schuring, been out for 40 minutes, likewise Ilott, but again, we don't know tyre-wise how long they've been on those specific tyres.
Let me have a look and tell you.
We can tell when they pitted, we can't tell what tyres they put on, that's the thing.
No, but I can have a good... If Callum's been in the car and this is his 2nd stint, I would guess that he would be on 2 stint-old tyres, and in fact he's been in that car for 3 stints. A stint of 19 laps, then a stint of 12 laps, and then the stint that he's on now, which is 18 laps, whereas Maurice Schuring only got into that car 18 laps ago. Ryan Hardwick did the 2 stints before that. So I would suggest that Maurice got a brand new set of Michelins when he got into that car.
Yeah, I think that's a fairly good guess, definitely.
You can have a guess at that.
Yeah, I think that's a good guess. bit of side-to-side contact between the 023 Ferrari of Robert McGuinness and the 19 Van der Steur Aston, and a little piece of carbon fibre flicking up as they made contact with one another on the exit of Le Mans curve going onto the Ilman Straight. And these latest generation GT3 cars, they're so aerosensitive, you do not want to knock bits off them.
From turn one, very, very tight indeed between Scott Dixon and the number 60 Acura, and right in behind him now is Nico Pino. These guys, since we went green, they have been just swapping and changing their positions. Scott Dixon now behind Pino as they go through 6th and 7th positions. You know what? Scott Dixon will be loving this. Absolutely loving it.
Off goes the Intersport car, the number 37 LMP2 Intersport of John Field has spun at an area of the circuit, which is, yeah, it's going in through the S's towards Le Mans curve. It's an area of the circuit where so many have made an error there.
He can't find reverse, Peter. He was trying to flick turn the car and he couldn't. He's off the circuit between 15 and 16. Now he's found reverse. He's going to have to, I think he should have gone a little bit further back, John. Well done. You haven't got the steering lock to get that turned around. How far off the racing surface is he? Answer, not that far. He was on his own coming up to the back of the RS1 Porsche, and I think he just had to slightly brake harder than he wanted to as he was turning in to effectively the end of 14 into 15. He's a good campaigner, he's got it pointing in the right direction, but Winward with a problem now. The car that had to start from the back of the grid, the number 48, with a ride height infraction in qualifying, has ground to a halt coming out of turn number 5 into 6, but he's got that car going as well. Lucas Stoltz, a little heart-stopping moment there. I was just about to say it, I didn't say it, but I thought it. Well, we've only really got 4 cars that aren't still circulating now. 5 actually, because the Corvette CO6 of Henrik Hedman's not coming back. But generally speaking, we've not had that much attrition. Oh, that's just a loss of power. Oh my goodness. That's awful from Lucas Stoltz.
Not a nice place for it to happen at sunset when you're...
He didn't come into the pit lane though. Wouldn't you have thought you'd have dived into the pit lane immediately as he came out of 17? But whatever he did, he was back up and running before the start line.
The thing to remember is that Lucas Stoltz spends more time in one of these AMG Mercedes than he does in his favourite slippers. So he knows what... I'm sure he's had that issue before and knows exactly what to do in that situation. Nobody needs to coach him through it. You know, he knows exactly what button to press, what to tell the engineer, etc., and can usually figure it out on the fly, and that's exactly what he did there. So hopefully it's an isolated incident. But that car, of course, running in GTD Pro, which is led at the moment by Harry King by 9 seconds from Ben Barnicoat in the Lexus RCF, which has got the number 7, the overall race leader, just coming by it as they come out of Le Mans curve. Then it's another couple of seconds back to Alexander Sims, who's got young Max Esterson on his case. Now, we said that Henrik Hedman wasn't coming back. He might not personally be coming back, but his car is.
No way.
I saw it, yep, I saw it on the way to lunch, and I looked at it and I thought, I'm not a mechanic, but that looks repairable. It's taken quite a while. That's taken 3 hours. That's taken 3 hours to repair, but that Corvette is strong. It was only the front right corner. They've taken 3 hours to repair it, and they've got it back out. Big respect. Dragon speed.
There was the rear right as well. It was all down the right hand side. Rear right was at a jaunty angle.
True, yeah.
The front right
most
had
of it was
ripped off.
Yeah, the front right was in. The wheel was still on, but it was loose. Great work from Dragon Speed.
I'm being told by Ryan Hoover Transport that IMSA allow you to put 100% nitrogen in the tyres. So you fill it and dump it a couple or 3 times before setting your pressure to clear the moisture, if you can. I honestly thought we weren't allowed nitrogen in the tyres in this championship, but I stand corrected by those that know. My apologies.
We can ask for clarification from our friend from Michelin coming to join us soon.
I will
yes.
do. Write that down.
It's a big old rule book to find little nuances in.
One of my jobs at the start of every year, and IMSA make this actually a lot easier than most championships, because when the technical and sporting regulations come out for the season, I like to not look at them in a computer or a tablet or a phone. I like to print them out, and I'll sit on one of the first flights of the year and read through it. And the reason IMSA make this easy is because all of the new stuff
is in red.
It's brilliant.
Now look at
Dragon Speed is back on the pit lane, and in fact he's going back out, Peter, and it is Henrik Hedman's name that's still next to that car.
Brilliant. That's so good to see. So he's switched over to Giacomo Alto just as he's come out of the past the RFID reader. Giacomo Alto taking that car out, probably to give it a bit of a shakedown to check it's all okay. Now the number 48 Windward Mercedes in GTD Pro that was just running slow on circuit and got back going again. Lucas Stoltz has just set that car's best lap of the race, so it's back to full health.
Well, with another racing hour completed, 6 hours and 52 minutes to go, let's take a VP in race update. GTD first of all, it's Aston Martin, Harter Racing, Tom Gamble leading by nearly 3 seconds to Lynn Herdenius. For Mercedes and Lone Star Racing, Charlie Eastwood is in the number 36 DXDT Chevrolet Corvette in third. Maurice Schuring in the 912 first form machine, right on the back of a different Corvette, the one I've just talked about. He's on the back of the number 4 car of Nicky Katzberg at the moment. Then it's Simon Mann and Callum Island making up the top 6 for respectively Ferrari and Porsche. In GTD Pro, Harry King still leading for AO, the number 77 Roxy this weekend. Ben Barnicat in the Lexus number 14 in second by about 11 seconds now, 5 seconds ahead of Alexander Sims. In third place for the number 3 Chevy Corvette. Then Max Esterson for the orange McLaren. He's right on the tail of Alexander Sims and has got Connor De Filippi looming in his mirrors as well in the BMW number 1 from Paul Miller Racing. And then Grello, Thomas Preining in the Manthey car. And in LMP2, the top 3 have just pitted. Tom Dillman, Toby Sari, Charles Milesi, which will leave Dane Cameron in the lead for a lap in the number 99. Has he already done his pit stop? No, I don't think he has. And Paul de Resta in number 22 next up, and then his teammate Mikkel Jensen in 6th place. That'll all change with the pit stop cycle starting. Julian Andlauer by 10.5 seconds now in the number 7 Porsche Penske 963. Matt Campbell then in second in the 6. He has got 2 seconds back to Will Stevens, who's doing a great job in the number 10 Cadillac for Wayne Taylor Racing. Fred Vesti for Cadillac, and the Whelan car is another 3.5 seconds back. He's got Nick Yellerly right up his tailpipes in the red, white and black number 93, and then Scott Dixon in the second of the Acuras is in 6th position. That's your VP Racing updates.
Dudu Barrichello led the field to green in GTD, and in the heart of racing, Aston Martin is still watching his teammate lead. Dudu, how much fun did you have with the clean air in front, although GTD Pro still maybe causing some issues?
Yeah, it was actually pretty good fun. You know, our car has been really nice to drive as well, so it's just enjoyable when it's like that. So it was really early on. It's my first ever start on IMSA as well. So yeah, I had good fun, and I think I did a decent job, and the boys and girls from the team has been they've all been doing a great job really, and Tom's leading now again. So we're struggling with a couple of sensor issues at the minute, but I think the crew is just working on it. But yeah, I'm going back in the car soon, so hopefully I can do a good job. Best of luck. Thank you.
That's a man with a future, young Mr. Barrichello. He's certainly catching our eye, and I suspect Peter Mackay, if he's catching our eye, he's catching the eye of team managers, team owners, and probably manufacturers as well. He's taken to that Aston Martin as if he'd been driving it for 2 or 3 seasons.
Yeah, and he did compete with the Racing Spirit of Lemon last year in the World Endurance Championship. So he has got a bit of experience with the platform, but you're right, it is still very much new to him. He's won multiple races in Brazilian stock cars, which is a highly competitive championship, and then also in USF 2000 in single seaters. So he's done, you know, for a guy who's only 24, he's done various different championships, and I'm sure his dad Ruben's name we all know from his time driving for Ferrari.
Is Rubens here?
Good question. I don't know. I haven't seen him, but I no doubt he will be following for sure, and he'll be bursting with pride, I'm sure.
Let's head down to Arjuna, who's going to have a quick word with one of the drivers who gave us one of the clips that will be going into the highlights reel. Not for the right reasons. Well, it could have been a lot worse for Toby Sowry, who had that lurid slide and spin going through turn 1.
We often talk about the bumps on track, but Toby, how are the bumps on the outside of turn 1?
Smoother than on track. Yeah, it's something that everyone's afraid to do, and unfortunately I was the one that did it today. Thankfully it kept it out of the wall somehow. I think it was just a complete miracle, luck on my side. So yeah, I'm sorry for the team for that mistake. It wasn't, you know, what we aim to do is way too early in the race to be kind of making those sort of errors. But yeah, the good news is the car's in one piece and it's still competitive. So yeah, it's not ideal, but we're still in the hunt, we're still in the race, and I think the team have done a great job to keep us where we are.
And my understanding is George has done his drive time. So is it you and Alex who are now pushing to the end? Are you basically just trading the keys back and forth?
Yeah, exactly. George is a master at giving it 110%, staying in until he's done all his drive time. So, you know, hats off to him. It's not easy, but yeah, now it's between me and Alex. Hopefully without any more mistakes. You know, we've had a pretty hectic race so far. But yeah, it's about looking forward to the future of the race and keeping it clean.
So did George do all those runs? Did he do it in one single stint at the start, a 3-hour endurance? Yeah,
it's impressive, right? You know, the gents often get criticised, they're not fit enough, they're not sharp enough, they're not quick enough, but I mean, George just goes to prove that that's all word of the mouth on the street. It's not true. I know a lot of us drivers probably couldn't do a quad, so it's a testament to how much he puts into this and how much he puts into racing as a whole. Thanks, Toby. Appreciate it, thank you.
I said to George, I thought he looked fitter than ever. He looked as fit as a butcher's dog's personal trainer when I saw him at breakfast earlier on, and he was eating healthily. There's not more fat on a butcher's apron, to be honest. He looked really good. But that here, with temperature rising and with everything that was going on around him, all right, there was a couple of yellows, 3 yellows in that, but only for a handful of laps.
They're almost worse sometimes.
Well, I'd agree with that, because you lose your rhythm and your tyres go cold.
Adrenaline goes away, and
that is incredible from George Kurtz.
We've seen it several years, yeah, and others do it too. And for drivers who have hugely busy professional lives with their businesses, and then come to race as the ultimate hobby gone totally wild to race in the Mobil 1 12 Hours of Sebring. But as Toby Sowry very rightly mentions there, it's about what you put into it, and to be able to be that fit to pilot a prototype race car for 3 hours on any racetrack is tough. But here at Sebring in the heat, I don't think it gets a great deal tougher than that. In one go too. There are many championships won't even let you do that.
No, that's true. 3 hours in any 6 here is the sorry, 4.
4 in every 6, and a maximum of 7 hours.
Yeah.
Now that could play a factor for some of the crews. Maximum of 7 hours. You know, you think of, for example, the Rahal Letterman Lanigan McLaren. You know, you've seen how fast Dean McDonald is. Would you want to put him in right up to those maximum 7 hours? Well, maybe. There are certain crews where they have their star driver, and they've then got to strategize. How do we, if we want them to go right up to the maximum of 7 hours, how do we do that? How do we piece that together and get the strategy right?
It's the sort of thing that you have to keep thinking about. I do think it's impressive that the guys on the wall could keep ahead and see the race in 3D, if you like. Will Stevens has got a bit of a problem. I don't think it is going to rain, but if it did, his windscreen wiper's not going to be any good at all, because it's completely gone round 90 degrees and is sitting like a big T on his windscreen. I have no clue how that even happened, but it's the wrong way round on the screen, and that must be distracting.
It almost kind of makes the windshield look like one of the characters in Cars. With the it's like the
Did he hit
marks out with
something?
it. Oh no, it just popped off.
Oh, I tell you what it's done. It's actually popped off the fastening, because it's a little hockey stick, like a J clip, where it fastens on, just like your street car, and then you have to sort of fiddle with it and get it to a certain angle to take the little clip off. I think the clip's disappeared, and it's just hanging on now in the wiper blade fixing itself, rather than having the little clip, because I can see the knuckle, if you will, of the wiper, the end of the wiper arm itself. It's not going to rain though.
No,
aerodynamic disadvantage though. It's got to be
less than 5% chance. I wonder if they'll just rip it off at the next pit stop for Will Stevens, which won't be too long away, because they've been out since their last pit stop for over an hour. A little bit of that was on under full course yellow, but this has been a kind of full stint for the GTP cars. Andlauer leading the way for Porsche Penske Motorsport, number 7 from his teammate in the sister car, Matt Campbell. Will Stevens in third at the Cadillac Wayne Taylor Racing Machine we just mentioned.
I've got thanks to Thomas Smets, I've got the definitive on Lexus and the RCF. 2017 in IMSA under 3 GT Racing, and Emil Frey for the GT Open. So they're 1 year off being eligible in the GT3 Revival Series on that car, but nevertheless still excellent. Thank you to our collective wisdom.
No guarantee it will be replaced next year.
Okay. We're starting to get prototype pit stops. The bottom end of the top 10 coming in. Here's Arjuna.
Scott Dixon jump out of the Acura Maya Shack, but right next to me, Mustang Sampling get to work installing Caleb Frederick in that car, and the Heart of Racing get to work installing, I believe that's Tom Gamble. Ross Gunn, excuse me, behind the wheel of the car as 40 Dex Imaging Cadillac also rolls in. It's a tidy pit stop so far, just now waiting on the fuel to go on to the Mustang Sampling car before they can roll off and away. We missed the banana boat, but this young crew of drivers is once again delivering with a sterling performance, and off and away they go. There's a lot of smoke coming off the brakes of the Aston Martin Valkyrie, but John, I'm just going to wait for them to go off and away and hopefully give you the sound of the V12 scream.
How good was that? Perfect timing from Arjuna. No editing in that. I know everybody talks about the James Burke rocket launch. Best piece of timing in television history. That was 3 separate shots from 2 different venues. He might have been wearing the same shirt for that. That was Arjuna timing that one to perfection, as we heard that V12 normally aspirated Valkyrie springing into action.
We can tell him later how great it was, and he'll be like, what? It was what? It's loud, that car.
That is the Robin Williams, the joke from Good Morning Vietnam, isn't it? Hello, this is Dave here from the artillery. You can play something for me. Play anything, just play it loud. That's our pit lane report is as well. More pit stops. It's 2 Cadillacs, an Acura and a BMW coming in now. Will Stevens, Fred Vesti, Nick Yellowly, and a tear off on the screen. Now, will Will Stevens get his wiper blade sorted out? That's the question we want to know. Still some damage obvious on the left-hand side pod of the number 93, and the mechanic, having changed the left-hand side Michelin tyres, just making sure that the tape on the side was still doing its job there and being aerodynamically efficient, as well as holding it all together. They're having a good old look round that red, white and black number 93.
what's interesting to me here is that the two Porsche Penske Motorsport machines have gone a lap longer than everyone else.
Oh, that's ominous, isn't it?
Yeah, they've still actually got just under 5% of their usable energy, which is about, give or take, a lap.
Yeah. Yeah, just over a lap, you're right.
Yeah, so that could be a critical advantage later.
So that was 2 laps at the start of this stint under yellow and 30 laps of green. If you prefer, in terms of timing, then that was an hour
contact.
and 3 minutes. Oh my goodness, contact between 2 mainly red cars, the Whelen Cadillac coming through turn 5, and it's side by side, both having just come out of the pits for MICHELIN, and it's Fred Vesti still is in the other Cadillac, isn't it? Yes, it is.
It is, and all of a sudden it appears that the Acuras in the very thick heat of the day are starting to switch that tyre on a bit better.
Yeah.
Is it just the heat that's helping them?
I think so.
To be, it was far from cool at 10 past 10 this morning, but the difference in track temperature is enormous. We're 35 Fahrenheit degrees higher than we were in terms of track temperature at the green flag.
Yeah. So I was just about to say that was an hour and 3 minutes for those cars that came in. So it's going to be closer to an hour and 5. Two safety car laps in that, Peter. So that slightly distorts the timing a little bit, but that gives you an idea. An hour is doable.
With yellow, yeah.
Yeah, but only 2 laps of yellow.
Yeah, it's very close, very, very close.
With Porsche doing one more lap here.
Maybe for the Porsches, but maybe not for the rest of the field. The Porsches have gone a lap longer in this stint. They had been running at remarkably steady time gap to one another, and indeed to the field chasing them, which indicates to me, or suggests to me, that they've been managing this situation. Well, have they got more pace in hand? Maybe they do.
Matt Campbell's closed it down a little bit, actually, because it was well over 10 seconds at one stage. In fact, I think I saw 11 point something. It's now 8.8 seconds. They'll bring Julian Andlauer in first, which is exactly what they're doing now.
They both got to come in 1.1% energy, so they both have indeed come in, so it will be a bit of a stack.
Which way are they pitted? Are they pitted 7 and 6 or 6 and 7? Maybe Arjuna can tell us. He's down at Porsche Penske Motorsport.
Fortunately, it's 7-6. The kids would have a ride if it was 6-7, but it's going to be a driver change for both. Felipe Nasr's going to jump into the number 7, the red Mobil 1 inspired livery for this weekend, and behind them, Kevin Estre jumps in to the number 6, the blue Mobil 1 inspired livery. And a quite remarkable stat I saw from Shea Adam on Twitter. Kevin Estre has never won a WeatherTech race. Quite remarkable to say that out loud, but it's been a very strong performance from the Porsche Penske crew so far. They're putting scrub tires onto the car as well, as the track temperature still seems to be at a pretty peak point right now. These machines, yes, are carrying a bit more weight than they were at Daytona, still in a very, very good window. Here they go off and away.
It's nicely done. Kevin Estre, though, when has he done full season in WeatherTech? That's the point of that. That does sound like a weird stat, but I remember talking to Kevin about which races he'd done, and I'd never done a full season for so many seasons.
No, he'd done bits and pieces here and there, and knows the tracks, and he did a bit of SRO stuff as well, and you know, he's won everything else there is to win in the World Endurance Championship side of things. But when you look at the drivers who are still looking for their first IMSA win, it's a pretty illustrious list. Miguel Molina, Lucas Stoltz, Raffaele Marciello, Marco Wittmann, Alex Palou, Charles Malaysia, Kevin Estre, Julian Andlauer, Will Stevens, and Robin Freins. Actually, you can take Julian Andlauer off that list because he won at Daytona, didn't he? But
yes, he has now.
The rest he has now.
Before this season,
before this season, but the rest of that list applies. There's some pretty big names on that list.
Yeah. But again, I keep forgetting how many, particularly the GT3 drivers, the GTD drivers, Peter, haven't done full seasons here because they've been elsewhere doing GT driving.
Yeah, they do. You know, they'll often turn up at Daytona usually, or they'll maybe do the endurance races as well, and other random bits and pieces. I remember Kevin Estre doing a few races with the WeatherTech GTLM effort in 2021, I think it was. So yeah, he's done this is his 6th Sebring. He's been second 5 times in IMSA races, so he'll be desperate to get that win today. So Nazar and Estre, the 2 drivers who started these Porsche Penske Motorsport machines.
So we've cycled back around, have we?
We have indeed. They've been round the houses and back to the beginning of the cycle.
At IMSA Radio, if you want to get in touch with us. Good to hear what you are doing, where you are watching or listening from.
Not far off half race distance now, just 6.5 hours to go. And if the Porsche Penske Motorsport machines can actually maintain that 1 lap per stint advantage, and we have a long run of green flag, of course that advantage keeps extrapolating. If we keep getting in, you know, full course yellows, then it's less of an advantage, of course. So they'll be hoping that we have a good run of green flag, and they seem to like the heat. I know I don't believe in that kind of curse. No, definitely not.
Can we still blame Johnny Palmer even if it happens now?
Probably.
Johnny Palmer leading the team tomorrow at Mugello for the conclusion of the Michelin 12 Hours. Joe Bradley in the booth with him, Sarah Esser in the pit lane. That'll round up our super weekend of sports car racing, which included NLS earlier today. I will say nothing about that because I know many of you will want to catch up on that at the conclusion of this race. My archive already posted in audio at radiolemans.com, and the video will be up on the VLN DE YouTube channel, if it isn't already, actually. And thanks to Peter Snowden and Bruce Jones, who were on duty for us doing the international radio and TV call. And we'll have all of the rest of the NLS this season, and of course part of the championship, but we'll have the ADAC 24 Hours of the Nürburgring as well in May, as it is this year, always on one of 2 German holidays, either Ascension or Corpus Christi. It's on the May bank holiday weekend this year, so you don't have to take too much holiday. You get the Thursday off, you have what Germans call a bridge day on the Friday, and then it's the Saturday and Sunday. Both Peter and Arjuna will be joining us for our full coverage of that race on that weekend. Check listings for details, I think, is what you say. Hello to... Oh, I can't say hello to Citrus because he's on Turkish Airlines at 10,000 feet and he can't get online with us even though he's got some internet. So, need to get Starlink.
You could probably follow along on the live timing.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Yeah, IMSA live timing, and of course follow along on IMSA telemetry as well. I would think the Wi-Fi should run that on an aircraft. Harry King comes in from the lead of GTD Pro with 0.5% of his remaining energy, so stretching that stint as much as possible in the lead. I mean, remember, this is his Mobil 1 12 Hours of Sebring debut, made his IMSA debut at the Rolex 24, paired with Nick Tandy. He's doing a fine job today, great pace aboard that AO Racing Porsche. I'm sure Rexy will be sitting on the sofa watching. Sister Roxy running really well today. Meanwhile in GTP, it's a battle for 3rd position between the 93 Acura from Marchbank Racing of Nick Yellowly with Fred Vesti in the Wayland Cadillac right behind, and big slide going through Sunset for Yellowly, but beautifully controlled.
How hard are these guys racing? What are we doing? Last lap 50s and 51s. There's a certain amount, I think, of fuel saving and tyre saving going on here.
Tyres particularly so. I mean,
what's the tyre regs again, Peter? Remind me of how many sets you have for the...
So in GTP, over the whole event, over the whole race week, you've got 16 sets, but for qualifying in the race, you only have 11 from that set of 16.
Right.
So that's not many.
So they'll have used at least one set in qualifying, possibly roaded, driven around on a second set, but that we can count. So take one out because they'll have been used quite hard. They'll go back on at some stage.
Well, Ricky Taylor mentioned that. I can't remember if it was Arjuna or Ryan he spoke to, but he said, looking around, there was a bit of a disparity in GTP. Some were taking their qualifying tyres, some were going on stickers. So, yeah, there's definitely a lot of different plays in there. In LMP2, they only get 12 sets for qualifying in the race, and of course their stints are shorter. So they've actually really got to make those tyres last. They're a little bit lighter and don't quite have the same power as the GTP cars, so should be able to keep the tyre in a little bit better. And then in GTD, they have just an event allocation which they can use at any time they like. 15 sets, so if you're fairly cautious through practice, you can keep some good tyres for the race.
Well, apparently Turkish Airlines doesn't like us at all. Can't even get timing and scoring up on there. Right, if you're a sports car fan, then perhaps you want. Other airlines are available.
Even listening on IMSA Radio RS2, it's couldn't get it. That's a pity. That's a pity. Felipe Nasr has got the head down here. He's 5.5 seconds clear of Kevin Estra already. They've only been on this stint for 8 minutes, so 4 or 5 laps or so, and Nasr has just dropped the hammer. Now, again, that could be a tyre difference. What I think the Estra car had scrubs, didn't it? Arjuna spotted that, and perhaps the Nasr car in the lead in the number 7 is on new tyres.
Well, yes. Again,
perhaps
somebody knows, because you drive out through the RFID chips. But both of those drivers changed over, so they will have had a change of driver from the 34-lap stint beforehand. That was a 1 hour and 7 minute duration. I'm prepared to say that with 2 safety car laps at the beginning of that's as near as make no difference to an hour's worth of green flag running.
Yep.
I reckon there for those 2 Porsches.
What Porsche Penske Motorsport have done over the years, and even in their days with the Porsche RS Spider, which they won here at Sebring with in 2008, if they've got 2 strong cars in the game, which often they do, they very rarely play the same bet twice. They tend, if there's a 50-50 strategy called, they'll play 1 to one car and 1 to another.
Quite a lot of people are quite surprised at what you've just said about the tyre allocation, saying that's not much for the whole event. Michelin, who supply the tyres for all of the categories in IMSA WeatherTech sports car racing, along with IMSA, have undertaken to cut down the amount of tyres that we use in a race weekend. Now, obviously, this is a 12-hour race. It's very different allocations for the 2-hour, 40-minute races and for the 6-hour races. But the idea is that you have to double stint at least 1 or 2 sets of tyres. Michelin's new race tyres are 50% recycled material, and within the balance of the contract that Michelin have with IMSA, they have committed to 80% recycling. We'll talk about that in more detail, actually, when we get our Michelin visitor into the booth. It's extraordinary stuff. Get your questions in at IMSA Radio. Down at the final corner, Robert McGuinness accelerating up over 100 miles an hour, now over 120, now over 130, now over 140, Now to 150 as he brakes for turn 1, just before the end of the pit lane wall. 100 miles an hour in the middle of that corner, and then puts his foot down again in the Triasi Competizione Ferrari into Christensen corner. 65 miles an hour, building all the time. Hold a steady throttle. That's really interesting to see how fast that car accelerated out of the final corner, Peter. And yet, compared to an LMP2 or a GTP, those GTD cars look like they're standing still, but literally he was putting 10 miles an hour on as fast as I could say it.
The GTPs particularly are very quick in a straight line. They're slightly different to the old DPIs. The old DPIs probably had a little bit more cornering speed, a little bit more aerodynamics, but they're definitely more power in the GTPs. And of course they've got that hybrid drivetrain too. So you've got approximately 600 horsepower from the internal combustion and around 70 horsepower from the electric unit that work together. Now this is what's great about the GTP regulations, and indeed the LMDH regulation, which is part of it. The manufacturers can use the powertrain that they want, that suits their objectives, whether that be technical, marketing, or a combination of the two. But the expensive bits, the bit that costs a fortune to develop, the hybrid bits, they're all spec parts. So you order a spec, the gearbox is spec for everybody, so is the hybrid system. And the idea is that it keeps the cost down, and I think, or at least sensible. And the manufacturers, well, they voted with their feet, both here in the United States and indeed in the World Endurance Championship.
Felipe Nasr leading the motor race, and for a little while at least he's got a clear track in front of him in the beautiful afternoon sunshine. 44 Celsius is 111 Fahrenheit on the track. It's now steamy 27 Celsius, which is 81 Fahrenheit. Humidity actually not as bad as it sometimes is here. It's only about 35%. I've seen that well up over 50% here when it gets warm sometimes. The wind has picked up a little bit. It's still nowhere near as strong as we had earlier this week. 6 hours and 21 minutes and 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10 seconds. Little time check for those of you who might be syncing our audio onto where you're watching pictures. Hello to everybody who is tuned in XM Sirius. Sirius XM, should I say, 206 again, and that will be our channel pretty much for the whole of the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship season. Around the region here on Highlands ESPN 106.3 FM, trackside at 88.7 FM. That was blasting out when I was listening the other day, and of course around the world. Available to everybody unless you're on Turkish Airlines on RS2, part of the Radio Show Limited network of audio and visual channels. Radio Show Limited, the world's motorsport radio station. Broadcaster, really, because we do quite a lot of TV now. Very little that we don't have pictures to go with. Well, we were marvelling at what was going on at the front of the field earlier on. Julien Andlau was part of that. He's out of his car now. Felipe Nasr has taken over. That means that Arjuna can have a chat with the Porsche Penske driver.
And the Porsche 963 sipping its fuel, Julian. We were wondering, were you saving fuel out there heavily to try and go a little bit longer compared to the rivals?
Yeah, I mean, trying to save fuel for sure can be an advantage in the pits, especially when there is like yellows, etc. But we, in the same time, we try to push as much as possible. So combining both, you know, to look after the tires as well was really tough, but it felt really good. I think that was, yeah, pretty good run in the car. I mean, I felt great, and the car was just perfect. So yeah, let's see how we can be in the night. It seems like so far it's going okay, but we know that on the pure pace, the others are also very, very strong. So yeah, looking forward to seeing in an hour or two.
We're finally starting to see the track temperature cool off after reaching some pretty scorching conditions. Did the car feel pretty good even though you didn't get to practice in this sort of temperature?
Sorry?
Did the car feel good even though you didn't get to practice in this temperature?
Yeah, I mean, it still felt good for sure. The yellow helped a little bit to cool everything down, as well as a bit of coasting and traffic. So I think if you put all together, it makes it a little bit smoother through the run. But for sure, I mean, in the end, the car is really tough to handle and moving quite a lot. Yeah, everyone is in the same trouble at the moment, so you need to make the best out of it. And yeah, let's see if we can continue like this.
Thank you.
Thank you.
In or out the car, brilliant stuff from Andlau. The Hi-Fi Collectibles have said, can you please explain how balance of performance works? Is it a race-to-race thing? That's Les McDonald who has asked that question. Right, so if we start now, we might get finished by the next race. Les, it's an exceptionally complex and involved procedure. Basically, the series involved, IMSA in this case, collects a whole host of data independently from their own sensors on the car. It's not just about straight up lap speed. They can monitor things like the amount of power being used coming out of the engine through the drive shafts. They do that with their own equipment, various other measurements as well. Before the car even gets to the track, they are all put in the same wind tunnel up at Windshear in Carolina, and they are benchmarked there, and then as part of what's called the homologation or the legalization of the cars, that gives a specification for the bodywork and the aerodynamics of the car, and you have to stay within those parameters. And then you have the amount of energy that you're allowed to use as well. All those things, and of course the weight of the car, all of those things are used and can be adjusted either individually or as a package to give the same theoretical performance parameters to cars that are very different. The challenge then from the teams and the drivers is to stay as close to 100% of the performance, theoretical performance of the cars as you can. And yes, it can change from race to race because different circuits are at different heights above sea level, which affects turbocharged cars less than it would do normally aspirated. They have different capabilities depending on the circuits as well. Good question. I don't feel I've really properly answered it, but I hope I've given you a little bit more news. Down at turn 7, pass for position in GTD Pro, and that was indeed for second position as Thomas Preining in the bright Grello coloured 911, and number 911 goes past Jack Hawksworth a little bit further up the road. Nick Tandy is 16 seconds ahead of that. Back to the pit lane, more driver interviews. Here's Arjuna.
One of the big storylines in the opening hour was the battle between Renger van der Zande and Felipe Nasser. Renger, that was hard racing, and the first hour of a 12-hour race, what was going through your mind as we got this race underway?
Yeah, you know, this is what racing is, and IMSA racing. It's wheel banging, elbows out, and see how far you can get it. But nobody got hurt, nobody got damaged. It's a fun show, right?
I can see the smile on your face, so I'm sure it was a fun show. Getting ready to get back into the car, temperature starting to cool down. Is this when the Acura is going to come good?
No, I don't think so. I mean, to be honest, I think the two up in front who are more than 10 seconds ahead, they can do it with less fuel, and yeah, they just cruise around and cruise around us as well. So when you know, it was funny. At one point, the 31 was leaving me, so he was faster than me, leaving, and then until that point, the Porsche was just behind me, hanging around, and then I think he got a call on the radio saying, "Let's go, guys," and he just passed me and went. So I think they have a lot of speed in the pocket, which we don't. It's a tough one to understand, but at the same time, yeah, we're giving it everything we have, and this is the pace what we have right now. It's we'll see at the end if everybody starts to go really fast. If they go really fast at the end, then I don't think we're in it for the win. We're not.
What was the conversation then on the radio in that opening hour? Was the team asking you to maybe back it down a little in that battle, or was that a decision that you made on your own, seeing how intense it was?
I mean, you're never on your own, so there's a big team behind me from Acura, and we're always making decisions together on on things like what kind of tires, what kind of pressures, what kind of like setup tools for the car we can work with, and suggestion from the pit wall. So it's always a team, and you know, to run a car like this, it takes a lot of people from the technology that we have in these cars. It's really cool to be part of it, and it's also very cool to see what kind of new ideas everybody comes up with every time. So at the end of the day, I think it's a bit of a frustrating day, but when I'm in the car, I'm enjoying it a lot.
Thanks, Rengo.
Thank you.
Bit of a delay in the pits there for the Heart of Racing team. They did say, it was Dudu Barrichello mentioned in our previous interview with him, that they were fighting a sensor issue. They just paid a bit of attention to the rear left of the car after the fuel had finished going in. But they've managed to get back going now. Also, the number 45 Windtailor Racing Lamborghini of Trent Hinman and GTD had to limp all the way back to the pit lane. Not exactly sure why. All 4 tires looked inflated, but he's now back in pit road at the moment. So they were a little bit behind. A little bit behind the 8 ball already, but that will unfortunately put them further and further back from the fight at the front of the GTD class, which at the moment is led by the 36 DXDT Corvette of Charlie Eastwood, who is 1.9 seconds ahead of Morris Schuring in the Manthey First Form number 912 car. And then GTD Pro and GTP at Porsche as well. Porsche, the most successful manufacturer here at Sebring. 19 wins going, hoping to maybe score a 20th victory here at the Mobil 1 12 Hours of Sebring. And through the 1970s and 1980s, they scored 13 in a row.
Yeah, it was a benefit, wasn't it?
Yeah, with the 935 it won 6 times in a row, and then the 962 came after that.
You have to say now, no, absolutely not knocking that achievement, Peter, but there wasn't the depth of competition in manufacturers.
Oh, nowhere near
as there is now. I mean, in some races, even when I first started going to Le Mans, it was which Porsche was going to win.
Yeah, and you could make the same argument that in the 2000s that I know Audi have a lot of wins here.
Absolutely.
The Audi R8 is the joint most successful car at Sebring with 6 wins with the Porsche 935, but they built a car that was so much better than anything else of its era, and won a lot of races, deservedly.
And there was a paucity of other manufacturers. There was some chassis and engine that came together, things like the Riley and Scott, the Mark IVs, etc. But that wasn't the same sort of caliber as what you were getting out of Ingolstadt at that point.
No.
And again, no disrespect meant to any of those. You can only race what is on the track with you.
No, exactly.
I think what we're looking at now is an era of endurance